I think we're ready. Meow, meow, meow. All right, so I've posted on Instagram. I haven't made the tweet yet or the blue sky post. Sorry, watching this now on Hulu. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. Skip. Oh, we're doing the audio checks. We're doing the audio checks. We're not watching things. We have things to do. Things need wrong freaking channel too. Damn. We're not on Twitch. We're actually not on Twitch. We're on the YouTubes today. Hello, YouTube. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Uh, 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 uh switch account. Yeah, I suppose you might as well. It's fine. All right. Here we are. We're here. To read Allies by Ellen Gratz. Satyen reads. Perfect. Close. Who did that? Also, I don't have no problem, Japan. Don't even worry about that. I think my nitro is the only one that really matters because it's the first one. Okay. I just need to make sure that my voice is. I mean, I'm all the way up in the yellow, Dortillo. I don't know what you want me to do. I mean, I guess I just need to stay this close like the entire time, right? But last time Dortillo said that I was super muted, very low volume. And this has to be enough, Dortillo. This has to be. Hello. 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 I think I just need to keep it here, right in front of my face, right? Hi, hello. Taking a look at also the placement of my little picture. I don't really like it. Let's move you off to the side a bit. There we go. I think that works a lot better. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Honestly, I've been looking forward to this stream. I like reading books. Reading books is a ton of fun. And reading books to you is even more fun because then it has even more purpose, other than just entertaining myself. Do. Now, yes, I should have done a Minecraft stream earlier, but I was a lazy bitch, so uh sorry. There's action happening in the Discord as well. Hello, boss bot. Was wondering if anyone's on the realm, but no, we're doing reading, and we're not going to be doing anything else until we get through this book. Get rid of it. um, I don't think I don't think that I have a announcement set up for the new channel on Discord. So we're gonna have to post that link our own as well. All right, a couple of things we gotta do. Switch. I will pass. I don't want it. Okay, first we go here, post the link in the Discord. Then we gotta go post on Blue Sky and X Tweeter. All right. Do. warming up the old vocal cords. You know how it be. Select all, copy, post. I think that's everything. I think that's everything we need. Oh yeah. Also, I don't know anymore because the friend trying. Apparently, I can't redeem two other ones. Hmm. Kira. I think we can talk to Kira. Kira, we're live on YouTube right now. We're reading Allies by Alan Gratz. So I can't join you for any gaming currently, but if you would like to come and watch me on the YouTube, we're reading Allies by Alan Gratz. It's like a war story, young adults kind of thing. So please, please, please like, subscribe, and let me know. It's at Satyen Draymond 621 youtube.com/ at Satyen SATYENDRAMON Satyen Dramon 621, and that you can go ahead, like, subscribe, please, please, please. I'm begging you, please, please. We're live right now. I'm begging you, live on YouTube. All right, thank you, appreciate it. Bye, bye, bye. The so fun being live. It's so fun being live. There's screen sharing for me. Oh my god. Now, if we get into this book, maybe we'll join Kira on doing for the time being. We're getting through this book. We're getting through this book today, chat. No matter how much yapping and time wasting I'm doing right now, we're getting through this freaking book. I promise you that. I am a very good reader. This one doesn't seem to be very long, honestly. Okay, I think that my voice is sufficiently loud for this. Okay, I'm just making sure because Dortillo said that I was kind of a little soft, low last time around, but we're fine. I think we're perfectly fine. All right, today we are reading "Allies" by Alan Gratz, a New York Times awards-winning author. Here we got this biography for you, real quick. All right, that works. That's fine. Go ahead and put the usuals. Now, unfortunately, I can't put them too quickly in YouTube chat because for some reason Nightbot just cannot keep up. Come on, do it. Damn it, do it. Please, please, Nightbot, you're embarrassing us. Damn it, he's not going to do it. Nightbot, what the frick? Not even awake. He's not even awake. He's not even paying attention to a goddamn thing that I'm saying. Yeah. No, not Twitch, damn it. Continue. Continue. All right. Now he should be awake. Nightbot, wake the frick up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe. What the heck? Mm, how about I do hi? We're just testing out Nightbot commands. Why don't I don't understand why it's so finicky with me, honestly. Maybe I shouldn't be linking like 4 different accounts and all that, but whatever, whatever. Nightbot, you should be better than this. You should be better than all of us. You're a freaking robot. I don't have any gameplay to show Kira. We're live on the YouTube. So yeah, it's going straight to YouTube. I can't really show it off on the PS5. Sorry, sorry. Nightbot, why are you being such an idiot? Please, please. Refresh. Do I need to refresh the entire stream? Possibly. think we're just gonna have to go without Nightbot for the day. Maybe what I need to do is I need to link the account before I go live, which is dumb, which is very, very stupid. Connect channel. So it's showing up over there on my Nightbot page. The chat is linked. Oh my god. Yep, just not responding. Just not freaking responding. Damn it. All right, we'll do a quick search. Oh, you need to allow maybe 5 minutes for it to. We're already at 17 minutes. Stupid. Oh my god. Stream status. We're live, obviously, because I can hear. Log back and try. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Finally, I logged out and it popped all the things into the freaking stream. All right, Nightbot. Let's see. One of the most important ones. Follow JapanSpitz at JapanSpitz on the YouTube. At JapanSpitz, like the dog. Nightbot, you better freaking show it. You better show it, damn it. Oh, there it is. Okay, nice. All right, fantastic. And of course, I don't need to do Satyen reads because we're already here on that channel. Okay, we got our Discord or all right, fantastic. Everything working. All right, and I give you that link up top. So, Alan Gratz, about me. Looking for a short bio? Use this. Alan Gratz is the #1 New York Times best-selling author of 20 novels and graphic novels for young readers, including Heroes, 2 Degrees, Captain America, The Ghost Army, Ground Zero, Refugee, Allies, Prisoner B3087, and Ban This Book. A Knoxville, Tennessee native, Alan is now a full-time writer living in Portland, Oregon with his family. You can learn more about him on the website. I'll give you that link already. Want to know more about Alan? Read on. Alan Gratz is the best-selling author of 20 novels and graphic novels for young readers. His 2017 novel Refugee has spent more than 5 years on the New York Times bestseller list and is the winner of 14 state awards. Its other accolades include the Sidney Taylor Book Award, the National Jewish Book Award, the Siblis Middle Grade Fiction Award, and Charlotte Huck Award Honor and Malka Penn Award for Human Rights Honor. Refugee was also a Global Read Aloud book for 2018. Alan's 2024 novel Heroes, 2022 novel 2 Degrees, and his 2021 novel Ground Zero were all instant #1 New York Times bestsellers and were also ABA Indie, USA Today, and Publishers Weekly bestsellers. His 2019 novel Allies debuted at #2 on New York Times bestseller list and received 4-star reviews, and 2018's Grenade debuted at #3. His other books include Prisoner B3087, which was also a YALSA Best Fiction for young readers pick and winner of 8 state awards. Project 1065, or Kirkus Best Middle Grade Book of 2016, and winner of 5 state awards. Code of Honor, a YALSA quick pick for young readers, and Ban This Book, which was featured by Whoopi Goldberg on The View. Alan has traveled extensively to talk about his books, appearing at schools and book festivals in 39 states and half a dozen countries, including Brazil, Canada, China, Indonesia, JapanSpitz, like the dog, on YouTube, and Switzerland, and has been writer in residence at Tokyo's American School in Japan, the James Thurber House in Columbus, Ohio, and the Jakarta Intercultural School in Indonesia. Alan was born and raised in Knoxville, Tennessee, home of the 1982 World's Fair. After a carefree but humid childhood, Ellen attended the University of Tennessee, where he earned a college scholars degree with a specialization in creative writing and later a master's degree in English education. A member of the East Tennessee Writers Hall of Fame, Allen now lives with his family in Portland, Oregon, where he enjoys playing games, eating pizza, and perhaps not too surprisingly, reading books. Ooh, reading books. Who would have ever guessed? All right, so that's a little bit about the author. And now we're going to get into the book itself. None of that was picked up by stupid captions. What the hell? Where did my captions go? What the hell? Caption, please. All right, everything's failing me today. Hello, hello, hello. Everything falling apart. Everything's falling apart, chat. Select font, text transform, default chat load. How do they just disappear on me? How do they disappear on me? Source audio input capture. There we go. Right? There we go. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we're back. We are back. Kara keeps on trying to screen share. You in full screen. Kara, I can't play with you right now. I already told you I'm reading a book. We're reading Allies by Alan Gratz. You can sit here and you can listen though. I'll leave you on the mic, okay? All right, I'm reading to Kira. They're over there taking on No Time for a Nap. Man, they've completed all of the MR Master rank quests. Oh, I know there's a couple. There's MR6 rank that they didn't complete yet. Kira, when's the last time you read a book? Why don't you ever talk to me on mic? Are you embarrassed of your voice? You better not be. You have a fantastic voice. You're amazing, Kira. Come on, chat with me. Come on. Here, look, the mic's yours. We're waiting. We're all waiting for you, Kira. YouTube, don't worry. Kira's gonna talk. Trust me. They're just a little shy. Kara, speak up, damn it. Kira. All right. So we read this last time, chat. But let's go through everything that's over here on the book itself. Alan Gratz, New York Times bestselling author of Refugee Allies, D-Day, One Chance Tea Night, Everything to Lose. The fate of the world is in their hands. June 6, 1944, the Nazis are terrorizing Europe on their evil quest to conquer the world. The only way to stop them? The biggest, most top secret endeavor ever, with the Allied nations coming together to storm German-occupied France. Welcome to D-Day. D, a young U.S. soldier, is on a boat racing towards the French coast, and D, along with his brother in arms, is terrified. He feels the weight of World War II on his shoulders, but D is not alone. Behind enemy lines in France, a girl named Samira works as a spy, trying to sabotage the German army. Meanwhile, paratrooper James leaps from his plane to join daring midnight raid. And in the thick of battle, Henry, a medic, searches for lives to save. In a breathtaking race against time, they all must fight to complete their high stakes missions, but with betrayals and deadly risks at every turn. Can the Allies do what it takes to win? Kira, what do you think? Kira, are they going to do it? Best-selling author Alan Gratz weaves a stunning array of voices and stories into an epic action-packed tale about teamwork in the face of tyranny and how just one day can change the world. That you hear that, Kara? One day. All it takes is one day. Believe, hope, change. We can do it. Oh, Kira, your name clearly says Kyra Henderson whenever I see you pop up and message me on PS5. It always says Kira Henderson. So I mean, Rebel might be your not government name, but I know your real name. You can't. We've been doxxed. You doxed yourself the minute you added me as a friend. Alan Gratz is the New York Times best-selling author of several award-winning and acclaimed books for young readers, including Grenade, Refugee, Project 1065, Prisoner B 3087, and Code of Honor. Alan lives in North Carolina with his wife and daughter. Look for him online at alangratz.com. That's where we read that stuff from you for. From alangratz.com. D had to get to the seawall. Would he be hit with a hail of German bullets when he stepped out from behind the tank? D didn't know, and he didn't have time to figure it out. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaped out. Bullets whizzed, motors exploded. Behind D, something big blew up near the water. Medic! Medic! He heard a soldier scream. D ignored them all and ran. All right. Praise for Grenade. So Grenade's his other book, impossible to put down, intense and fast-paced. And then praise for Refugee, another of his books. Nothing short of brilliant, unflinching, and sympathetic. A stunning, poignant novel. Grade A. Entertainment Weekly. Ooh, some good praise there. All right, Rebel. So what do you think? Who's gonna win? Is it gonna be the Allies or is it gonna be the Axis? What do you think? Place your bets now, Rebel. Now I don't know too much about history, so I mean I'm just gonna go and say it's anyone's game now at this point. I'm watching Rebel do things. They're screen sharing with me right now. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so distracted. Yeah, that's a good quest. Rebel, have you seen Fulgar Anjananth over there in Monster Hunter Wilds? It's so cool. They made him a guardian. He's not a full-fledged monster. He's just like a copy of a monster. Oh my god, Rebel, you have to get on Wilds. You definitely have to get on Wilds. So good. It's so good. Out of update 1, they're going to be telling us everything that's happening in it. I mean, the Monster Hunter live stream event tomorrow. We're going to be learning about some of the new stuff that's going to be dropping. Early April. Early April. The sooner we get done with this, the sooner we can do some more Gravity Rush. I definitely want to do more Gravity Rush. For my longtime ally, Paul Harrell. Copyright 2019, Alan Gratz. 2019. I mean, I'll read all this to you if you want, chap. I don't think you want to hear. All right, we'll read it to you. Copyright 2019 by Alan Gratz. Map copyright 2019 by Jim McMahon. All rights reserved. Published by Scholastic Press, an imprint of Scholastic Incorporated. Publishers since 1920. Scholastic Press, and associated logos are trademarks and/or registered trademarks of Scholastic Inc. The publisher does not have any control over and does not assume any responsibility for author or third-party websites or their content. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without written permission from the publishers. Which is why I'm saying, like, I'm not entirely sure that I'm allowed to be reading this to you guys. Whoopsies. For information regarding permission, rights to Scholastic Inc. Attention. Permissions Department, 557 Broadway, New York 10112. So we ain't got time for that crap. You know, write a freaking letter to them. Hell no. We're not waiting 2 weeks for them to come and deliver a letter saying like, hey, you're not allowed to do that. You know, I'd rather wait for them to just do the copyright strike on YouTube, and we could just pull the video if we have to. While inspired by real events and historical characters, this is a work of fiction and does not claim to be historically accurate or portray factual events or relationships. Please keep in mind that the references to actual persons living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales may not be factually accurate, but rather fictionalized by the author. Library of Congress cataloging and publication data available. ISBN 978-1338-245721. 10 987 654 321 19 20 21 22 23. Printed in the USA 23, first edition, October 2019. Book designed by Stephanie Yang. Oh, Rebels off to the Hoarfrost Reach. Oh, look, there's the Fulgar Anjanath, but it's like the real version of it, not the construct version that we fight in Monster Hunter Wilds. Interesting. Okay. We have a map here, chat. D-Day, June 6th, 1944. Um, Maybe I can find this picture for you. There it is. That's the map. That's the one. Oh, I forgot you're listening, Rebel. Are you listening? How do you like my singing? Book. You need to fight some more as your Rathalos, Rebel. You only fought the one. You only have level 1. Come on, come on. You can do it. We believe in you. I don't know how important this map is, but it was there. So now you can share in watching it with me, chat. So here's where James lands. Monique's beach hut is over here by Omaha, where D, Sid, Bill, and Henry land. What? They ended the screen capture. No. All right. Well, bye, bye, Rebel. Bye. I'm still in their party chat, but I just muted. I just muted myself. That's all. There's Samira's Town by Villers Bocage, KN Varaville. Area of detail. German controlled Europe on June 6, 1944. Channel Islands. First U.S. Army, Second British Army. Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. The Battle of Normandy. Meow, meow, meow. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade, towards which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you, in company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on the fronts who will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Order of the Day, June 6, 1944. Operation Neptune, June 6, 1944, just before dawn on the English Channel. A haunting we will go. C. Carpenter's foot slipped off the wet ladder and his stomach lurched into his throat. He scrabbled for a handhold, but the weight of his pack and his rifle dragged him down. At that same instant, a gap opened up between the huge transport ship he was leaving and the little motorboat he was supposed to be climbing into. He dropped like a stone toward the cold black water of the English Channel. A hand shot out and caught the pack on Dee's back. Dee jolted, then swung into the side of the ship with a thump. Grab on! His friend Sid Jacobstein yelled. Jacobstein. With shaking, frozen hands, Dee fumbled until he was clinging to the side of the ladder. Legs up, Sid told him. Dee pulled his feet up in time to keep them from getting crushed as the motorboat drifted back to clang against the side of the transport ship. Damn, he almost got crushed already. This is only the second page. Dee took a deep breath and closed his eyes in relief. For crying out loud, Dee, you just about killed yourself before the Germans could do it for you, Sid said. The best part about having Rebel Kira messaging me is they don't stop. They just do not stop. Hey, welcome back. We're still reading. Sid had been right below Dee on the ladder, and now they were face to face. With his free hand, Dee grabbed Sid's shoulder. Thanks, Sid, he said, still panting. I owe you one. Are you... Was that you? Is that you, Rebel? Oh my god. Actual sounds. Hello, hello, hello. We're live. It's your turn. You have the mic. You're right on the mic. Say something. Please, please. They're still being shy, chat. They're still being really shy. It's okay. Oh, there it is. No, it's just muffled sounds. Come on. We believe in you. There it is. Rebel on the mic. You're live. All right, all we get is breathing. All we get is breathing sounds. All right, whatever. Private Carpenter, Private Jacobstein, you two knuckleheads are done fooling around. We've got a boat to load, Sergeant Taylor called from above. Dee and Sid helped each other climb onto the small boat. They took their places halfway back in a row of other soldiers wearing olive green assault jackets and green metal helmets. Though they wore the same uniform, Dee and Sid couldn't have resembled each other less. Dee was 16 and looked even younger. He had spindly arms and legs, and he worried that his baggy green army trousers made him look like a child playing soldier. Sid was just a year older, but he was 6 feet 4 inches tall and built like Hank Greenberg, the big power-hitting left fielder for the Detroit Tigers. He could have bent Dee into a pretzel if he'd wanted to. Sid had a long face, curly brown hair, tan skin, and a stubble on his jaw. Dee was blonde-haired and pale-skinned, and he couldn't grow a mustache if his life depended on it. What had first united them was their shared hatred of the New York Yankees. What? Is that you? You're on the mic. Go for it. Dee was blonde-haired and pale-skinned, and he couldn't grow a mustache if his life depended on it. What had first united them was their shared hatred of the New York Yankees. Sid was a die-hard Brooklyn Dodgers fan, while Dee rooted for his hometown baseball team, the Philadelphia Athletics. The Dodgers will be back in the World Series as soon as this war is over. You'll see. What is that? Is that an AI bot? Say it again. Repeat yourself. Guys, it's Rebel. Rebel's talking to us. I'm trying to read here, Rebel.
I am Mr. 22.
I am Mr. 22. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean, Rebel? The Dodgers will be back in the World Series as soon as the war is over. You'll see, Sid said to Dee, continuing a conversation that had begun on the troop transport ship. Of course, they had an off-season last year. Half the team enlisted to fight. Another soldier... Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Rebel, you gotta calm down. We're trying to read a book here. What kind of translating software are you using? That's not Google. I'm pretty sure. Interesting. A book is butt. You're a butt. You just say that to us on our reading channel? Are you serious, Rebel? Oh my god, you're a butt. 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 Oh my god. Being heckled. It's so funny. Oh my god. You know who I haven't announced that we're live to is Harv. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm gonna get through this book, honestly. Can't believe this. You are who? You're Goob. Say with butt. Are you serious? You're gonna get muted. You're asking to get muted, Rebel. I mean, not that like this is like suitable for work or anything like that. But come on, man, stay on topic. Say something about the wars or something. um. What in the butt? It said what in the butt. I said what in the butt. Put it in my butt. I mean, you heard that song? Have you seen this thing? What in the butt? I said what in the butt. It's kind of fun having Rebel here. Heckling. And put it in my butt. All right, I'll find that song for you, chat. But in the butt. Yeah, we'll even do the Butters version of it. Here you go, chat. You have to Rebel, you're gonna have to join YouTube chat. I said, well, what in the butt? I want to do it in my butt. In my butt. You want to do it in my butt? In my butt. You want to do it in my butt? In my butt. Do it in the butt. Okay. All right. You enjoy that, Chad. I'm gonna go back to reading. Oh my god. Freaking Butters, dude. In the butt. I said, what? In the butt. You said, what? In the butt. I said, what? In the butt. You want to do it in the butt? In my butt. You want to do it in the butt? In my butt. Yay. I said, what? In the butt. Oh my god. uh All right, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Of course, the Dodgers will be back in the World Series as soon as the war is over. You'll see, Sid said to D, continuing a conversation that began on the troop transport ship. Of course, they had an off season last year. Half the team enlisted to fight. Another soldier overheard him. Are you kidding? He said. His New York accent was even stronger than Sid's. The Yankees lost as much as many players, including Joe DiMaggio, and they won the pennant and the World Series. How Sid or any of the rest of them could think about baseball right now, could think about anything besides their impending doom, astounded D. He staggered on the metal deck as the boat rocked from side to side on the waves, and Sid steadied him to keep him from falling. They were in one of the famous Higgins boats that D had heard about, but it wasn't much to look at. It was basically a big metal bathtub with a motor at the back and a tall door at the front. But D knew that its flat bottom was what made the boat special. It allowed the boat to run right up onto the beach, drop the front door, deliver its 40 passengers, then back out, reload, and make another run. It was this Higgins boat that would deliver D and Sid and the rest of their platoon to Omaha Beach in Normandy, France. The Allied invasion of Europe was about to begin. Since the war started 5 years ago, Nazi Germany had rolled across Europe, blitzing through Poland and the Netherlands and Belgium and France. Now the map that had hung in D's high school history classroom back in Philadelphia was all wrong. Instead of a bunch of different colored countries in Europe, there was just one big red blob, Germany, covering everything. And if Germany's demented leader Adolf Hitler and his armies had their way, that big red blob would grow and grow and grow until it covered the whole world. Unless D and everyone else here put a stop to it. D couldn't see over the top of the Higgins boat high walls, but he knew how many other ships were out there on the water. He'd seen them gather last night at what the British sailors on his transport ship had dubbed Piccadilly Circus after a famous traffic intersection in London. Hundreds of ships, thousands, transport ships, destroyers, battleships as long as skyscrapers turned on their sides. Minesweepers dragging the sea for German mines, and more that D couldn't even identify. Their lights had glittered like stars in the night. There at Piccadilly Circus, where the ships had all come together, D and Sid had been up on the top deck, where they heard a Scottish soldier on the British ship belt out "The Road to the Isles" on his bagpipes. The piper got laughs and applause from all the other soldiers waiting on their transports, and more GIs on D's ship came up from below to listen. Not to be outdone, a United States battleship broadcast "God Bless America" over its loudspeakers, and D and Sid and the boys around them whooped. A free French ship played La Marseillaise, the national anthem of the country they had lost and were going back to reclaim. And D got chills. Sailors on a Canadian ship joined in with "Oh Canada," and some Australian soldiers sang "Waltzing Matilda." There were more songs too, songs in Polish and Norwegian and Dutch, so many that D couldn't hear them all at once. Um, well, you can listen to the French national anthem. Let's go with that. I don't know how that song goes, honestly. Oh, remastered. Amazing. All right, there you go, chat. What? In the butt? I said, what? In the butt. You want to do it in my butt? In my butt. You want to do it in the butt? In my butt. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Okay, I kind of know this song. I don't know the entirety of it, but I've heard, bits of it. An English ship had capped it all off by playing a recording of "A Hunting We Will Go" and had gotten the biggest cheer of them all. "The hunting we will go, a hunting we will go, high on an area, a hunting we will go." But nobody was cheering now, and no one was singing. Sid wasn't even talking baseball anymore. They had all grown quiet as the remainder of their platoon climbed down from the transport ship into the Higgins boat. It was still dark out and they couldn't see France, couldn't tell how far away they were from shore, but suddenly they were hit with the cold, hard reality that it was finally about to happen. After months of training, months of planning, months of waiting, Dee and Sid and everyone else, more than 150,000 soldiers, were about to be delivered right into the jaws of death. Today was D-Day, the most important day of the Second World War. Maybe the most important day in all of human history. Dee got goosebumps just thinking about it. Everything was riding on this day. If they screwed it up, the whole world would never be the same. The weight of the moment pushed down on Dee and the others. Rebel's over here saying things, but I got music in my ear and I'm yapping, so I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, Rebel. You're just over here. You're part of the ride. I'm sorry. I don't have, unless I have you like right here up at the microphone. They can't hear you. Stop. Okay. See, they heard that kind of. Stop it. Cut it out. Godzilla, did you see Godzilla and Digimon, the crossover, the V Pets? Are you gonna buy them? Kira, Rebel, are you gonna buy them? Are you on premium Bandai right now? Are you gonna wait? So I mean, you would have to go through, if you're not in Japan, through some other proxy site. So I'm gonna go through Zen and TCG. Are you on Zen and TCG website right now? Are you ordering? Are you pre-ordering? Which one are you getting? Are you getting the Metal Greymon or are you getting the Mugendramon version? Which one? Please tell us. Let us know. Rebel, 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 Rebel. Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. Please, please, please. All right, they were just yanking my. What? Say it again. One more time. All right, they're just screwing around with me. Anyway. The weight of the moment pushed down on Dee and the others. The dull, heavy sound of the small boat clanging against the side of the transport ship sounded like a church bell tolling their deaths. Word is, anywhere from a quarter of us to half of us are going to die before we ever get off the beach, Sid said. Dee's stomach tightened. They'd all heard those same odds. They all knew that when they landed on the beach, the German army would be waiting for them with machine guns and mortars and mines. Dee glanced around. Even the veterans among them, the guys in their 20s who had fought in Algeria and Italy and other places, even they were silent, sinking into whatever lonely thoughts a man thinks in the hours before he might die. A soldier behind Sid gave him a shove. Not such a big man now, are ya, Yid? He sneered. Dee felt Sid tense up beside him. Yid was a slur for a Jewish person, and Sid was the only Jewish guy in their platoon. The fact that his first name rhymed with Yid had made it his nickname since boot camp. You'd think he'd be happy, another soldier said. Always talking about killing Krauts. Krauts, along with Jerry's, was a word a lot of them used for the Germans. But Sid, the Yid's just as scared as the rest of us. Ever since he'd arrived at boot camp, if Sid wasn't talking about the Dodgers, he was talking about killing Germans. Lots of soldiers were here basically because they'd been drafted. The guys who'd volunteered, they usually did it for things like patriotism or glory or to have a steady job. But Dee knew that for Sid, the war in Germany was personal. For years now, the Nazis had been rounding up the Jews of Europe and taking everything they owned and making them into slaves. Sid was out for revenge. Dee turned to face the soldiers who were ragging on Sid. Leave him alone, Dee said. One of the soldiers laughed. The Yid can't even fight his own fights. Dee saw Sid's fists clench. Sid was half a head taller than either of the other soldiers and had 50 pounds on each of them. But he didn't take a swing. Sid and Dee both knew what happened when a Jewish guy punched somebody for insulting him. They'd seen it happen again and again in basic training. It was a Jew who got in trouble, not the other guy. I'm saving it for the Krauts, fathead, Sid said. I'm going to kill the first German I see, then every single Kraut I meet from Normandy to Berlin. The two soldiers shook their heads and looked away. Sid nodded his thanks to Dee for sticking up for him, but it didn't make Dee feel better. In fact, it made him feel worse. Sid was Dee's best friend in the army, his only friend. They knew almost everything there was to know about each other, except the one big giant thing that Dee had hidden from Sid and the rest of the men in his platoon. Everyone called him Dee because that was the first letter of the name on his dog tags, D. Carpenter, short for Douglas Carpenter. But what Sid and the others didn't know, could never know, was that Douglas Carpenter wasn't Dee's real name at all. His real name was Dietrich Zimmerman, and he was German. Oh my god. And he's over there and he's going to defeat his German brethren. Oh my god. What a twist. That's the first chapter, chat. That's just the first chapter. What do you think? What do you think, Rebel? Are you locked in? What are you thinking about the story so far? Please tell us. Let us know. All right. Anyway, Rebels not feeling very chatty right now. Night and fog. The last of the soldiers climbed down into the Higgins boat and the motor revved. All right, you grunts, Sergeant Taylor shouted from the front over the noise of the motor. Here we go. Dee closed his eyes as the small boat moved away from the transport ship, and he remembered the day that his journey to this moment began. It was the summer of 1943. The Philadelphia Athletics were 26 games behind the Yankees. The Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor less than 2 years ago. Germany had declared war soon after, and the United States was in full on battle mode. The Philadelphia Navy Yard was building battleships. Groucho Marx was on the radio telling everyone to buy war bonds, and Dietrich Zimmerman was about to become Douglas Carpenter. He sat in a creaky wooden chair in the office of a U.S. Army recruiter in Philadelphia, wringing his hands in his lap. He wanted to throw up. It was over 90 degrees outside, and a rattling electric fan blew the hot air around the room. Sweat ran down Dee's back and collected around at his waistline. A poster on the wall with a picture of the Uncle Sam rolling up his sleeves for a fight read, "Defend your country. Enlist now in the United States Army." Dee wanted to do just that, but he was afraid that he was going. You're gonna slay near Gigante. Okay, but we can't help with that right now. Sorry. Dee wanted to do just that, but he was afraid he was going to be busted. Yes, he'd been born in Germany, but that wasn't what he was trying to hide. It was right there on his birth certificate. He wasn't even an enemy alien, but there were plenty of foreign nationals fighting for the United States in the army. The real problem was Dee was just 16. You could enlist in the United States Army on your own at 18, and with your parents' permission at 17. To enlist at 16, you had to fudge your birth certificate and find a recruiter willing to look the other way. Otherwise, you could end up in jail for lying on your enlistment papers. But the U.S. Army needed every able body they could get, and Dee knew two other boys from his class who'd been able to join up. He'd hoped the same would hold true for him. The recruitment officer was a short man with wide shoulders and a flat face. The nameplate on his desk said he was Captain Graham. Dee swallowed and sat up tall, trying to look bigger. Captain Graham studied Dee for a moment, then reached for his stamp. Thump, thump. Dee was officially 1A, available and fit for military service. Dee let out a breath. He was in the army. Your parents' status as political refugees means you'll most likely be on a watch list in Germany, the captain said. I'll put you in the Pacific fighting Japan so you're not in danger of getting caught. No, Dee said louder and more forcefully than he'd meant to. He tried to calm down. No, sir. I'd like to go back to Germany, sir. I want to beat Hitler. Captain Graham nodded. I get it, kid. I can send you there, get you on in a division likely to see action in France when it comes. But maybe you don't want to go back as Dietrich Zimmerman. Dee didn't understand. We get lots of recruits the Germans don't like, said Captain Graham. Poles, Czechs, Slavs, Austrians, French, Italians. Most of them are Jews, but a few of them are political enemies of Germany, like your family. In some cases, we change their names on the paperwork and their dog tags so the Germans won't know who they are if they're caught. So Dietrich becomes, say, Douglas, and your last name, Zimmerman, becomes Carpenter, Dee said. That's what Zimmerman means in German, carpenter, which was how Douglas Carpenter was born. The U.S. government knew Dee's real name and where he was born, but no one else did. Not even his commanding officer, and especially not Sid. On the Higgins boat, Dee heard a soldier behind him throw up, and he was dragged revoltingly back to the here and now. Another soldier in front of Dee vomited into the inch of seawater that had already gathered at the bottom of the Higgins boat. The boat was rocking back and forth on the waves, and Dee could feel himself turning green with sickness too. He instantly regretted the corned beef he'd eaten for breakfast. Sid gave him a reassuring smile, and Dee fought down the bile in his throat. High up in the sky, Dee heard the drone of airplanes, dozens of them. He looked up, but he couldn't see anything for the clouds. Bombers? Dee asked Sid. Sid shook his head. Paratroopers. One of the vets in their row nodded. Our part, Operation Neptune, storming the beach at Normandy, he shouted. That's just one piece of the whole big Operation Overlord. There's lots of other stuff going on right now, this very second. Other operations and missions. Gliders delivering guns and soldiers. Paratroopers capturing bridges and roads. French resistance fighters taking out communications so the Nazis can't call for reinforcements after we land. Any one of those operations fail, and it won't matter which of us lives and which of us dies on those beaches. Dee swallowed hard. They weren't landing on the beach just yet, he reminded himself. They were still waiting for the hundreds of other Higgins boats to be loaded. Then they would all go in together at dawn. Overhead, clouds engulfed the full moon, and the thick fog rolled in. Night and fog. With a shiver, Dee remembered something else. An older memory from when he was a little boy in Germany. On a night just like this, when Dee was 5 years old, his uncle Otto had disappeared from his home and was never seen or heard from again. Otto had been a labor leader, helping factory workers come together as unions to demand better working conditions and better pay. But the Nazis didn't like unions and liked union leaders even less. So the Nazis had come for Uncle Otto in the night and taken him. Nothing in his home had been touched or broken, and no authority claimed to know where he was. There was no one to complain to, no one to petition. To this day, Dee and his parents had no idea where Uncle Otto might be. If he was in prison or a concentration camp, alive or dead. It was as though Uncle Otto had simply ceased to exist. The Nazis could do that, erase you from existence. The Germans had an expression for people disappearing at night into the fog of the Nazi political machine, Nacht und Nebel, night and fog, which is funny because they go and nowadays they Hitler was a socialist, he was a freaking dictator fascist. You can say whatever you want about the things that he claimed to champion, like, oh yeah, they were out there trying to spread socialism. He wanted all the power for himself. Socialism means that you're distributing the power. The power does not get centralized. It's about a social endeavor. Everyone has their part in these things. And oh my god, just the way that definitions and words are just not properly understood. That's what it is. Lack of understanding. Like all these socialist things that no, the oligarchs, money rules supreme everywhere in every nation. It's not socialism because true socialism is not attainable when certain people are in control of everything. There are a lot of good social programs that we subscribe to that like help people out every day. I think that the good blending is yeah, a little bit of everything. Like capitalism isn't completely and amazingly great, but I mean it has like certain things that work for it, and that could probably work in tandem with like other things from other types of ways of being and existing social systems and things like that. But unfiltered capitalism towards its end doesn't reach anything good because we don't have unlimited resources. That isn't a thing that exists in nature. Honestly, unlimited resources. Like at some point we run out, and so at some point somebody stops making profit. It's just the end game is never taken into consideration ever. But yes, so they were over there. Nazis are a bunch of socialists. No, they pretended that they were socialists so that they get people to follow behind them, and then they went and they did their real agenda, which is fascism, complete and total control of the entire country. Disgusting, power hungry people. That's what it is. And that's one example. They went and they got all the union leaders and they disappeared them into the night. People working for the common people's interests, which was what it was all about, right? Like in the very beginning, he was over there, like, oh yeah, and then they took all the fear of like all the Jewish people, and they turned it into something that they could rally behind, lock them up, exterminate, kill them. Ridiculous, ridiculous. I mean, who's to say that they're uneducated, but ill-informed people, basically allowing these things to just happen. What a sad world, and we it doesn't seem like we're too far away from that. you know. Education and exposure is very important. Yeah. You have to see other people living their ways of life, and you need to be able to understand like why. All right, what do you think, Rebel? Your turn. We're waiting for your comment. Hello, Rebel. Rebel. Something about butts. What in the butt? No. Okay. Nothing from Rebel for now. Uncle Otto's disappearance was the final straw for Dee's parents. They had already been horrified by the Nazis' growing power in their country, stunned by how many people voted for the Nazis and showed up at their rallies. Nazi flags had appeared at every office, building, and shop and home, until it became dangerous not to have one, until dissent became unpatriotic, until it became criminal to not stand and salute the Fuhrer. And the worst part was that Germany hadn't suddenly become racist and evil. That rot had been there under the surface the whole time. Hitler's hate-filled speeches had allowed the seeds of German bigotry to grow like weeds until they choked out anything else that might have flowered there. Dia and his family had just been living in their own little bubble and hadn't noticed it. Yep. You don't notice it until it comes for you, and then you either get on board or you get disappeared too. But they saw it clearly when Uncle Otto disappeared into the night and fog. They left Germany while they still could before the war started. They came to America as refugees, and Dee's new life in Philadelphia began at age 5. The Higgins boat was slapped by a giant wave, and the cold water made Dee gasp. Seawater was pouring in over the side of the boat. Too much water. Sergeant Taylor barked orders for everyone to bail. Dee looked around for a bucket, but there weren't any nearby. Beside him, Sid pulled off his helmet, gave Dee a grin and a shrug, and scooped his helmet into the vomit-filled water at their feet. Dee did the same, tossing a helmet full of six stew over the side. With a helmet full of six stew over the side. Would Sid care that Dee's parents had disagreed with Hitler? Would Sid care that they had run away to America so Dee wouldn't be scooped up by Hitler Youth and brainwashed to hate everyone who wasn't a pure German? That see exactly. They were brainwashed. They took these kids young and they taught them these horrible, hateful, disgusting things. To hate everyone who wasn't a pure German. That Dee hadn't been in America for almost his whole life, so long that he had lost any trace of his German accent. Or would Sid blame Dee and his parents for what had happened in Germany? It was true that Dee's family hadn't been the ones persecuting Jews and other minorities, but Dee and his parents hadn't done anything to try to stop the Nazis either. They hadn't spoken up when they could, and when it was too late to speak up, they had run away. Somewhere beyond the fog, the sun broke the horizon. Dee felt the rumble of the boat's motor in the pit of his stomach and realized they were heading towards the shore. They were going to land. They were going in to land on Omaha Beach at last. D-Day. Here it comes, y'all. Here we are. Landing on the beach at Normandy. Rebel, are you still listening to me? I hope you're listening to me. I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're sitting there. You're there. You got like a good boy. Pat, 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 pat. Give you pats on the head. And I hope you're listening and you're enjoying the book. I hope you have your snack. I hope you're nice and cozy and comfy. And yeah, yeah. Please, please. I hope you're enjoying. Rebel. Nice, like a little audience, my little PS5 audience over here. So funny. You're so funny, Rebel. D-Day. Ba-boom! D flinched and ducked. One of the big American destroyers behind his Higgins boat fired all its guns at once, shelling the German defenses on the shore. The huge shells fell like a freight train roaring past. Battleships up and down the line fired again and again, their muzzles flashing bright orange in the darkness. The Higgins boat plowed ahead through the waves, and even though it was summer, D was cold. The sea spray and the water at the bottom of the boat froze him to the bone. He hugged himself and crouched low, staring at the green metal helmets of the soldiers in front of him. Nobody spoke. You couldn't. You'd have to yell to be heard over the motor and the ocean and the battleships and the planes droning by overhead. Most everybody was lost in their own thoughts anyway. Dee thought of his parents. His mother, a thin woman with long blonde hair who worked as an illustrator for a pattern design company. His father, a short, balding man who managed a food warehouse. His parents had left behind everything they knew and everyone they loved to get Dee out of Nazi Germany. They learned a new language and started new lives and made a new home for their son. Would he ever see them again? Dee felt a tear run down his cheek. He pretended to wipe away the sea spray as he dragged his sleeve across his face. Hey, Sid said to Dee, yelling right into his ear to be heard. It's D-Day, get it? D-Day. This is your day, D. This means you gotta make it through, okay? Which was the joke. Yeah, I mean, the title of this chapter was D-Day. Say that again. What's going on, Rebel? We're waiting. We're waiting. Hold on. Is that you laughing? I think that was a laugh, right? I think I heard a laugh. Despite this sick feeling in his stomach, D smiled. I'm dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. I'm the one yelling at a controller, Rebel. So I mean, obviously I'm dumb, but you're just as dumb. Damn it! Oh my god. Oh my god. That took a turn. They couldn't even they even worse rebel is, unless like I said, you're right here at the microphone, they can't hear anything that you say. So it's just like I'm over here yelling at myself like a dumb idiot, like a like a senile old dumb idiot. Despite the sick feeling in his stomach, D smiled. Every time the U.S. Army started a mission, the first day was called D-Day. That's what the D stood for. It meant day or starting day. There had been plenty of other D-Days before, but this was the big one, and all the soldiers knew it. The D-Day. And D liked the idea of this one being D-Day, his day. It kind of was, after all. It was D's day for atonement, the day he came back to Europe to undo what his family had allowed to happen 11 years ago. Today was the culmination of events that had been set in motion that night Uncle Otto had disappeared. He heard a scream like a squeal over of a radio overhead, and he looked up. A cloud of rockets shot past, fire and smoke drawing orange and gray streaks across the sky. The rockets went on and on and on, hundreds of them, thousands. D and his platoon mates looked around each other in wonder. This was something new. Boom, 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 boom. D heard the rockets explode up ahead, beyond the 7-foot tall ramp at the front of their boat. Sid smiled at D as if to say, what could be left for us to fight after that? But the grim expressions on the faces of those but the grim expressions on the faces of the veterans around them dulled D's optimism. At the front of the boat, Sergeant Taylor turned to yell at them. All right, you louds, this is it, he shouted. This isn't just an invasion of France, it's a toehold in Europe. The first step in pushing the Jerrys all the way back to Berlin. We're the foot in the door, the wrench in the works, the kick in Hitler's nuts. And he sat up straighter, listening closely. I don't have to tell you how big this is, the sergeant continued. You've seen it. All the years of planning by the muckety mucks in Washington and London, all the ships, planes, and tanks, all the pilots and spies and paratroopers and artillerymen and sailors and medics who did their part so we could be where we are right here, right now, standing in a puddle of our own sick, with Normandy and all of Europe right behind this ramp. Everything's come together for this one moment, and now it's all down to us. So don't screw it up. Great pep talk, Sergeant, D thought as the Higgins boat shuddered and bumped, the engine slowed. C put his helmet to D's helmet and bellowed in his big, deep voice, don't worry, buddy. We're going to get through this together. Then the boat hit the beach, and the ramp fell down on history. And it begins, chat. It begins. Rebel, it's starting. The freaking battle. I mean, the battle's been going on, Rebel, but boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Operation Neptune. Let's go. Hup, 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 hup. Oh, wait. This is Operation Tortoise. They said Neptune, though, in the last chapter. I don't... Misleading. What would you call it, Rebel? Tortoise or Neptune? I think Neptune's probably a bit more dramatic. The gods of the sea, ancient gods of the sea, right? One Piece, the Neptune, it's the ancient weapon, and it has the power to destroy entire civilizations. I don't know what I'm yapping about. Sorry, little Salomon needed some attention. JapanSpitz is back. Welcome to chat, Japan. Operation Neptune was probably like an exercise mission. But it says Operation Neptune in the beginning, Japan. Look. Operation Neptune. See, look, that's the first freaking Operation Neptune. And then we're on Operation Tortoise, which means maybe this is so Operation Neptune is questions. What questions? What questions do you have, Rebel? Okay, so Rebel only answers when I don't want them answering. when I need you to answer when you're at the mic, Rebel. Like right now, when you're at the mic. Come on, now's your chance. Now you have the floor. Come on, speak. Nope, no such luck. All right, well, let's look it up. Let's actually find out the historical context behind these things, because Japan's speculating, but I'll give you a true answer. Okay. During World War II, Operation Tortoise refers to the Allied plan codenamed Tortue in French to hinder German reinforcements from reaching Normandy after the D-Day landings, Operation Overlord, by disrupting their road travel using the French resistance forces. So Tortoise was to prevent them from bringing more troops in to fight on Normandy Beach. Neptune was a code name for the seaborne landings and naval aspect of the Allied invasion of Normandy, also known as D-Day, on June 6, 1944, a key part of the larger Operation Overlord. So they're both part of Operation Overlord, Japan. But yeah, Neptune is them coming in from the sea, and Tortoise is them preventing further resupplies and troops coming in to help them out on the ground. So we're dealing with, this is telling me that we're dealing with a different character here. Operation Tortoise, June 6, 1944, 6 hours before the beach invasion near Villers-Bocage, France. Okay, yeah. What in the butt? I said what in the butt? Wanna do it in my butt? In my butt? Do it in my butt? In my butt? Okay, yeah. So this is definitely a different character. It's Operation Tortoise, and then they give us more chapters. Sabotage, Syrian. Charge Blade. I'm definitely more of a great sword user. Um, Rebel. I prefer great sword, and secondary would be hammer. But definitely, I've put in all my time on great sword. That's for sure, Rebel. What is your main weapon in Monster Hunter? Chat, let us know. Let us know right now. Japan, I think Japan's a ranged user. I think Japan's gonna go gunner. See, yeah, Rebel's a charge blade main. Okay, that's fine. What's your secondary, Rebel? What do you go to if you don't want to play charge blade? Are you a lance? Are you a gun lancer? I heard that gun lancing got way better like over the last couple of games. The dice are on the carpet. A door slammed in the sleepy French village, making 11-year-old Samira Zidane jump. She gripped her mother's hand tighter. Wait, what? One more time, Rebel. What'd you say? What in the butt? No, no, what? I don't. So Rebels over there saying no about things. I don't know what. GJN. What? What do you mean? Who's that? Who's what? What? Oh my god. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. Satyen reads with our guest, Kira Henderson, aka Rebel, live on the PS5 controller. so so scuffed. So scuffed. I love it. I freaking love it. Oh, Rebel, thank you for joining me. It's a pleasure to have you. Samira's mother, Kenza, is the Don. Oh wait, no. Like we skipped this part here. Her mother squeezed back. I'm scared too, the squeeze told her, but we'll get through this together. Samira's mother, Kenza Zidane, wore a tan raincoat and blue kerchief, doing her best to hide her beauty, and her black hair and light brown skin. Samira and her mother were French Algerian, and the Nazis weren't tolerant of anyone who didn't match their white skin and blonde haired Aryan ideal. Samira wished she'd brought a kerchief to hide her hair and face too, but she got dressed too quickly and wore just a simple green dress and a brown sweater. Samira searched for the full moon in the sky, but clouds covered it, making the road beyond the village dark and full of shadows. It wasn't quiet though. Night was never quiet in this part of northern France, not since the German occupation began. Night after night, American and English planes droned overhead, dropping bombs on Normandy's bigger cities. Samira had heard that Caen, Vire, Lisieux, and more were more rubble than buildings now. The Germans, refusing to take the beating without a fight, battled anti-aircraft guns at the bombers, drawing brilliant white lines across the sky like fireworks. Samira and her mother needed the noise and the darkness. It was well after curfew when no one was allowed to be on the streets but the soldiers. If you were caught out after curfew, you were automatically arrested and thrown into jail. If you were lucky, Samira had seen the Germans shoot people as spies just for being out late. And that's what Samira's mother was, a spy for the French resistance. Samira herself wasn't a spy, but she was a convenient prop. If caught, they had practiced the story that Samira was sick and Kenza was taking her to the doctor. That was why they were out so late at night and couldn't wait until morning. The Nazis were unlikely to be sympathetic, but at least it was a realistic excuse for why they were out when they shouldn't be. And a woman and an 11-year-old girl in tow and a woman with an 11-year-old girl in tow was far less likely to be accused of being a spy. Samira's mother pulled her along by the hand, her eyes scanning every inch of the road and the fields. They had been out after curfew before, and it was always dangerous, but if ever there was a night to take the risk, this was it. That evening, during the nightly BBC radio broadcast from England, Samira and her mother had heard the words all of France had been waiting to hear. Les dés sont sur le tapis. Il faut sur à Suez. Asus? How do I need to pronounce that properly? I'm sorry, but I mean, like, I can like blow through like names of like towns and cities, no problem. But I prefer to say this properly. The dice are on the carpet. It's hot in Suez. Les dés, les dés sont sur le tapis. Les dés sont sur le tapis. Il fait, il fait choisir. Il fait choisir. Les dés sont sur le tapis. Les dés sont sur le tapis. Kaz, Charge Blade. Il fait choisir. Choisir. Les dés sont sur le tapis. Il fait choisir. Okay, that's good as you're gonna get it for now. I would take a lot more practicing for me. The dice are on the carpet. It's hot in Suez. They were code words. Il fait choisir. Il fait choisir. That's it's hot in Suez. That's your favorite. No, nice one. That's that's Rebel's favorite code words. Chat. Charge Blade's your favorite. Okay, gotcha. Well, what do you think about the code words? Le des sont sur le tapis. Il fait choisir. The dice are on the carpet. It's hot in Suez. They were code words. They were meaningless to the Germans, but they meant everything to the French resistance. The scattered groups of citizens who had taken up arms and were hiding out in the forests and mountains and villages, fighting a guerrilla war against the Nazi occupation. The code words meant that the Allied forces were invading France at last. And it was the job of Samira and her mother to take that message to the resistance fighters south of their little town of Vierzbocag. As they hurried towards the wood where their contacts in the resistance were hiding, Samira remembered another desperate night journey with her mother. Their escape from Paris 4 years ago. Millions of Parisians had left the city in the days before the Nazis rolled in, but Samira's family had stayed. Her parents were students from Algeria at the University of Paris, and they had nowhere else to go. Samira had watched in horror as the Nazi soldiers goose stepped their way down the Champs Elysees, Paris's famous avenue of shops, theaters, and cafes. The Nazis had hung their swastika flags from the Arc de Triomphe and filled the Parisian cafes like they were on holiday. Samira's parents were in favor of Algerian independence from France, but with the Nazis in control, they knew that the dream would never come true. So in 1940, Samira's father had taken part in a student protest against the German occupation, but the Nazis did not take kindly to protests. And what? In the butt. In the massacre that followed, German soldiers killed Samira's father. Samira had been just 7 years old. Fearing for their lives, Samira's mother had fled with her from Paris into the countryside, aided by a fledgling resistance group made up of former students turned rebels. Rebel, it's you! Here, among the farms and hedgerows of Normandy, using false papers to hide their identities, Samira and her mother had survived. They had worked as messengers for the resistance ever since. Samira and her mother were almost in the woods when they heard shouting and crying from up the road. Samira's heartbeat quickened. Trouble? Here in the countryside, this late at night? Samira and her mother ducked into the cover of blueberry bushes beside the road. They crept along until they saw a group of farmhouses where the French families were being dragged from their homes and loaded into trucks at gunpoint by the soldiers. Nazi soldiers. Samira watched the raid from the shadows, her pulse pounding in her ears. When will you learn? A Nazi officer said to the French farmers in a heavily accented French. For every one of us you kill, 100 of you will die. This must be retaliation for killing the Major Vogel, Samira's mother whispered. The Nazi officer had been murdered by the French resistance less than a day ago. I've told them not to do that. They'll only send another Nazi bigwig, and we always pay heavily for it. But we did nothing, cried one of the old men being dragged from his home. None of us were responsible. Samira knew it didn't matter. This was the standard operating procedure for the Nazis. If one of their men was assassinated, they took their revenge by rounding up 100 of the local French citizens and executing them publicly. Her heart went out to the French farmers. None of this was their fault, but they were the ones being punished. A flash of movement behind one of the farmhouses caught Samira's attention. Look, she whispered to her mother, pointing. A woman was lifting her young children out of the ground floor window to escape from the Nazis. We have to help her, Samira's mother said. She was already standing to go to the woman's aid. But what about the radio message? Samira asked. What if we're caught? We're in the resistance, Samira, her mother told her. We resist. In the doghouse. Wow, how brave. Looking pretty terrible, but they're going to go and they're going to do their best to assist these people in the doghouse. As Samira and her mother ran to help the woman and her children, a little white dog on a rope in the backyard started to bark excitedly. Samira, her mother whispered, see what you can do to get that dog quiet. Samira ran for the dog. It leaped up on her happily, tail wagging, and licked her face. Yes, yes, hello, dog, Samira said. We need to be quiet now so the Nazis don't catch us. It was too late, and German soldiers came around the side of the house with rifles in hand, and they caught the French woman and Samira's mother as they were taking the last of the 4 children out of the window. Samira's breath caught her in her throat, and her heart stopped. Maman, she thought. No! The soldiers yelled orders in German. A lot of these pages are kind of stuck together. It's the way that the pages themselves are. It's kind of thick. French mother. The soldiers yelled orders in German while the French mother begged for her children's lives. Kenza Zidane gave her daughter a look laced with fear, and Samira clapped her hand around the little dog's snout and backed into its doghouse, where she was swallowed in shadow. Samira watched, tears streaming down her face, as one of the soldiers yanked off her mother's beautiful blue kerchief and tossed it on the ground before dragging her away with the French family. Don't come after me, Samira, her mother called out in Arabic, knowing the German guards wouldn't understand. Get somewhere safe and stay there. I will see you again in heaven, love of my heart. Damn, that's sad. It's so sad. Damn. Get somewhere safe and stay there. I will see you again in heaven, love of my heart. Samira hiccuped a sob and put a hand over her own mouth so she wouldn't cry out. Tears streamed down her face. Maman! The little dog in Samira's arms started growling, and there was nothing she could do to quiet him. One of the soldiers turned at the sound and started walking towards the doghouse. Samira shook with fright. If the Nazi caught her, she would be reunited with her mother. Yes, she longed for that. But they would be reunited only until both of them were shot later the morning. Free Samira, free Samira couldn't help. Could free Samira could help. Oh, free Samira could find help. Tried to save her mother in time. The soldier came closer. The little dog fought to break free of Samira's arms. The Nazi was almost on top of her now. He was bending down. Inside, Samira screamed, "What do I do?" Man, the little bit of hope, that maybe possibly we can find somebody to help like set all these people free. Damn, that's so sad. That's so sad. Unleashed, Samira let go of the dog and out he bounded, barking his little head off and charging the soldier like a bull. The soldier was so surprised he cried out and stumbled back, falling down on his bottom in the dirt. A few paces away, another Nazi soldier laughed. The little dog barked and snarled as he jumped around the fallen soldier. The German got tangled up in the dog's rope. That only made the other soldier laugh harder, which the fallen soldier didn't seem to appreciate. He's gonna kick the dog, isn't he? Samira held deathly still as the fallen Nazi kicked at the little dog and stood. Yep. He said something harsh to the other soldier as he untangled himself. Then he backed away out of the range of the little dog's rope and aimed his rifle at the dog. Yep, damn. Oh my god. No! Samira almost said it out loud, and she had to catch herself before leaping out to protect the dog. She didn't want to get caught, but she didn't want the dog to die either. The other soldier said something serious through his trailing laughter. Maybe he was trying to tell the humiliated soldier not to shoot the dog, but the little dog kept barking and the soldier kept his gun aimed right in its face. Mira couldn't take it. She couldn't let the soldier shoot the dog, even if it meant being captured herself. She crawled forward on her hands and knees. Her head had just emerged from the doghouse when honk honk, the German truck honking in the road made both the soldiers turn and look. The truck must have been leaving because both soldiers suddenly ran, not wanting to miss their ride back to Bayeux. Samira ducked inside the doghouse and waited until the sound of the truck was long gone before she came out again. The little dog met her at the entrance and licked her face. Samira wiped her eyes dry. You almost got us both into a lot of trouble, she told the little dog. His tail wagged again, and the threat of the soldiers in his yard already a distant memory. Here, no sense leaving you tied up now that your family is gone, Samira said. She untied the rope around the dog's collar, but he hardly seemed to notice. He was happy to sniff around her feet. Mira went to where her mother's kerchief lay on the ground and picked it up. It was the only thing she had left of her now. Samira wrapped the kerchief around her head, tying it at the bottom, and wiped tears from her eyes again. Enough crying. Her mother had told her to get somewhere safe and stay there. There were a dozen places Samira knew she could go and find refuge for at least the night. But she wasn't going to do what her mother told her. She was going to do the exact opposite. Samira had already lost her father to the Nazis, and she wasn't going to lose her mother too. Samira was going to free her mother, and the only way to do that was to find the Maquis. So she's gonna lead a rescue mission. The best actress in her class. The Maquis would help Samira free her mother. They had to. The Maquis was what everyone called the resistance fighters. That's who Samira and her mother had been going to warn about the coming invasion in the first place. The word Maquis meant a bush or thicket in French, since it was where the fighters often operated from. It had come to be their name too. Taking on the German army head to head was suicide, so the Maquis used guerrilla tactics, attacking tanks just long enough to blow up their treads and then running away, sabotaging phone lines, blowing up weapon depots, and assassinating German officers, like the one for which the Nazis had been rounding people up in revenge. It was the Maquis' fault Samira's mother and the other families had been taken prisoner. That's why they had to help. The little white dog from the house still jogged along with Samira, half following, half leading her, and always tripping her up if she wasn't watching carefully. Go, scat, she whispered at the dog. I need to hurry. Samira didn't have a watch, but she knew it must have been close to the time that she and her mother were supposed to meet up with the Maquis in the woods. Any later than that, and the resistance fighters would be gone. They were always on the move, so the Germans couldn't find them. They would be at the rendezvous point for 15 minutes, no more. The dog made Samira trip again, and she huffed in frustration. She picked up a stick from the side of the road. Go on, get, she said. She threw the stick into the trees as far as she could, and the little dog tore off after it. Samira had only made it a few steps before the dog came bounding back with the stick, happier than before. It was going to be harder to get rid of this dog than Samira thought. All right, you can come along, she told the dog quietly. I suppose both of us need to get our families back. Samira adjusted her mother's kerchief around her head, sticking to the hedgerows just off the road. Sticking to the hedgerows just off the road in case a German car happened past. There was a time back in Paris, Samira remembered, when she had always covered her hair with a headscarf. Algeria was a colony of France, but they wanted to be their own country. That's why Samira's parents had come to France in the first place, to learn all they could about medicine and law and then return to their homeland and work for independence. Samira believed in the cause too, and to show her own nationalistic and religious pride, she had worn a headscarf to her all girls school in Paris. But some of the other girls, French girls, hadn't liked her independent streak, and one day their taunting had turned into a full on fight. Samira was called to the headmistress's office where she expected to learn the other girls were going to be punished. Instead, she found herself in trouble while the French girls got only a slap on the wrist. But I didn't start it. They did, Samira had protested. You brought it on yourself wearing that headscarf, the headmistress said. From now on, headscarves will no longer be permitted here at Marie Curie. Do you understand? But there's no law against it, Samira said. There is now. I am the law at the school, and I forbid it, the headmistress said. And if I may say so, this is precisely why you and your kind continue to be held back. Damn! Because you attempt to maintain your own identity rather than integrate into French society. Samira's fists clenched in her lap, and she shook with anger and frustration. Everyone in France said this, but how were Algerians supposed to be French when French landlords wouldn't let them live in their buildings, when French shopkeepers wouldn't hire them, when French policemen harassed them in the streets? Algerians weren't Algerian because there was no Algeria. They weren't French citizens either. They were caught in a no man's land, neither one or the other. It was no different for Samira here at school. How can I integrate when the school won't let me, she asked. Won't let you? Nonsense, said the headmistress. Every opportunity open to other girls at Marie Curie is open to you. But is that really true? Samira asked. Years of pent up frustration were finally bubbling over, and she picked the latest indignity she had suffered. I am the best actress in my class by far, and yet I have never been once been cast into the school play. Why? Because I'm Algerian? Of course not, the headmistress said. There are just no parts for a girl who is brown. Samira finished for her. The headmistress's face seemed to grow darker before Samira's eyes. Cannot help it if all of the other great works of theater in the last 2 millennia have been written by Europeans, the headmistress said coldly. There are girls playing the parts of boys, Samira pointed out, but a brown girl can't play a character whose skin color isn't even mentioned. The headmistress lowered her eyelids at her. Perhaps, Mrs. Adan, you didn't get a role in the play because you are not quite the actress you think you are. Samira broke down in tears, blubbering about her insecurities and failings. The headmistress's tone quickly shifted to one of sympathy and regret, and she hurried around her desk to comfort Samira. I'm so sorry, my dear, the headmistress said. Perhaps I could speak to Miss Dumont, find a small role for you somewhere. Samira stopped crying as suddenly as she had begun, her face snapping back to normal. She had only been acting upset. No, thank you, headmistress, she said, raising calmly to leave. I think I will wait for a part that matches the level of my talent. The little dog growled, bringing Samira back to the present and the dark, cool Normandy night. Her furry friend had sensed them before Samira had seen them. Two Nazi soldiers guarding the bridge up ahead. Gotta get past these guys. Gotta get past them. A couple of short chapters. Well, these are all pretty short, honestly. Pages long. Little lost dog. Samira picked up the dog, backed into the hedgerow on the edge of the cherry orchard. German soldiers? Here on the bridge. It was a short bridge, but it was the only way to cross the swift, deep river. Samira's mind spun. She had to meet with the Maquis tonight. She had to get them to free her mother and the others from the German prison before they were killed. There wasn't time to walk along the river, looking for another bridge, but she couldn't just walk past the guards either. Samira spied an abandoned cherry basket at the base of a tree, and an idea came to her. I'm going to need your help, she told the dog, but you're not going to like the first part. Samira hurriedly stashed the dog beneath the basket and found a medium sized rock to put on top of it. The dog leaped around underneath the basket, almost knocking the rock off, but it held. I won't be for long, I promise, Samira whispered. She picked up a stick and hurried down the road toward the bridge. Samira burst into tears, an old trick she was good at by now. A few seconds before, the first of the two soldiers saw her and raised his rifle. Halt! Who goes there? He said to her in impassable French. And then, when he saw it was a sobbing little girl, he said, Why are you out past curfew? Where are your parents? If she could only tell him where her parents really were, one of them in the ground and the other in a prison, both thanks to soldiers like him, but she kept up the act. I've lost my dog, Samira blubbered. I opened the door for just a moment and he ran away. Have you seen my dog? No, the soldier said, and you need to go home right now. It's dangerous to be out after curfew. Go home. Your dog will come back tomorrow. No, he'll get lost and he'll never find his way back. The second soldier rolled his eyes at the first one. Samira could sense their patience wearing thin. It was time for the dog's part in this little play. All she had to do was call him in, and suddenly Samira realized she had no idea what the dog's name was. A bit of theater. Samira needed the dog to come to her rescue, but what was his name? She would just have to make one up and hope he still came when she called him. But what to call him? Her mind went blank as she struggled to come up with something. All right, that's enough now, the first soldier said. He took her arm. She was caught, trapped. She kept trying to think of a name to call for the dog. All she could see in her mind's eye was the tiny dog dancing around the fallen soldier, barking bravely as he took on a challenge 1,000 times greater than himself. Suddenly she had it, the name of a similarly brave and talkative character from one of her favorite plays. Cyrano, she called as loud as she could. Cyrano, come on, boy. Let's go, the first soldier said, pulling her away. The second soldier started for a portable two-way radio. Cyrano, Samira cried, her desperation real now. Soon they would be asking to see her papers, and if they discovered they were fake, there was a thump and a crash from the hedgerows, and a little white dog came tearing up onto the bridge. Samira broke free of the soldier's grasp and went down on one knee to scoop up the little dog. Cyrano now. She hugged him as he licked her face. Oh, Cyrano, it's my dog, she told the soldiers. I knew he was out here. All right, you found your dog, the first soldier said. Time to get you home. He looked up to say something in German to the other soldier, and Samira quickly tossed the stick far into the darkness beyond the other side. Cyrano leaped from her arms and chased after it. Cyrano, come back, Samira cried, running to catch him. Here, wait, the German soldier called. You can't be out after curfew. Samira sprinted across the bridge, immediately ducking into the sharp, tangled hedgerow along the side of the road. Twigs and limbs scratched her, but she pushed through, running for all she was worth to put distance between herself and the bridge. As though he had never been gone, Kirano appeared beside her, yipping as they ran pell-mell through another orchard. Not quite the actress I think I am. Ha! Take that, headmistress, Samira muttered. Chuck, chuck. The sound of a handheld machine gun cocking brought Samira up short, and she fell backward into the dirt as a shadowy soldier stepped out from behind a tree. Caught! Oh no! The cross of Lorraine. Samira put up her hands. Wait, don't shoot! I was just looking for my dog, she lied. Yes, well, you found something else, said a smooth French voice. The boches? How do you say that? Bush. The bush. Bush. The Bush had given up and gone back to their guard post on the bridge, said another French voice. Bush was the French slang for Germans. He was coming from a it was from a word that originally meant cabbage head, bush. More shadowy figures emerged from the trees all around her, stepping into the moonlight where she could see them. They wore a motley hodgepodge of clothes, from dirty shirts to stolen German military boots to blue overalls. One or two of them wore torn remnants of British military jackets, probably borrowed from pilots who hadn't survived the desperate jumps once their planes were shot down. They all wore white silk scarves cut from parachutes, and each of them carried a weapon of one kind or another. Old hunting rifles, stolen German machine guns, British Sten guns dropped into France for the resistance. One man had a bandolier of bullets slung over his shoulders, and almost all the soldiers had pistols tucked roguishly into the tops of their trousers. And one of them, the soldier who had first spoken to Samira, wore an armband with the French red, white, and blue tricolor and the double barred cross of Lorraine on it, symbol of Free France, the French government in exile. Samira hadn't found the Maquis. They had found her. Rebel, are you still there? Rebel. Hippolyta's daughter. Samira began, but the man with the Free France armband cut her off. No real names, please, he said quietly. Right, of course. Samira remembered the Maquis all used code names to protect the others and their own families if they were caught by the Germans. Her mother even had a code name within the organization since she was the messenger for them. I'm Hippolyta's daughter, Samira said, using her mother's code name. Yes, I recognize you, said the Maquis leader. My name is Odysseus. He didn't introduce the others. Do you have a message for us? Where is your mother? Where should Samira begin with the thing that mattered most to her, she decided? My mother's been captured by the Nazis, she said. The tearful quavering that came into her voice wasn't an act this time. But she tried to put on a brave face. We were coming to tell you. The dice are on the carpet. It's hot in Suez. The men stirred excitedly. They all knew what the code words meant, that the invasion of France was happening at long last. Clapped each other on the back and hugged, then happily got busy loading themselves up with the gear they had hidden away nearby. But there doesn't guarantee that they're gonna help save the mom. She has to convince them. She still has to convince them. They're on their way to the front lines. The leader was all business, though. Your mother, she knew this, and she was captured by the Nazis, Odysseus asked. Yes, but she wasn't captured because she was delivering the message, Samira explained. She was captured trying to help a family escape one of the Nazi roundups. Retribution for the assassination of Major Vogel, we think. The happy mood of the moment ago was dispelled at the mention of retribution. They all knew what that meant to the French people, how many people would be murdered. They'll have taken her to Bayeux, one of the men said. That's where they take all prisoners around here. But they don't know that she knows about us, Odysseus said. They won't even know to interrogate her. You still have to help me get her out, Samira said. Get her out, said the man with a southern French accent. Impossible. Kara left the party. Oh my god. Oh, they invited me back. Okay. uh, Yay, you're back. Okay. They're over there in the sauna. Rebel without a cause. Moo moo. Moo moo's their feline palico. Get her out, said a man with a southern French accent. Impossible. The Bayeux garrison has at least 40 soldiers in it. But you have to, Samira begged. She'll be shot in the morning. Not if the English and Americans do their jobs, Odysseus said. If what you heard on the radio is true, the Germans will have far more to worry about in a few hours. But What if the invasion fails? Samira cried. It's our job to make sure the invasion doesn't fail, Odysseus said. One of his lieutenants nodded that they were ready to go. Samira couldn't believe what was happening. They weren't going to help her get her mother back. Please, she begged. Odysseus shook his head. I'm sorry, even if we wanted to, we couldn't defeat an entire garrison of German soldiers. And those cold words you brought to us, they mean more than just the beginning of the invasion. There are specific instructions to us. We are to enact Operation Tortoise and Operation Green, stop the Germans' trains and slow down their trucks so they can't respond to the invasion with full force. I'm afraid that's the only thing we can do to help your mother and the others survive. They were already leaving. The Maquis were Samira's last, best, and only chance to free her mother, and they were walking away. She choked back a sob. Then I'm coming with you, Samira said. The switching station. I don't want the girl here, said the Maquis with the southern French accent. Send her home. Now that they were moving, sticking to their shadows again, all the resistance fighters looked like big black shapes against the gray night. What? In the butt? Samira followed on their heels, and Kirano followed on hers. I'm not some useless kid, Samira argued. I can hold my own. You should have heard her lay it on for those two Boches on the bridge, Perseus said one of the others said. No, not because she's a child, the southerner codenamed Perseus said. Because she's Algerian. She doesn't care about France. None of them do. Just Algeria. I've never been to Algeria, Amira told him. I was born and raised in Paris, but either way, we've got a better chance of getting our independence from France, not Germany. See, Perseus said, it's always Algeria first. Sounds like the kid is saying get rid of the Nazis first, the other Maquis replied. I don't trust her is all, Perseus said. Samira felt her face flush hot at the insult, but all that mattered was that they did whatever they could to help the invasion succeed. Every second the Nazis were distracted, that was another second her mother and the others survived. I'm Jason, the friendly Maquis told her. Of the Argonauts. That's not my real name. If you're coming along, we're going to need a code name for you too. I don't remember Hippolyta having any dollars in her story. How about at Atlanta? She was a hunter. Good one, too. I'd like at Atalanta. Atalanta. I like Atalanta, Samira said. You know a lot about Greek heroes. Were you a teacher? Oh, I couldn't say, said Jason. Not supposed to share too much personal information, you know. But we're quite a troupe here. Shakespeare's shopkeepers and soldiers, gutter snipers, and the well-to-do. All former shopkeepers, soldiers, gutter snipers, and the well-to-do, that is. Now we're all Maquis, and Maquis is all we are. The little dog sniffed at a hole in the ground. Cyrano, no! Samira cried. She burst from the bushes where she and the Maquis were hiding and tried to catch the little dog, but she was too late. Cyrano barked, and a pudgy gray-haired man with a short gray beard opened the door. Samira froze. The old man The old man wore brown pants and a blue jacket with a red kerchief tied around his neck. In his left hand, he held a cup of something that steamed. Samira was perfectly visible to him in the moonlight. Well, the old man said with a smile. He looked first at Samira, then Cyrano, who trotted inside and turned around 3 times before settling himself by the wood stove. Ah, the old man said to Cyrano, make yourself at home. When he turned around again, Odysseus and the other Maquis had stepped out of the darkness with their guns. And who do we have here? Maquis, the old man said. He put the tips of his fingers to an imaginary hat. Brigadier Rene de Combieng, French army, he said smartly, then added, the last war, of course. He's one of the hairy ones, said Jason. Hairy ones was a nickname for the French soldiers who had fought in the trenches of the First World War. Trench warfare, that First World War, that one, yeah, that was just a war of attrition. They were just sending people against people and hoping that, like at some point they would eventually see some gains. But damn, man, yeah, that was just a loss of life, a huge, massive loss of life, basically. Oh my god. Kara, we're live. You gotta stop going away and coming back. Just stay in one place. Oh my god. Okay, we joined the party. Okay, you stay in one place. All right, you sit there and listen to the story. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, bye. um, Well, hairy ones was a nickname for the French soldiers who had fought in the trenches of the First World War. They often had beards or mustaches, and the nickname stuck. You'll be here to blow up the train tracks in the tunnel then, de Compiègne said. It's just up around the bend. I'll show you where the telephone lines are, too, so you can cut those. Samira could tell the Maquis were surprised. They shared suspicious glances. You sound like you were waiting here. You sound like you were waiting for us, Odysseus said. Well, not you personally, but someone from the Maquis. This is an important line. I myself have slowed down German trains on a number of occasions. The old man said proudly. You'd be surprised how difficult it is to get these old switches to work in a timely manner. He winked, and Samira understood that difficulty with the switches was entirely engineered by De Compiègne. None of you know a young Marquis by the name of Elise de Compiègne, do you? The old man asked hopefully. She's my daughter. The Boch called her up to the compulsory work service last year, and she ran away to join the Marquis rather than be a German slave. We use code names, Odysseus said. I'm sorry. De Compiègne nodded. Of course. That makes sense. Godzilla, king of the monsters. I think we can trust this one, Jason told Odysseus. Odysseus agreed, and Samira sighed with relief. She didn't want to see the old man killed just because he was in the right place at the wrong time. Atalanta, you stay with the station keeper, Odysseus said. Samira started to argue, but Odysseus cut her off. We're dynamiting a tunnel. It's dangerous work, and I won't have you there. Besides, we need someone to stay here to cut the telephone wires. We'll leave them open until it's done, so as not to arouse suspicion so the Germans try to call. There's a phone junction box at the other end of the tunnel, De Compiègne told them. You can call us from there to tell us it's done. Oh, you'll know, Jason said. Enjoy the warm fire, Atalanta. We'll be back before you can say boom. Come inside, my dear, De Compiègne said to Samira, heading in. Do you drink coffee? Jason held Samira back. Keep an eye on him, he whispered, startling her. Hadn't Jason just said the old man could be trusted? And what was she supposed to do if he was a collaborator, after all? There was no time to ask any more questions. Jason and the Marquis were already gone, walking down the truck toward the tunnel. Samira followed the old man inside. Serrano's eyes peeked open to watch Samira as she sat at the station's little table. Then he went back to sleep with a contented sigh. The little dog had clearly already decided that the old man wasn't a threat, but now Samira was suspicious. The Compiègne put a new pot of water on the wood stove. This war, he said. I thought when the first one ended, there would be no more war in my lifetime. Maybe ever again. How could anyone who saw what happened in the First World War ever let it happen again? But here we are. Yeah, exactly. War is a freaking racket, chat. Oh my god. How can anyone continue to think that, like we need war in the modern times? But I mean, there's people. There's disgusting people out there. The long night was catching up to Samira. It was warm and cozy in the little station house, and she could feel herself getting drowsy. She rubbed her eyes to try to wake herself up. I hope your daughter is all right, she said. Thank you, De Compiègne said. Is one of those men your father? No, Samira told him. My father is dead, killed by the Nazis in Paris. In Paris, they captured my mother earlier tonight. The pain of seeing her mother dragged away came back to her all over again, and tears welled in her eyes. She put her head down on her arms on the table and looked away so De Compiègne wouldn't see her cry. I'm sorry, the old man said. I do not know if my daughter is alive or dead, so my wife and grandson are all I have left. But perhaps this war will end soon, and we will both be reunited with what is left of our families. Boom! The room shook, rattling metal cups and tools, and Samira jerked awake. She had fallen asleep. She was supposed to keep an eye on the old man, and she had fallen asleep. I think that was your friend, De Compiègne said. He sat in a chair in the corner, a cup of coffee on a small table beside him, and an open book in his lap. Over by the wood stove, Cyrano was awake and alert. The phone rang, and the old man got up to answer. Tamara rubbed the sleep from her eyes and realized the old man had put a blanket over her. It slipped to the floor. How long had she dozed? Had De Compiègne phoned the German authorities while she had been sleeping? Were Odysseus and Jason and the others about to be rounded up and tortured by the Nazis for information about the Allied invasion? How could she have fallen asleep so fast? I see, De Compiègne said into the phone. His voice became urgent. Yes, of course, I understand. I'll do what I can. He hung up and turned to Samira. Quickly, my dear, we must hurry. He snatched up a long metal tool shaped like a T. Your friends were able to blow the tracks, but not before an unscheduled train got past them. A train loaded down with German tanks. Oh no! Sabotage. Nice. They're gonna go ahead and take out this German train. Sorry, chat. I like reading, but I also get distracted pretty easily. Kira, we're already in your party. What are you doing? What do you mean? Kira? Rebel, what are you doing? I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. Ay, ay, ay. You're all holding up. You're doing fine. Invited me to a party again. Yep. The party has ended. Oh my god. Join. La da da dum doo 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 doo. Samira hurried outside with the station keeper. A train with tanks on it got past. The tracks were blown. Nothing else could get through the tunnel. Not until long after the invasion was over. But a train full of tanks could be used against the English and the Americans right now. And if the invasion failed, but what can we do? Samira asked. See that big lever, the one that switches the tracks, said De Compiègne. Move it to the middle and we'll hammer wooden blocks in the gaps. That might derail the train. In case it doesn't, I'll loosen some of the bolts on the track down the line. We have to hurry though. The train will be on top of us in no time. I'll start loosening the bolts, a familiar voice said. You two jam the switch. Samira jumped as Jason emerged from the shadows of the station. You, Samira said. I thought you'd gone on ahead with the others. Odysseus left me to watch De Compiègne just in case. I thought you said we could trust him. Jason shrugged. I guess I was right, but at least I didn't fall asleep, he said with a smile. Samira scowled and ran to help De Compiègne with the switch. Fetch me a couple of blocks of wood from the woodpile, De Compiègne told her. She was back in seconds, and Cyrano barked happily at her heels. It was all great fun to him, but in minutes, a train weighed down with dozens of tanks was going to come barreling by unless they could stop it. Samira and De Compiègne wedged the blocks in place, and he hammered them home with a sledgehammer. Good, here, quickly, he said, panting. He grabbed another of the T shaped tools. They ran to where Jason was already working. Each piece of railroad track was about 12 meters long and attached to the big wooden rail ties by bolts that screwed down to hold it tight. De Compiègne fitted the T shaped tool over one of the bolts and grunted, trying to turn it. Getting the bolts loose was hard. It took a lot of strength. Yep, definitely, I imagine to get them to budge. Jason had only gotten 3 loose already. Working together, Samira and De Compiègne were as strong as Jason, and now they were pulling twice the number of bolts loose. How is taking just one piece of track out going to do anything? Samira asked as they strained against another bolt. All it takes for a thing that big and heavy and fast to come crashing down is to get it to slip its track, Jason explained. This works better than dynamite, but in daylight, the engineers usually see the missing track and stop the train. Samira felt a shuddering vibration deep down in her stomach. De Compiègne stopped pulling on the T-wrench and put his ear to the tracks. It's almost here, quickly, we must get away, he said, but they'd only taken out half of the rail's bolts. Quick, hand me that sledgehammer, Jason cried. The train was coming around the bend. Samira could hear the steady chug, chug, chug of its steam engine. Its headlight illuminated the curve of the track. De Compiègne dragged her away as Jason hefted the sledgehammer and brought it down to the side of the rail. Clang, and again clang, knocking it a few more centimeters askew each time. He kept swinging even as the train bore down on him. Jason! Samira yelled. Beside her, De Compiègne was frantically waving his arms to one side. He was warning the train they had sabotaged the track. Samira grabbed at his hands and tried to stop him. What are you doing? Don't tell them what we've done. They can't stop the train in time now, even if they wanted to. Not with how fast they're going, De Compiègne told her. But those engineers, they're French. We have to tell them to jump. Samira understood, and they both jumped up and down, waving their arms to get the attention of the engineers. The train charged closer. Jason still clanged away desperately, fully lit by the train's light now. The engineers saw him and Samira and De Compiègne, and they jumped out of both sides of the engine, tumbling hard and dragging themselves away as best they could. The train plowed through the wooden blocks as she and De Compiègne had hammered in at the switches, like they weren't there, shattering them like toothpicks as it whirred on. Suddenly, Samira was lifted up into De Compiègne's arms, and he ran away from the tracks, Cyrano at his heels. Jason! Jason, get out of there! Samira cried. She saw Jason leap away at the last second, and then the train hit the empty space where the bent track had once been. Is he gonna survive? Damn, that's a close call right there. A different story. At first, Samira thought the train might just fly on past the gap in its rail. Its engine kept chugging and its wheels kept turning. But then it slumped ever so slightly. But it slumped. The engine slipped off its tracks to the right, and then the 200-ton behemoth went charging down the embankment toward the river, pulling train car after train car of tanks down with it. The engine smashed into the river bed with a thundering chrome, and then everything went topsy-turvy. With nowhere to go, the speeding train cars rammed into the ones in front of them and flipped, twisted, and went flying, throwing tanks into the air like catapults. Clang, crang, sprang, boom! It was like the world was coming to an end. Samira and De Compiègne ducked and covered their ears. A loose tank went spinning end over end, right towards them, and Samira pulled Cyrano into a hug as the thing bounced and flipped right over their heads. The train cars kept coming and coming for what seemed like forever, screeching and smashing into each other and jackknifing and splashing down into the river below. And then it was over. The engine's boiler still hissed and metal still popped and shifted and settled, but there was no explosion, no fire, just a giant graveyard of scrap metal and shattered wood surrounded by ruptured earth. Samira couldn't imagine anyone ever cleaning it all up or surviving it. Jason! She cried. She started to run towards the broken train cars and smashed tanks, but De Compiègne caught her and held her back. But Jason, he's out there somewhere, she protested. Rene de Compiègne just shook his head no. Samira's heart broke. She sobbed real tears for Jason, a man she'd met just an hour ago, and whose real name she didn't even know, but he'd believed in her when no one else would. And he'd given his life to save countless more, including Samira, hoped her mother's. But still, it wasn't fair that any one man should have to sacrifice so much. De Compiègne hugged her tight until she stopped crying, and she wiped her eyes. The little sacrifices, chat. The little sacrifices that have to be made, you know? The stories that never get told. I suppose that's it for me too, De Compiègne said. The Nazis will figure me for a Maquis collaborator and blame me for this, which is of course true. You can go on the run, join the Maquis, Samira told him. De Compiègne chuckled. Hiding out in the woods and fighting the Nazis is a young man's game, my dear. I'm too old for it. No, they'll find me here or at home, and they'll be able to read the story of what happened as easily as I read a book. Story, Samira said. Come on, I have an idea. Samira led the old man back to his station house, which was miraculously still standing. An upended train car lay across its front path. Inside, Samira tipped over chairs, swept tools off shelves, and tossed De Compiègne's book on the floor. What are you doing? He asked. You said the Nazis would read you like a book, so all we have to do is tell them a different story. You were in reading a book by the fire. Marquis Saboteur broke in, smashed the place up, cut the phone lines. Over here, De Compiègne said. He flipped open a metal box on the wall. It was full of black wires. Samira took a pair of cutters from the floor and snipped the phone lines. She tossed them back on the floor when she was finished and pulled up a length of rope from the wall. Then they tied you up. What could I do? De Compiègne said, playing along. I'm an old man. I didn't want them to wreck the train, but they overpowered me. Samira smiled, and as De Compiègne lay down on the floor, Cyrano licked his face, and Samira tied the old man's arms and legs tight, but not too tight. Hey, who else can say they took out a whole panzer division single-handedly? De Compiègne said with a smile. Will you be all right? She asked, suddenly worried about leaving him here all night. Yes, De Compiègne said. Someone will want to know where their tanks are, and they will find me soon enough. Thank you, Samira. I hope you're reunited with your mother soon. And you with your daughter, Samira said. Outside the station keeper's house, Samira wondered what to do now. Her mother had told her to get somewhere safe. But no, Samira would go to Bayeux. That's where her mother was, and her mother was the only person she had left. In the weird stillness and quiet of the train wreck, Samira heard the drone of airplanes high overhead. She looked up. Mushrooms sprouted in the sky, black against the gray clouds. Parachutes, Samira realized. The Americans and English coming to save them, coming to save her mother. Let's go, Cyrano, Samira told her little friend. We've done our part here. It's all up to the soldiers now. Moving on to the next part of the operation, we're at Operation Tonga, June 6, 1944, 3 hours before the beach invasion in the sky over the English Channel. So we're doing a little bit of backtracking. The first part of the story was on the English Channel as they were going through with Operation Neptune, putting their boots on the ground. Operation Tortoise happened a few hours before, and probably like while they were actually landing on the shore too. And then here we're Operation Tonga, which is also previously, well, before them landing, and then probably gonna work us into like the actual time that they are putting their boots on the ground too. What? I can't hear you. What? Do I have an actual? Is it just who's that? Who's in Kira's party? We do. Who's this in the party? Are you listening to me read Reliable Cowboy on the PS5? Reliable Cowboy, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're live on YouTube reading stories here. So Rebel Kira has been, mute and using like text to speech to talk to me, but we have an actual audience. Welcome, Reliable Cowboy 7 on the PS5. Thank you for joining us. Are you playing Iceborne with Rebel? Is that what you're doing? Answer me. I demand it. Damn it. Meow, meow, meow. Who, me? I'm over here. Satyen Draymond 621. The YouTube. We're reading Allies by Alan Gratz. It's a New York Times bestseller. It's our let's read day today. We might do some gaming later on, but right now, yeah, we are reading some books. Actual audience, that's insane. Japan, what do you? Japan, you know what I mean. You're over there listening for sure, but I mean, like it's a. I need you to talk more. I need you to talk more. Give me some feedback. What? Say it again. You're live on mic. Hot mic. Hot mic. Hot mic. Oh, see, no feedback isn't even about the book. Japan says, "Didn't you say Minecraft stream today?" I did say that, but then I sort of wasted the morning instead of streaming. We can cut the book reading stream short and we can do some Minecraft. But I want to do my best to get through this book. We don't have too much left. It's like 300 pages. We're about like 70 pages in already. I think we can get this book done. I'm just on my Minecraft world. What do you think, Japan? Should I finish this book or should we do this in two parts? I think we can do it in one go. We can do it in two parts if you like too. Oh, hold on, chat. I'm gonna let them know where they can find us. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know, then I'm just gonna keep on reading. We'll get through this book. Could do two parts and then come join on my world to help out with mining. You want me to help out with mining? Okay. I mean, da da dum da da dum dee dee dee. I can't do a chat with my party voice chat. I mean, let me do voice chat, but I want to do actual. What actually do? Anyway, I'm Satyen, SATYENDRAMON 621 on YouTube at Satyen Draymond 621 on YouTube. Dan, let's get through more of this book. We'll get through more of this book and then we'll decide what we want to do. I got plenty of time today, so we can do that. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some more tea as well. One sec. One sec. Hey, music's going on. What the heck's happening here? There's like no coal on the island, but a butt ton of kelp around that can make into direct kelp blocks for fuel source. Japan, you're in your Minecraft world though, is what you're saying? Are we? Are you watching me? Hey, look, they're watching me. I'm live on YouTube on Reliable Cowboy. Yay! Hi, welcome. Thank you for checking us out. I'm glad you found us. Nice. Yay! Japan, we're not alone. But so are you saying that you want me to join like a new world, or are we gonna be building in or are we gonna be building in the realm? Oh shit. Yay! Welcome, 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 welcome. Does that mean that you're watching too, Rebel? Rebel, thank you for watching. Oh my god, it's the one and the only the real Rebel in live in person. Okay, here's the book. Oh, you can see the cover. You can see all of that. You're good. You're good. We're on page 73, Operation Tonga, June 6, 1944. 3 hours before the beach invasion, in the sky over the English Channel. It's funny, trust. Okay, we can do that, Japan. Let's do our best to get through a good portion of this book, though. I think we can get through all of it. I am pretty sure we can. We're already on page 75. We're only about 2 hours in. I think we can finish this, honestly. But if not, yes, we'll do two parts and we'll finish the rest of the book another time. What are your thoughts, Rebel? Rebel? Reliable? Rebel? What are your thoughts? Thinking? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Rebel, reliable. Have you ever heard Empires the Musical? No, it's not from your parents. It's like a Minecrafter thing. There's no way it was your parents. I don't. They know Lizzie, they know LD Shadow Lady and Smallish Beans, and they know Solidarity Gaming, and they know all of them. Amazing. Okay, your parents are cool. But since you're watching me on YouTube, here, you watch this. It's Empires the Musical. It's so good. It's so good. Prince Marine. That's pretty cool if they know all of the Empire's gang. Pearlescent Moon. They know Pearl. They know Pearl. So cool. All right, absolutely average. What the hell am I doing here? Lance Corporal James McKay of the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion wondered. He closed his eyes and held onto his seat for dear life. Boom, 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 boom. German anti-aircraft shells exploded in the sky around him. The twin-engine Albemarle troop transport aircraft that James rode in jumped and rocked. Germany's welcome committee, James thought. They must be over the Channel Islands. They would be over France soon, and then he and the rest of the soldiers in the plane would parachute down into enemy territory. They would be the first Canadians on the ground in the invasion, some of the first Allied troops from anywhere on the ground at Normandy. So they're going to land even before Neptune does. The troop, the top army brass told him that it was an honor. James thought it was a death sentence. James was 19 years old, and like many of the other young men in his company, he was going into battle for the first time. James had short brown hair, brown eyes, and one of those unremarkable faces no one could remember. He was average height and average build. Whenever he was told to line up alphabetically, his last name, McKay, put him right in the middle. In high school, so my last name put me right at the end every single time with the R. JapanSpitz is live on YouTube, everybody. Go ahead and follow, like, and subscribe. JapanSpitz, like JapanSpitz on YouTube. He's doing Minecraft stuff in his world. All right, Japan. I'll let you know when I will be joining you if I join you, which I'm sure I will eventually. But yeah, let me get through this book. Let me get through this book. It's book reading time. Book reading. Book reading. But yes, everyone follow JapanSpitz. That means you, Reliable and Rebel. Go and follow JapanSpitz at JapanSpitz, like the dog, on YouTube. We're getting him to 1,000,000 subs this year. Definitely doing it. We're making it happen, everybody. So like, subscribe, and give good feedback. Thank you. Appreciate it. James was 19 years old, and like many of the other young men in his company, he was going into battle for the first time. James, we'll skip we'll put him right in the middle. In high school, before he'd quit to join the army, James had solid C's across the board in all his classes. Even his hometown, Winnipeg, Manitoba, was at the longitudinal center of Canada. James was absolutely average. He had never done a single thing in his life to stand out, good or bad. So what am I doing parachuting into France on D-Day, James thought. You volunteered for this, Lance Corporal Samuel Tremblay said, as if reading James's mind. James sat facing Sam across the airplane's lone aisle. Sam was a Cree Indian from Quebec. He was thick-set with tan skin, straight black hair, and high cheekbones. Nobody forgot meeting Sam. He was definitely not average. Like James, Sam wore a green and brown camouflage jacket, olive green pants tucked into tan socks, and a green helmet covered with little shreds of fabric meant to help him blend in with the foliage when they landed. James and Sam had been friends since their first training days in England. Now, months later, they were finally crossing the English Channel in a British plane bound for France, wedged in tight beside the other Canadian paratroopers in their platoon. Okay, yes, I volunteered for the army, James told Sam. I had reasons, but it was false advertising. They said I'd be defending Canada, okay? I thought that meant, I don't know, watching the Canadian coast for German U boats, he explained, guarding street corners in Toronto, patrolling the Northwest Territories on Mooseback. Not invading France. How is invading France defending Canada? The best defense is a good offense, said Sam. Okay, what does that even mean? James complained. He shook his head. I just want to get this over with and get back to Canada as soon as possible. Why'd you join, Chief? One of the newer recruits asked Sam. Sam turned to the newcomer. The Canadian Army doesn't use the rank of chief, he said, straight faced. I'm a lance corporal, like Lance Corporal McKay here. No, that's not what I meant, the soldier stammered. Then what did you mean, Private? Sam asked. Nothing, Lance Corporal. Frightened as he was, James couldn't help but smile. Ever since Sam had made Lance Corporal just one rank above private, he'd put dozens of soldiers who tried to call him chief in their place the same way. And that, Sam said across the aisle to James, is why I joined. Machine gun fire hit the Albemarle, and James and the other soldiers flinched instinctively. Not that there was anything you could do to avoid getting shot on the plane. Transport planes delivering paratroopers had to fly low at about 1,000 feet, which put them in the range of German anti aircraft guns and machine guns. The rounds hitting the metal fuselage sounded like trash can lids banging in the alley behind James' apartment building on trash day. Katunk, katunk, katunk. Okay, the Krauts are shooting at me. Honest to God, shooting at me, James thought. He closed his eyes and tried to take deep breaths. What reasons? Sam asked. James opened his eyes. What? You said you volunteered for reasons. What are they? James huffed. Because the Nazis invaded Winnipeg, okay? Sam stared at him. James, the Nazis never invaded Winnipeg. They did too, James said. James, Manitoba is the dead center of Canada, Sam said. It's 1,500 miles from either coast. Don't you think the Nazis would invade, I don't know, Montreal or Toronto first? James sighed. It wasn't a real invasion, okay? It was if day. If day, he made up a fake day so that he can join the army. That's my Digimon, guys. If you're listening, reliable and rebel. We have to give some Mekumon some training. Good job, Mekumon. I mean, it's Salamon right now. She'll be Mekumon again. I'm listening to Japan as he's running through running through his mining tunnels. He's jumping, so you hear that his head hitting the top of the caves. It's so funny. Oh man, I love Empires the Musical. You guys should really go and check that out for sure. You know what? I'm gonna tweet that out too. Empires is so good. I think I've done it before, like maybe like time last year, but why the hell not? My favorite song from them is definitely Deal with Destiny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Martin and Lizzie. Let me go check my water. I shall return. Welcome back, Merida. Book reading dog. Remember Wishbone? Do you guys know Wishbone like at all? Japan, do you know Wishbone? Have you ever heard of Wishbone, the dog? Rebel, reliable. Have you ever heard of Wishbone, the dog? The book reading dog. Don't worry about it. I'm just wondering. Have you ever heard of Wishbone? He was like this old. It was like a PBS channel show, and it was like the dog Wishbone, and like, and his owner would have like problems of the week, and like the book that they were reading would be like some way that they would be dealing with the problems of the week, kind of thing. It was a good show. It was a very good show. I liked it. He was the book reading dog, though. Yeah, he used to dress up as the characters in the book. Merida, is that what we're gonna do to you? We need to dress you up like a German soldier or something like that. We'll do it. We shall do it. We will do it. So comfortable. Oh my god, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have picked her up. No, now she doesn't want to leave. Okay, fine. I shall read to you here. Come on. Absolutely average. Oh, we read this part. Merida, come on. She doesn't want me to read anymore. She says, "Stop. Put the book down." All right. We'll pay attention to you. We'll pay attention to you. Meow, meow, meow. Fine. All right. Are you done? Are you done? Hold on. She's really just taking up all this freaking real estate over here. Oh yeah, if day. That's fair. All right, little lady. All right, I need you to take off now. I need you to take a hike, please. Thank you. All right, everybody, say bye to Merida. Bye. Discord. Maybe Ray went live or something. Oh yay, we got a bunch of likes on some of new follower. Ooh, nice. You've never heard of Wishbone, the talking book reading dog. All right. That's another one that you this game. It's a travesty. Here's a little. Oh, this is the full episode actually. All right. That's Wishbone reads The Time Machine. Spark to the Future, The Time Machine. The big man. What's the story, Wishbone? Do you think it's worth a look? Kinda seems familiar, like a story from a book. Shake a leg now, Wishbone. Come on, Wishbone, Wishbone. What's the story, Wishbone? What's the story, Wishbone? Story, Wishbone. What's the story, Wishbone? Okay, at the very least, all you do is watch the intro. I think that's all that's required. That's your homework. Just watch the intro. He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh, why can't later be now? Perfect timing. He has the classic like 90s dog like, voice too. Snacks, not here. Oh my god. Oh my god. My attention has been captured. My attention has been captured by Wishbone. He just counted how long it takes him to get to his snacks. Oh my god. 3 snaps a day, 1 box a week. He's doing math. But there's 22 snaps. Someone's taking an extra snap. Oh my god. Wishbone still holds up, chat. Wishbone is still pretty good. Oh my god. He just accused the mom of eating one of his dog treats. And I mean, so he's talking like in his mind, but they can't really understand him. Oh no, he has to get his grades up so he can try out for basketball. His friend just gave him an extra calculator. He's getting lectured about calculators. You can't rely on the calculator for everything. You have to learn how to do the basic maths. All right. I was just drinking my tea while I was watching that. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. If day. James thought back to that day 2 years ago. It was February in Winnipeg, a month when the temperature never got above freezing. The snow was already piled up head high on the sidewalks, and the Red River was a 3 mile sheet of ice covered with skaters and ice fishermen every weekend. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, and James should have been in math class, but school was canceled for the rest of the day. Because today was if day. James had just pulled out his coat and shut his locker when Hans pushed him face first into the metal door. Kerslam! Where do you think you're going, McKay? James knew who it was even without turning around. Before he ever heard him speak, Marvin Lennox, James' personal bully. Everybody else forgets who I am, James thought. So why can't Marvin Lennox forget? Marvin gave James a quick punch to the lower back, and James arched in pain. He turned, ready to try to fight back, even though he knew it was a lost cause. Marvin Lennox could beat James up on his own, but standing behind him were Marvin's four stupid buddies too. Marvin and his gang were a year ahead of James, and they were taller and stronger than he was. They were all on the football team and wore their orange and brown football sweaters instead of blazers to school. All of them wore their times permanently loosened and they rolled the cuffs up on their pants to show how cool they were. And like Marvin Lennox, they all had their dark hair slicked straight back on their heads like Humphrey Bogart. James tried to get free, but Marvin pushed him against the lockers, and his hyena pals laughed. Let's break it up here and get downtown for if day, a teacher said, walking past. Marvin released James and waited for the teacher to move on before leaning in again menacingly. How about for this if day, Marvin said. If me and my boys see you downtown today, McKay, we'll kill you, and there ain't nobody gonna save you. Marvin and his gang walked away laughing, and James slumped against his locker. The easy thing to do would be to just go home and hide, but if day promised to be the most exciting thing to happen in Winnipeg since forever. James pulled on his coat and ran for the door. He was just going to have to chance it. The first sign that anything was different were the radio broadcasts. James heard one as he cut through Eaton's department store to stay warm. The place was empty, and all the clerks who had worked were huddled wide eyed around the store's radios. Attention, citizens of Winnipeg, said the radio announcer with a German accent. Your city is now under the control of the Third Reich. Adolf Hitler is your Führer now. James' heart leaped. It was starting. He ran to the revolving doors on the far side of the store and pushed his way out. and then pushed his way right back in again when he spotted Marvin Lennox and his gang across the street. He flung himself behind a stand of mannequins in the window where he couldn't be seen and bumped into Charles Hill, a freshman who wrote for the school paper. Oh, hello, Charles said, straightening his glasses. I was just shopping for clothes. James glanced up at the mannequins they hid behind ladies' mannequins wearing long evening dresses. Okay, I don't think it's your style, Charles, said James. He peeked out from behind the mannequins looking for Marvin Lennox. Are they gone? Charles said. You hiding out from Marvin Lennox too? James asked. He's not happy about the article I wrote about the football team's loss to Kelvin High. Like I'm the one who fumbled on the 10-yard line. Okay, looks like they're gone, James said. See you, Charles. James left the store and ran for the riverfront. An air raid siren suddenly blared, making him flinch, and he watched as planes with German Luftwaffe insignia droned by overhead. James saw his first Nazi in the city park. There were dozens of them, hundreds. Some of them wore all black uniforms of the SS, the dreaded secret police who made people disappear. More of them wore the gray green uniforms of the rank and file German soldiers. There were even tanks. James joined the crowd of Winnipeg's gathering. James joined the crowd of Winnipeggers gathering to watch. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and James hopped up and down, and they were all thrilled because they knew this wasn't a real Nazi invasion. It was If Day. Oh, nice. Found the stronghold portal already, and just found one of the trial chambers. Nice. Got a good seat on that one for sure. What's the story, Wishbone? What's the story, Wishbone? Dee 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 dee. It's such a good show. It's such a good show, chat. I swear. Check it out. Watch that episode. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and James hopped up and down. They were all thrilled because they knew this wasn't a real Nazi invasion. It was If Day. The Canadian government wanted people to buy victory bonds to fund the war effort and to volunteer to fight, but even though the war in Europe had been raging for almost 3 years now with no end in sight, Europe was a long way from Canada, and it was hard for many people to understand why they should care. So Winnipeg decided to stage If Day, an elaborate spectacle designed to show the people what would happen if one day Nazi Germany invaded and conquered Canada. The planes overhead, Royal Canadian Air Force aircraft painted to look like Nazi planes. The German radio broadcast, scripted. The Nazi soldiers, actors, their uniforms rented from a Hollywood production company. James and everyone else had read all about it in the newspaper for weeks, and now it was finally happening. The crowd cheered at something, and James climbed up on the cold, slippery base of a lamppost to see. Canadian soldiers had arrived to face the Nazi menace. The two sides broke into a choreographed battle, firing blanks at each other and pretending to fight hand to hand. Medics ran through the battlefield, dragging the wounded to medical tents. Anti-aircraft guns fired big booming blanks at the planes overhead. This is terrific, James thought. It was better than a war movie. McKay! Marvin Lennox cried. James tore his eyes away from the show and searched the crowd. There, pushing their way towards him through the spectators, were Marvin Lennox and his boys, which is very interesting. So, I mean, they're making it like a big Hollywood production where they're watching all the things that might happen if they get invaded. But yeah, there'll be a lot more chaos. They'll be screaming, the fires and explosions and all kinds of gunfire instead of people like standing there like watching if they were movie theaters. They even rented out the costumes from Hollywood. So interesting, so interesting. And I'm sure this is the real thing that happened, right? Was a simulated Nazi Germany invasion occupation of Canadian city of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Yep, real thing that happened on the 19th of February 1942 during the Second World War. It was organized as a war bond promotion by the Greater Winnipeg Victory Loan Organization, which was led by prominent Winnipeg businessman J.D. Perrin. The event was the largest military exercise in Winnipeg to that point. The event was a fundraiser for the war effort. Over $3 million was collected in Winnipeg on that day. Organizers believed that the fear induced by the event would help increase fundraising objectives. It was the subject of a 2006 documentary. Manitoba's fundraising target was 45 million, 806 million in 2024 dollars. Is that a warden? Did you find a ward in Japan? No. What's going on here? The heck? What kind of world is this, Japan? What kind of world are you in? What was that heartbeat thing? Interesting. Oh, the Dweller add-on. Oh, I thought there was something like that. Yeah, some sort of like fear add-on. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. And Japan likes those ones. A modified world. Okay. Okay. Stronger together. James hopped down from the base of the lamppost and crouched low behind the adults, looking for a place to hide. But hands grabbed him and pulled him back up. It was Helen Wilson, a popular girl in his class. James blushed. Oh, hi, Helen. Helen shushed him and turned him around to face the show. She stood right behind him as Marvin Lennox and his boys ran past, still searching for James. Thanks, James said when they were gone. I hate those boys, Helen said, always treating every girl at school like we're stupid and catcalling us, making every boy live in fear of them. Everybody hates them, but nobody does anything about it. The crowd oohed. The Canadian army had lost the battle. The Nazis had control of Winnipeg. Boom! A cloud of smoke and dust shot into the air as the Nazis pretended to destroy the Maryland Bridge. The Nazi soldiers in the park came after the spectators to arrest them, and the crowd scattered. James lost track of both Helen and Marvin in the chaos. The actors dressed as Nazis spent the rest of the day terrorizing the town. They stole lunches from workers in the Great West Life Insurance Building. They boarded city buses and demanded to see everyone's papers. They closed Winnipeg's churches and arrested the priests. Clank, 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 clank. James watched as a tank, an actual tank, rolled down Portage Avenue. James ended up near his father's office building, and he watched in horror as Nazis dragged his father down the steps to a waiting truck with all the other lawyers. Dad! James cried. Dad! A German soldier held him back. He's been taken to the internment camp at Lower 40 Gary. He can pay for his release there. James knew that this was all an act, that the Nazis were Canadians in costume, and that the important Winnipeggers who were arrested had to donate money to the war effort or stay in jail all day. But it was still shocking to see his father dragged away against his will. James caught sight of Marvin Lennox and his boys up the avenue and took a detour. At the public library, he saw the Nazi soldiers burning books in a bonfire. Books the library deemed too worn out to read anymore and had donated to the cause. Workers replaced the street signs on Main Street with signs reading Hitler Street, and the Winnipeg Tribune changed its name to Winnipeg Lease Sheet. James watched with a chill as the Union flag over City Hall came down and was replaced by the red, white, and black swastika of the Nazi Germany. It must not happen here, the mayor cried as he was hauled away. Buy victory bonds! Volunteer! We're stronger together! We're stronger together! Something clicked for James as he hurried back through the streets of Winnipeg. If Day was still happening all around him, but he had a different mission in mind. Half an hour later, James turned a corner at Union Station and ran headlong into Marvin Lennox. They both staggered back and stood staring at each other before James turned and fled. Marvin and his boys ran after him. James pounded down the sidewalk, praying he didn't slip on a patch of ice. Up and over the train tracks he went, and then down into the Forks, the historic park on the bank of the Red River. James made it as far as Forks Market before Marvin caught the collar of his coat and dragged him down to the ground. James fell forward on his hands, scraping both up badly. He couldn't worry about his wounds, though, not yet. Marvin Lennox and his gang surrounded him, and the first kick to his side twisted James up and made him scream. Leave him alone, lummox! Helen Wilson cried. Marvin Lennox and his boys froze. Helen stood a few yards away alongside Charles Hill. Marvin laughed. Or what, Helen? You and Four Eyes are gonna sass me to death? Or we do to you what you've been doing to the rest of us for years, Helen said. Out from behind bushes and trash cans and snow piles came almost 30 other students from their school. Boys and girls from every clique, every club, every class. Over the last half hour, James had collected all of them all here in the Forks and brought Marvin and his gang right to them. What's this, the Losers Brigade? Marvin joked. His boys laughed, but less confidently now. Every one of us has been bullied by you and your pack of idiots, Marvin Lennox, Helen said, and we're finally here to put a stop to it. Helen advanced on Marvin's gang, and the other students, emboldened by their numbers, stepped forward with her, closing in. Marvin and his friends backed away until James was surrounded by his allies. Charles and another boy helped James to his feet. Fine, you win, Marvin said. But next time I see you, McKay, you're dead meat. No, said Helen. If you hurt one of us, jeer at us, so much as look at one of us cross-eyed ever again, you're dead meat, and that's a promise. Marvin laughed and pulled his crew away, trying to make it look like he was done with them. But it felt like a victory for James and his friends. They broke out in smiles, and he could feel the relief pouring through them. You think it'll work? Charles asked. For good? No, Helen said. Marvin will try us. He has to. It's a safe face, so we have to be ready to fight. We will, James said, and we'll win. We're stronger together. And they were. If Day had taught him that, which was why that spring he had turned 17. When he turned 17, James had volunteered for the Canadian Army. Ka-tunk, ka-tunk, ka-tunk. Tracer bullets hit the fuselage of the airplane, bringing James back to the present day. He held his head as the plane spun and dove sickeningly. The soldier next to him threw up, either from the motion or nerves, or both. You're not going to tell me what if day was? Sam asked from across the aisle. Never mind, okay, James told Sam. It's a long story. James twisted to look out the door. James twisted to look out the door on the floor, but all he saw was a dense white fog. If he couldn't see anything, how could the pilot see all the other 49 transport planes flying information with them? And how would any of them know where the target was in all these clouds? I think I can see my house from here, Sam joked, peeking through the hole. A red light clicked on above them. They meant there were 4 minutes from a red light clicked on above them. That meant they were 4 minutes from the drop zone. James' heart thumped into his chest. This was it. Whether he wanted to be here or not, there was no going back. Rumor had it that the officer at the back of the plane went last so he could shoot any man who refused to jump. The only reason you didn't go through the hole in the floor was because you were already dead. Stand up and hook up, the dispatcher yelled. It was time to jump. Time to go, y'all. We're going down to the battlefield. So they're gonna be landing in front, I think, and they're landing in front of Operation Neptune, apparently. There is also at the end of the book like a explanation of these different operations and stuff in the author's note, so we can go over that. But maybe I should have gone over that first, possibly. Possibly. Who knows? I don't. Is that a charge blade I hear? What are you doing, Panda? All right, Panda wants it. Hello, Panda here. Sniffing the microphone. Sniffing the microphone. Ow, 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 ow. You good boy? You good boy not working? Okay. That's not for you to eat, buddy. Right. They're gonna land. They're gonna land on the shore at Normandy. Come on, Panda. Get in the story. Get in the game. Green light. James struggled to his feet. In addition to the standard equipment he carried, his Bren light machine gun, extra bullet clips, Webley revolver, flares, knife, toggle rope, medical kit, canteen, and food rations, James was also carrying a weapon called a Piat. Piat stood for Projector Infantry Anti-Tank. The Piat could fire a bomb that would take out a tank if you got close enough. Very close. Damn. James carried the Piat and 6 of the 2.5-pound bombs in separate canvas bag that would dangle from his leg during his descent. Worried he'd come down without something he needed, James had packed far more gear than he'd ever practiced jumping with. Altogether, he had to be carrying around 100 pounds of weight. Sam was carrying even more, and James had to help him stand up. James clipped his static line to the overhead cable that ran the length of the plane. After they jumped, the lines they clipped to the cable would pull tight, yanking their parachutes open for them. James sucked in a big breath, swaying and bumping to the soldiers on either side of him. He thought being chased by Marvin Lennox and his gang was scary. That was nothing compared to what he was feeling now. He and the others had practiced jumping over and over again in England, but they had never jumped into a hail of bullets over enemy territory before. Platunk! A bullet tore through the bottom of the plane. It hit a soldier who was standing near James in the butt. He screamed and fell, but a medic was there a moment later to bandage him up and get him back on his feet. Either you were dead or you jumped. James's captain stood at the front to address the platoon. Alpha Company's mission, he began in a loud voice, is to protect the 9th Battalion's left flank during their attack on the Merivale battery, then cover their advance to Le Plain. James and all the rest of them had seen the reconnaissance maps. The Merivale battery was a heavily defended, steel-reinforced concrete bunker on the Normandy coast, which housed four 100mm howitzer cannons that were aimed right at the spot where soldiers would land on the beaches. The plain was a small village nearby. We will then seize and hold Le Mesnil crossroads, the captain continued. Sure we will, James thought. He had a bad feeling about all of this. Once you're down, head toward the objective as fast as you can, the captain told him. It'll be dark, so fight the enemy at close quarters with knives and pistols and save the rifles for daylight when you can see who you're shooting at. Take no prisoners. They'll just slow you down. Through the open hatch in the front of the plane, James saw that the fog was gone. It had been replaced by a white and red flak and tracer fire that crisscrossed in the black night sky. They would be lucky if any of them hit the ground alive. What the hell am I doing here? James wondered yet again. He turned to look at Sam. You volunteered for this, Sam. You'd volunteered for this, Sam reminded him again. Click. The red light changed to green, but the airplane hadn't slowed down. James frowned. The airplane always slowed down before they jumped in practice. Go, 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 the captain yelled. James shuffled along in line with the others, cradling his left pack in his bag with his bread machine gun in it. There were 3 men in front of him, then 2, then 1. Then it was his turn, and James got down on the floor, dangled his legs over the side, and dropped out into nothing. Here we go, Chet. Down, down, down we go. Knees in the breeze. James dropped. He let go of the bags he held. Both were tied to him, and he pulled his legs up, knees together. Knees in the breeze, as the jump instructors called it. He fell for what seemed like an eternity. Shouldn't his chute have already opened? He panicked, worrying suddenly that he'd forgotten to attach a static line inside the plane. Where was the manual release? Was he going to have to pull it? Then suddenly the cable connecting him to the plane went taut, and whoop, James' chute opened, jolting him hard. The rope tying the heavy bag with the Piat and the anti-tank rounds to his leg tightened and yanked him in the other direction, and James screamed in pain. The parachute pulled one way and the bag pulled the other, each of them trying to pull James apart. He stretched his arms down, trying to reach the rope on his ankle. White-hot stars exploded in his eyes. He could just pull up the bag, untie it, cut it, something, but he couldn't reach it. The rough strands of the rope cut into his skin. James' eyes rolled back in his head, and he felt himself losing consciousness. No, no! It was going to pull his foot off. It was going to cut right through his ankle and snap. The rope broke before his ankle did, and the heavy bag tumbled away into the darkness. Gone were the Piats and the anti-tank rounds, but James didn't care. All that mattered was the sweet relief of freedom. His ankle still throbbed where the rope had cut into him, but he was still conscious and in one piece. James' arms and legs shook, his breath came hard and fast, but his parachute seemed to be working. Tracer fire streaked all around him, blotted out here and there by the black silhouettes of dozens more parachutes. Suddenly, boom! One of the dark shapes dangling from a parachute exploded, and James gasped. He struggled in his harness, trying to back away, but there was nowhere to go. What could the Germans be firing at them that would make a man explode like that? As the shock wore off, he realized there was no mystery. A German machine gun had hit something explosive the man was carrying. A gammon bomb. Maybe. James watched in horror as the flames burned through the parachute's cords and the body plunged to the earth. Oh God, thought James suddenly. Was that Sam? But no, Sam hadn't been carrying a gammon bomb or anything else that would explode like that if he were hit. James let out a heavy breath. But where was his friend? Was he all right? Red-hot bullets screamed through the air all around James, and he cursed and spun, trying uselessly to dodge them. The tracer fire came in high, missing him entirely, but he felt a rip at his parachute, filling it with holes and snapping some of the cords. The holes made him fall faster, and he twisted and turned, trying to see where he was coming down. He watched as another paratrooper hit the ground with a splash and disappeared. A splash? Why was he coming down over a lake? There weren't any lakes on the map. James pulled on his chute, steering away from the water as best as he could. He fell faster, faster. James' heart was in his throat. Where was he going to land? Everything was black. Was he coming down in a tree? A lake? A field full of landmines? Right on top of a German garrison? The dark earth loomed up at James, and he closed his eyes and braced for impact. Rommel's asparagus. James came down hard and fast, tumbling wildly. He bumped and rolled and cursed before thumping to a stop at the base of a tree, completely bundled up from head to toe in his parachute. He was dizzy, sore. James' leg burned and his left arm throbbed, and his heart pounded like a drumbeat in his chest. He shook his head to try to clear the cobwebs and remembered what he had to do next. Get free of the parachute. Make sure no one saw you coming down. James wriggled and turned, trying to get at the buckles and latches that strapped him into his parachute harness, but he was hopelessly tangled. He was going to have to cut his way out. He twisted awkwardly and pulled out his knife. He had just started to saw his way through the strings when he heard a rustling sound nearby. He froze. Was it German soldiers? Were they combing the field for him already? It didn't do any good to sit listening when he was all wrapped up like a present for them. At the risk of being heard, James hacked away the parachute cords. The rustling sound got closer, closer. Footsteps. James could make them out clearly now. The strings were cut, but he was still tangled in the chute and couldn't see anything. He stabbed at the silk fabric and tore a long gash through multiple layers at once. Dark sky, tracer fire, spotlights. He was through. James blinked and gasped for air. No German soldier stood over him, but the footsteps were getting closer. It sounded like there were two of them. A patrol. James ripped a bigger opening for himself and struggled through. He needed his machine gun or his pistol, but one was still in his bag and the other was taped to him so he wouldn't drop it in the air. The pistol was closer to his hand and he chopped away at the tape that bound it. The footsteps came up right behind the tree that he was leaning against. The pistol was free. James twisted around the tree trunk, fell to his elbows, and aimed right into the eyes of a cow chewing its cud. James put his head down in the grass. Stupid as it was, the cow had almost for real killed him. It had just about given him a heart attack. The cow lowed softly and moved away, its 4 feet, the two pairs of footsteps James had heard, rustling in the grass. The cow wasn't a pair of German soldiers, and the tree James had leaned against wasn't a tree either. He saw that now it was Rommel's asparagus. Rommel's asparagus were big poles with sharpened tops that the German field marshals Erwin Rommel had ordered planted in the ground, meant to gore Allied paratroopers and smash the Allied gliders that tried to land in the fields of Normandy. In aerial photos, they looked like asparagus growing out of the ground, which was how they'd gotten their names. James shuddered thinking about how he'd missed landing on this one. I'll find a picture of that for you, chat. Rommel's asparagus. We'll just use the Wikipedia page. Here you go. Wooden pole set in France in 1944 to cause damage to military gliders and kill or injure glider infantry. Here you go, chat. That's what it looks like. Um. Oh, reliable cowboys out there. Oh, yeah, look, it's me. You fighting? No name. Complete the assignment. Slay question marks. Interesting. James took a deep breath and tried to calm down. His body ached, but he had to get going, move towards his target. But where was he? James, that you? James jumped up and nearly had another heart attack. But he recognized that voice at once. It was Sam. His friend emerged from the shadows, a dark silhouette against the glow from the anti-aircraft guns. James and Sam hugged each other. James had never been so glad to see anyone in his whole life. "Did you come down okay?" James asked. "Turned my ankle," said Sam, "but I'll be okay. Lost all my heavy gear, though." "Better than losing your head." "Yeah, me too," James whispered. "Any idea where we are? I thought I saw another jumper hit a lake." "Not lakes. The Germans flooded the fields." James cursed. "What am I doing here?" He held up a finger at Sam. "Don't say it." Sam shrugged. James collected his things. "Come on," he whispered. "Let's see if we can find somebody else and figure out where we are." They didn't see any more parachutes or jumpers. At the edge of the field, though, they found a sleepy two-story farmhouse. Lights were off and no one moved inside. It was after midnight, after all. I don't remember this place from the aerial photographs they showed us, Sam whispered. Yeah, James said. We're supposed to be protecting the Ninth Battalion's flanks, but where are they? And how are we supposed to know where we are? I suppose we could just go knock on their door and ask. James looked at Sam. Are you serious? What if there are Germans in there? Sam shrugged. Then we shoot them. He held up his machine gun. This is kind of what we came for. Got any better ideas? James didn't, so they walked over to the farmhouse and knocked on the front door. The decisions that you need to be making when you're in war, know these things. So we need directions, but there might be the enemy over there, so we might have to shoot their faces off too. So interesting. Yeah, I've never fought this thing that Reliable's fighting right now. Is this Safijira still? I don't know. I've never killed it, and it's question marks. It's got question marks. Display question marks. Spoilers. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I don't want to watch that. No, I want to find out what that is later. Interesting. So interesting. Let's see. It took us about 3 hours to get here. We're at 100 pages. There's 300 pages total. So that would be like what? Another 6 hours? Another 6 hours of reading. Let's get to page 200, see where we're at, see how we're feeling. I know we can finish it today, but the question is, do we want to finish it today? Because Japan has requested Minecraft time. What are you doing? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? But how do I request? Let's see. I will. Yes. Yes. Become close friends. Send. Yes. Since you listen to me yap. Please, please be my friend. Please, please, reliable. Please, please. I'm hearing all the Japan sounds over here. Japan's staring outside of accepted. I think that's what that sound means. Yay, we're friends now. I know your real name now, reliable. Colin A. Mock. What? Doxed. We've doxed you. Nice. Japan says BRB. He's staring outside. Oh. Hey, look, I'm on. Oh, so I switched over to Satyen Reed's channel. So that's what it's showing in Japan chat. Does that mean I can like his stream again if I go the main channel, Sebastiano? Yes, we can. I did it. Success. There's two of me. There's two of me in Japan chat. Nice. That way, James shared a nervous look with Sam as they waited at the front door to the farmhouse. A light came on upstairs, and James gripped the trigger of his Bren gun. An upstairs window slid up, and a round-faced boy with brown hair and pale skin stuck out his head. Hello, where? James began, but the boy closed the window as quickly as he had opened it and disappeared. James turned to Sam. Do you think he's coming down? Sam shrugged. Maybe we should knock again. They waited for what seemed like an eternity. James was about to knock again when the door opened and the boy was there, joined by a blinking old woman. James took to be the boy's grandmother. The boy had a wide smile and dark eyes, and he hopped from foot to foot excitedly. His grandmother was much more sedate. She had wrinkled white skin and gray hair. They both wore threadbare nightgowns that were coming apart at the seams. Hello, James said. We're Canadians. We're here for the invasion. The boy turned to his grandmother and spoke, delivering a stream of excited French that James didn't understand. He sagged. Of course, these people speak French, he thought. We're in France. How were James and Sam ever going to ask them anything? James desperately tried to remember some of his high school friends. Bonjour, je m'appelle. James began. Sam put a hand up to cut him off and spoke to the boy and the old woman in perfect French. The old woman's face lit up and the boy answered back animatedly. James blinked. "You speak French?" he asked Sam. "Of course I speak French," Sam said. "I'm from Quebec." The old woman said something in French and tried to pull Sam inside. "What are they saying?" James asked. "She wants us to come in and have tea," Sam said. "The boy is excited for the invasion and is asking lots of questions about our gear." Sam politely turned down the woman's invitation and gave the boy his flashlight. The boy and the old woman spoke back and forth with Sam, who translated for James. "Henry says they have been expecting the invasion for some time now." "Henry," James said. "That's his name. This is Henry Chateau," Sam said. "And his grandmother is Madame de Compiègne. Henry's grandfather is at work." It's Mr. Compiègne's family. Compiègne. I want to know how to say that. And pronouncing it however the hell I want, but it's popping up all over the place. Old Railmaster, Compain, Compain, just Compain, 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 Compain. Bonjour. This is Julian the Frenchman, Louis Vuitton, Compain. All right. Wild Department. Compiègne, 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 Compiègne. Madame de Compiègne, 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 Compiègne. Madame de Compiègne. Henry's grandfather is at work. He's some kind of train station manager. Henry's mother is on the French Resistance, which is why he lives with his grandparents. "Okay, we don't need their whole life stories," said James. Sam said something in French that was clearly about James, and the old woman laughed. "What are you telling them? What are you saying? Never mind. Ask them where the Germans are." "Oui es allemand," James tried. The boy frowned, and Sam cleaned up the question in French for him. "Ah," Henry said, brightening. He pointed to the east. "The Germans are that way," James asked, excited to have finally learned something. Henry nodded and pointed to the south. "And that way?" James asked. Henry nodded, said something else, and pointed west. "And that way," Sam translated. Henry nodded, said the same thing again, and pointed north. "And that way," Sam said again sadly. The boy and his grandmother smiled and nodded. James and Sam glanced at each other. They were surrounded by Germans. "The Merville Battery," James said. "Ask them where that is." The question caused much back and forth between Henry and his grandmother. "It sounds like it's a long way off from here," Sam said. "About 11 kilometers to the north." 11 kilometers, James said. He did the quick math in his head. "They dropped us 7 miles from where we're supposed to be. It'll take us hours to get there if we don't run into any Germans." See, I wonder if that was part of the plan too. They had a place where they were supposed to drop, and maybe like the enemy had the intel, and they chose to like, okay, gotta drop them early instead. Is that what happened? Is that what happened here? Interesting. Sorry, I'm having fun being two identities inside Japan's chat. Everyone at JapanSpitz, at JapanSpitz on YouTube, like the dog at JapanSpitz. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow, please. Thank you. Got dinner, gonna eat. No problem, Japan. I'm just over here keeping myself entertained, that's all. Change of plans. James and Sam weren't jogging, but they weren't walking either. They found a pace somewhere in between. They had a lot of ground to cover, and they were already late to the party. But they were both wary of running into German soldiers on the way. They had to stay on their guard. Henry told me his father was taken away by the Nazis, Sam whispered, to work as a slave laborer in Germany. His mother ran away before they could do the same to her. You got all that in 5 minutes. We talked to them, James whispered back. The compagnie, oh my god, how, compagnie, 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 compagnie. I want to make sure that I say it right. Compagnie, 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 compagnie. The De Compiègne chateaus are very nice people caught in a very difficult situation, Sam told him. Yeah, I know the feeling, said James. Compiègne, Compiègne. They trotted in silence for a few more yards before James said, I know why I'm here, Sam. You volunteered. Yeah, but you did too. Why? Why are you here? I told you on the plane. I thought you were joking. James, I'm Cree, Sam said. I can't even vote in Canada, not if I want to keep my tribal status. The army, I still get to be Cree and have respect. The question you need answered is, why are you really here? James sighed. Because I'm an idiot. The human whistle cut through their conversation, and both soldiers instinctively dropped face first to the ground. Their Bren guns thrust out in front of them, James held his breath and opened his senses, trying to see and hear as far as he could in the night. Sam was just as silent beside him. James's heart thundered in his chest. Someone in the darkness whispered a Canadian code word, and James relaxed. Sam gave the coded reply, and three shadows rose from the hiding a few yards away. They were all privates from the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion. Two of them were white, and one of them was black. That was something new. The Canadian Army had been segregated in the last war. But it wasn't now. James had seen a number of black soldiers at basic training in England. The two groups briefly introduced themselves. One of the new guys was from British Columbia, and the other two were from back east, Ottawa and Hamilton. The black soldier's uniform was drenched, like he'd landed in one of the flooded fields, and one of the white soldiers had his right arm wrapped up with a bandage. The other white soldier had lots of little cuts all over his face and hands, like his parachute had dragged him kicking and screaming through one of the hedgerows that lined the fields and roads of Normandy. Two of them were privates from B Company, and one was private from C Company. James and Sam were from A Company. Only the C Company soldier was in the right drop zone, and all of them were well away from where they needed to be. All their missions were to the north, so they decided to stay together until they could rejoin their companies. They had just set off when James heard a sound unlike any other he'd heard in real life before. It was like the sound of a falling piano made in a cartoon, and it was getting closer and closer, and boom! A bomb exploded just a few dozen yards away, knocking them all down and showering them with rocks and dirt. Boom! 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 The bombs fell like rain and kept falling. The soldiers scrambled for cover, but there wasn't much of anywhere to hide. James and Sam dragged themselves to the base of one of the hedgerows. Bombs pounded the field all around them. James felt the vibration of each blast in the pit of his stomach and the bottom of his teeth. The crowd's found us, James screamed. Sam shook his head and pointed at the sky where the familiar shadows of British Lancaster bombs flew overhead. James watched in horror as they dropped their entire payloads of bombs right on top of them. He couldn't believe it. Their own allies were dropping bombs on them. They were supposed to be hitting German strongholds. The ground troops weren't attacking. This was a registered paratrooper drop zone. They must have gone off course in all the clouds, Sam said. Or they chickened out and they're dropping their bombs early so they get out of here, James yelled back. Boom, 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 boom. The bombing went on for more minutes than James could count. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The heavy pounding stopped, but the explosions still rang in his ears. Our own planes, the white soldier from the British Columbia yelled. Our own damn planes were trying to kill us. First they drop us in the wrong place, then they bomb us, James howled. The white soldier from C Company still lay on the ground, and at first they were worried he was dead. But he wasn't injured at all. He was just crying, and he wouldn't get up for a long time afterward. They were all rattled by the bombing. The black soldier walked aimlessly around the cratered clearing just to do something with his shaking body. What are we doing here, Sam? James asked again. Seriously, what? Sam was so unnerved by the bombing, he didn't even give James a funny answer. He must have been asking himself the same thing. I hope Henry and his grandmother weren't hit, Sam said quietly. James hoped so too. Things you don't consider, you know, the innocents in this war, those poor people just trying to live their lives. Hopefully they're okay, but I suppose we might not find out in the context of this story, you know. Come on, said James. Let's just get this nightmare over with. They gathered their wits about them and set off to the north again. James glanced at the sky, wondering if and when their own allies would bomb them again, and he caught the others doing it too. About 30 minutes had passed when they ran into another 15 Canadian paratroopers, led by Major McLeod from a C Company. McLeod was tall, thin, and Nova Scotian with a brown mustache that looked like a horsehair brush. He wasn't from James's company, but he was now the ranking officer in their group. I was supposed to have a heavily armed force of more than 100 men with machine gunners, heavy mortars, Bangalore torpedoes, the lot, McLeod declared. He certainly didn't have that now. James counted 20 men with nothing more than 3 machine guns, 8 Bren guns, a few pistols, and 1 Piat. We'll have to do, said McLeod. We have a mission. Destroy the enemy radio station at Varaville. Capture or destroy the enemy headquarters there and blow the bridge over the Vet River. He paused and looked around. And that's just what we're going to do. James shot a disbelieving look at Sam. Do all that with just 20 men? The major was nutters. But sir, we're not with Charlie Company, Sam said. You boys from other companies are too far away from your objectives to make it in time, McLeod told them. We're near Varaville. With your help, we have just enough men to give it a go. Listen, he told the whole group. We don't fulfill our objectives, and all those boys coming off the boats in a few hours are going to have more of a fight than they can handle. We're here to do a job, and by God, we're going to do it. Just like that, James and Sam were off to attack the Nazis at Varaville. You think you're going to do something one day, and it turns out, nope, the universe is dragging you 20 miles off in the opposite direction. I wonder how this whole war business turns out in the end, honestly. Okay, let's take a look at this map. Okay, chat, look. Okay, so you see, can't see my mouse, can you? No, you can't. Which means we have to use. How do I like write? How do I like write on text? Color source? No. Delete that. Is there any way to do? I mean, there's obviously the text function. I hear you, Rebel. I hear you, Reliable. You're still there, I know. What if I just do like a line? And then if we make it black. Okay, here we go, chat. So here's the beaches at Normandy. So over here, this is where they landed on the beach. The Mirrors town is down here, the bottom. And then James landed all the way over here. Paratrooper area. And he's headed up over here, Varaville. This one right here. Samira down here is trying to get up here where they're keeping her mom. That's where she's hoping to go. And then D, Sid, Bill, and Henry are over here just trying to survive. And that's the current status of the war. All right. Good chat. That's all the information we're privy to currently. Goldilocks and the two Canadians. From where James hid, he could see the German headquarters in Varaville. It was located inside a fancy chateau on the edge of town. The large house was white with tall windows and a steep slate gray roof. Three smaller buildings of white and gray stone, miniature versions of the chateau, sat nestled up against its side. Like puppies sleeping around their mother, the house was at the far end of a long paved driveway lined with trees. Much closer was a yellow brick gatehouse that would have easily passed for a mansion back in Winnipeg. Major McLeod signaled for James and Sam to go into the yellow gatehouse with two other soldiers to check it out. Who? What? Me? You talk? You left. He left. Rebel has left the party. Oh no! It's just you and me now, Rebel. Just you and me. Oh, are you leaving too? No, you can't leave me alone. You better not. Oh my god. No, I'm the only one. Now I'm the only one in the party. Damn it. All right, everyone has left the party now. Oh yeah, there it is. New invite. Phew. Okay. We're back. Yay! Man, look, I have so many parties started by you. Kira's party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm in your party right now. I'm already in your party. What are you talking about? Oh my god. People on the internet are wild, man. I don't have gameplay to let you watch. There's nothing. Start my sharing my screen. All right. We're watching you. There's nothing to watch, Rebel Kira. I'm reading a book. I'm reading a book right now. Let's see. Let's just get you that link. Here's where you can find me live, Rebel. We're reading Allies by Alan Gratz right now. So this is not anything that I'll be sharing to this screen, honestly. I just turned it on. I don't know why I turned it on, honestly. Figured it'd be a good distraction, something to have in the background. You don't have YouTube? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't have YouTube? Go click on the channel. Just go click on the channel, please. Please. What do you mean I don't have that? All you need to do is go onto the YouTube website. Please, please, please. You're so funny. Please like and subscribe. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Please, please. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. Vaporeon Vaporeon made a new video. Vaporeon's upset that they have a key Pokemon and a garbage Pokemon, but she wants there to be a harp Pokemon. He's over there spitting water all over the place too. Oh my god. um I mean, I must say that I am intrigued. That's one way to get me to watch a video. Yes, she's just spitting water out on the floor, playing cosplaying as Vaporeon. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That is freaking hilarious. All right. Have you joined Rebel? Have you joined me on YouTube yet? Please, please, Rebel, please. Rebel, please, please, Rebel, please. We need you. Join me in YouTube. Join me in YouTube chat, please. Please, God, please. What a world. Whoa. Japan says, look at my stream so you know which mods are my world. Yes, tree capacitator add-on, cave dweller add-on, dynamic light add-on, and then the Minecraft classic texture pack. So it's still relatively vanilla. Tree capacitator is pretty good. You can get the tree all in one go. Dynamic light add-on, I think that means like if you have a torch in your hand, it will still illuminate things like in Java version. It's a good list of mods. From all right, we'll start here. Major McLeod signaled for James and Sam to go into the yellow gatehouse with two other soldiers to check it out. The place was silent as the grave, and when James and Sam came through the front door, Bren guns at the ready, they understood why. The gatehouse was being used as barracks, with every inch of space taken up by bunk beds. Every single one of the beds had recently been slept in, but was now empty. Somebody's been sleeping in my bed, Papa Bear, Sam said. 96 somebody's, James said. There were 8 rooms and 6 double bunks to a room, and not one Goldilocks in the building. From a second floor window, James and Sam could see the German defensive position. The Nazis were set up in a long trench on the other end of the lawn near the house. The trench was reinforced with dirt and concrete, as was a large bunker that might have been a command post. Machine gun bays stood along the length of the trench. James could even see some of the Germans' round gray helmets moving back and forth through a narrow slit in the front of the bunker. He huffed. Besides almost killing the Canadian paratroopers, the British bombing had evidently awakened the sleeping Germans and put them on the defensive. James and Sam shared a knowing look. A full frontal assault on the Nazis now would be a suicide mission. Luckily, Major McLeod seemed to agree. 96 empty beds means 96 enemy soldiers, the major said when they told him their news. That's almost 5 times more men than we have. We'll have to try to draw them out. Good plan, good plan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. I like that. All right. Major McLeod arranged most of the soldiers as best he could behind a low wall and a shallow ditch near the gatehouse facing the chateau. The small Canadian troop was now in line parallel to the Germans, separated by the long, flat grass lawn. The major kept a small group that included James and Sam with him at the gatehouse. All right, let's just hope they haven't seen us yet, the major said. Boom! The wooden gate that blocked the driveway exploded in a blizzard of splinters. No one was killed, but the explosion knocked everyone standing to the ground. Good lord, they've got a heavy gun, Major McLeod said. And they've seen us, James added silently. That command post he'd seen, the one with the reinforced concrete bunker and the narrow slit in the front. That must be where the big gun lived. The Nazis in the trench began firing their rifles and machine guns, and the Canadians answered back with what they could from their hiding places. It was a full-on battle now. Pass the word for the soldier with the Piat, the major said. We'll try to get a beat on the German's big gun from the second floor of the gatehouse. You and you, he nodded at James and Sam. Guard the downstairs doors. Major McLeod hurried upstairs with 3 other soldiers, including the corporal with the Piat, while James and Sam took up the defensive positions on either side of the first floor. Moments later, James heard the distinctive shunk of British anti-tank weapon being fired from a second floor window, and he took a peek outside. The Piat bomb landed with a boom, kicking up smoke and sod, but it fell too short to do any damage to the German gun or any of the Nazi soldiers in the trench. James cursed, but he knew that the corporal with the Piat would be saying it much worse right now as he hurried to reload and try again. Krakoom! The second floor of the gatehouse exploded, buckling the ceiling above James. He ducked and staggered outside where dust and debris were still settling. Broken glass and pieces of brick crunched under his boots. He looked up. The roof was still on the gatehouse, but the second floor was a smoking hole. The German gun had scored a direct hit on the building, but the same shell that destroyed the gate isn't nearly powerful enough to do that, James thought. Then he realized the shells must have hit the corporal's extra Piat rounds. That's what had caused the huge explosion. The corporal, the major. James hurried back inside, but Sam met him coming out. Sam shook his head. Don't, James. They're all dead. Damn. Reinforcement. 4 men killed in a single blast, and with them had gone their only heavy gun. James put a hand to the wall of the gatehouse and said a silent prayer for the major and the other men. If Day, the practice jumps in England, the anti-aircraft fire over the channel, parachuting into France, the British bombing, each of them had been real and frightening in their ways, but the way Major McLeod and the others had been there one moment and then just obliterated the next chilled James to the bone. The thought that his life might end instantly, explosively, in the fraction of a second, scared a stillness into him he knew would be with him for the rest of his life. Sam put a hand on James' shoulder and James nodded. James would be all right. He wanted to be anywhere but here in France. Anywhere but fighting this war. But there was no way out but forward. No time to be not all right. Who's that? Who dat? Who dat? Who dat? Who's there on the chat? Hello, hello, hello. We're reading. It's just it's just freaking Rebel using the text to speech again. You're not gonna stop me from reading. You can't stop us, Rebel. To take that. We're readers. We're good readers, and we're gonna keep on reading. Damn it. Follow me on YouTube. Damn it, you better go. I sent you the link. Go follow me on YouTube right now. Now. That's a joke that Rebel and I have. Now, you better play with me now. Do it right now, Rebel. You hear me right now. Please, 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 please. I'm an idiot, I know. You did? You're not here. You're lying. You're a liar, Rebel. You're a freaking liar. Together, James and Sam abandoned the gatehouse and joined the other paratroopers, shooting from cover. Captain took over for the major, but there wasn't much to do besides snipe at the heads of German soldiers who sniped at the Canadians. Even the German big gun became useless. It was too big to target individuals and too small to destroy the Canadian defensive positions. It was a stalemate. Sam turned his back to the German defenses and leaned against the low stone wall, out of sight from the snipers. So I guess we just settle in it until reinforcements come, Sam asked. Yeah, but whose reinforcements? Ours or theirs? James asked. They both knew the likely answer to that. There were far more Germans in Normandy right now than Allied soldiers. Hey, what's happening, fellows? Someone asked, and James and Sam both jumped. Two Canadian paratroopers strolled out of the darkness, one with blonde hair and the other with red hair. Both were privates. The blonde soldier held a Bren gun by the barrel, carrying it backward over his shoulder. The redhead carried a 2-inch motor and at least 6 mortar bombs that James could see strapped to his web belt. Take care of the Krauts already? The blonde soldier asked. James and Sam grabbed the men by their belts and dragged them forcefully to the ground just as bullets tore through the air where they had been standing. Over the smaller fire, they heard the boom of a big German gun thrown in for good measure. The shell landed far down the road with a boom, taking out a tree. James caught his breath. If that big gun had hit the soldier with the mortar shells, the newcomers would have been vaporized, and James and Sam along with them. No, we haven't taken care of the Krauts yet, Sam said. Yeah, so I see, said the blonde private, readjusting his helmet. We're Bravo Company. We were totally lost, and then we heard gunfire. That's how we knew where you were. But when it stopped a while back, we figured the fighting was over. Sounds like the Jerrys have a 75 millimeter gun, said the redhead. We haven't had anything big enough to take it out, James said. He nodded toward the small metal tube the redhead carried. Think you can hit it from here with your motor? The private took a peek over the wall and ducked back down just before a German bullet hit the top of the wall, kicking up the kind of motor that held rock walls together. Friendly, the private said. Yeah, they're regular Betty Boops, said James. The red-headed soldier shook his head. A 2-inch shell's not going to do any good against that bunker they've got protecting it. It's just going to tickle the top of it. James understood. Motors worked by lobbing bombs at high arcs towards their targets. Motors struck from above, which didn't help much if the bunker was covered over with thick concrete. The weakest part of a bunker was the slit in the front that the big gun fired out of, which gave James an idea. Okay, let me have that motor and some bombs, James said. The redheaded private looked confused. Do you know how to aim a mortar? I don't need to, James said excitedly. He took the mortar and the bombs from the private. Come on, Sam. Sam didn't ask where they were going. He followed along silently as James crawled away from the Canadian position, staying low in a shallow drainage ditch. The ditch took them to a line of trees on the far side of the chateau's front yard, where James had a clear line of sight to the gun emplacements. Bullets hadn't followed them, and rifles weren't sniping at them now, so he hoped they hadn't been seen. Without a word, James prepared the mortar, and Sam unpacked the shells. James watched his friend for a moment, suddenly aware that the shells in Sam's hands were likely to do to some Germans what their big gun had done to Major McLeod and the others. James hated the thought of anyone dying that way, but this was a war, and he had a job to do. Mortars were designed to be planted on the ground and then tilted and fired, but James had other plans. He found a small but sturdy-looking tree and held the mortar to it, aiming it almost horizontally at the slit in the German bunker. Sam smiled and nodded. To fire a mortar, you dropped a bomb inside the tube, and the gravity did the rest. The back end of the bomb would strike a pin at the bottom of the mortar's barrel, triggering an explosive charge that launched the mortar back up the tube and towards its target. Without gravity to activate the bomb, Sam was going to have to do it himself. James held the mortar steady. Sam took the first. Oh my god, they're gonna have to. I guess they're gonna have to and like have it shoot off really quick. So yeah, he better move his hand really quick. Damn. Sam took the first of the bombs, slid it partway into the barrel of the mortar, and nodded once, twice. On the third nod, they both turned their heads away, and Sam shoved the missile hard down the barrel. Yeah. Boom! The mortar shell fired almost instantaneously, and a second later, the front of the big gun's bunker exploded in a cloud of white dust. Yes, success! James almost couldn't believe it had worked. There was no time to rest on his laurels, though. James waved at Sam to keep the shells coming, and he aimed for one of the machine gun emplacements. Boom, 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 boom! They got off 4 more rounds, 1 for each of the machine guns, and 1 more for the big gun, and then dove for the drainage ditch, expecting return fire. But nobody fired back. James heard a cheer go up from the direction of the yellow gatehouse, and he peeked out of the ditch to see a Nazi soldier waving a white flag from one of the bunkers. The Germans were surrendering. James stood up in wonder. He and Sam had done something that worked, something that had saved more of his comrades from being killed. He felt a tingle of, what was that feeling? Triumph? The last time he'd felt that way was when he and the other students in Winnipeg had made Marvin Lennox back down, but this victory was so much greater than that one. James and Sam hurried to join their comrades as a captain accepted the Nazi surrender. There were only 43 German soldiers uninjured enough to surrender, but they still outnumbered the Canadians almost 2 to 1. When the German soldiers saw how few Canadians there were and how many more of them there were, they fumed at one another. James didn't have to understand German to know how angry they were to discover that they had surrendered to an inferior, less well-armed force. Exceptional work, gentlemen, the Canadian captain told James and Sam. If we get out of this alive, I'm recommending you both for a commendation. Exceptional, James thought. The captain called me exceptional. He's going to recommend me for a commendation. James was stunned. It was the first time in his life he could remember anybody else calling him anything but average. Maybe the army was a place where he could be more than he was back home. But why did they say that about him? That he was average and forgettable as a civilian, but as a soldier he was exceptional and commendable. What was that the person he wanted to be? James knew he should be happy. His gambit had worked. They had beaten Nazis, taken the chateau, but at what cost? And how did this help Canada? Why were they here? We counted 96 beds, the Canadian captain told the paratroopers. Unless we manage to kill and injure 51 Nazis, there may still be Germans around inside the chateau who haven't surrendered. He dispatched 3 teams of 2 to search for the first and second floors of the chateau, as well as its basement. James and Sam were on one of the teams. The captain assigned the first floor and the second floor to the other 2 teams. James and Sam were assigned to the basement. I wish I was average and forgettable again, James groused to himself. I wonder what they're gonna find down there. When they, if, when, where. Wonder when we get back to the shores of Normandy. Operation Neptune. Okay, yeah, we're almost there. This last chapter here, then we return back to the shores. They're doing over there. Oh, then we're going Operation what? What's this? Operation Amiens. I think that's gonna be the story of Henry. So in our little side leave, we have D. We've already encountered Neptune, Samira, Operation Tortoise, James, the paratroopers coming in, and then Henry, the medic, we haven't encountered yet. So it's gonna be his story. Back to Neptune. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Take. I want you, I need you, oh God. These beautiful things that I've got. Ba-da-da-da. Don't take these beautiful things and da 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 da. Bam 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 da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Da 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 da. I've got peace and I've got love. When I'm up at night thinking I might lose it all. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Please take these beautiful things that I've got. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. I need these beautiful things that I've got. Ba da 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 dum. Dim dee 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 dim. Dim dim dee dee dee. Dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim. Sorry, I like to look ahead in the book a little bit. Not really to spoil, but just to see what's like coming up. Dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim bum bum ba da 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 dum dim dee 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 dim dee 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 dee. Also, we're singing things. I've been feeling better than the last 4 cold Decembers. I recall. I see my family every month. I found a girl my parents love. It's coming Saturday night, and I think I might have it all. And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way. But I know gives me, he can take away, he can take away. And I hold you every night. There's the feeling I want to get used to. And then no man is terrified as the man who stands to lose you, lose you, lose you. Oh, hope I don't lose you. Oh, I hope I don't lose you. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Boom, 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 stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Please take these beautiful things that I've got. Whoa, 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 don't take Get him, Japan. Get him. Get those stupid idiots. Yeah, nice. Japan taking care of business, taking out the trash. Let's freaking go. Hey, Rebel, join Japan's world right now. Please do it. He's live right now. JapanSpitz at JapanSpitz on YouTube. Rebel, join. I know you have Minecraft. I know you have it. Join, join, join. One day, James stood up and stood in an empty kitchen, covering Sam with his Bren gun. Covering Sam with his Bren gun, Sam flung open the door to the chateau's basement and jumped back. Nothing, no shouts, no bullets, no grenades, just a set of wooden stairs disappearing down into the darkness. Upstairs, James heard nervous scuffling, then a relieved cry of, "All clear!" The first floor had been empty too. If there were any German soldiers in the house, they were in the basement. "What the hell am I doing here?" James asked for the 1,004th time. "You're going down there first," Sam said. "What? You go down there first." Sam shook his head. "I'm the senior officer." "We're both lance corporals," James protested. "I made corporal before you did." Oh my god. "By 1 week. So I order you to go down first because I'm 1 week your senior officer," said Sam. "And also, I'm afraid of the dark." "That's low, Sam. Real low." Yeah. You're not gonna make your friend go down who's afraid of the dark, are you? You're How could you possibly do that to someone who's scared of the dark? that that's a tactic. That's one tactic. I like how Japan takes a break. He looks out the window at the sheep. Not me, Rebel. I'm not playing right now. I'm reading a book. I'm reading a book right now. Japan at JapanSpitz. Please go add Japan. Okay, like I'll send you the link to Japan too. Here we go. JapanSpitz, like the dog. Go like and subscribe. Rebel, go like and subscribe, please. Now do it. See, and all of my advertising for Japan actually works because we had somebody who had played with us last time in Helldivers 2. They went and they liked Japan and his videos, and they said, "I'll catch you next time on stream." And then I don't think Japan streamed the next day like he was supposed to, but that's besides the point. The point is, it's working. We're getting him to 1 million subscribers this year. So Freaking Rebel, go! Like, subscribe, watch Japan on at JapanSpitz. Here, look, chat. I'll even give you another link. Here, follow JapanSpitz. Everybody, go follow JapanSpitz right now. Right freaking now. Damn it. Please. Thank you. Nightbot, don't screw me here. Do not screw me here, please. Please. Nightbot, no. He didn't. Nightbot didn't put the link. Damn it. Oh, there it is. Finally. Thank you. Thank you, Nightbot. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what I need to do to fix it, but he's back. He's back. He seems like Nightbot's a little drunk on YouTube. Like he responds really quickly on Twitch, but like on YouTube, he's like, "Oh, what? You say something on me? Okay, here you go." James sighed. He hated going down into the basement of his own house since he was a boy. Still did, truth be told. The creaky stairs, the cobwebs, the dark shadows, the damp chill. Once his younger brother had locked him down there as a prank, and he sprained his wrist hammering on the door in his panic to be let out. The memory sent a shiver down his back, and he felt a gnawing pinch in his stomach. The only time he'd ever been that scared again was when Marvin Lennox and his gang had chased him through the streets of Winnipeg on If Day. And today, of course, but the other soldiers were waiting for the all clear. Chest heaving, James lifted his Bren gun again and inched toward the door. He peered down, trying to see, but it was too dark. A light switch had been wired to the wall just inside the door, and arm shaking, he slowly lifted his left hand from his gun to flip it. Nothing. There was no bulb or no electricity, or both. James moved onto the landing at the top of the stairs, waiting for his eyes to adjust. He tried to tiptoe down the stairs, back pressed to the wall on his right, but the treads were as old as creaky as his basement stairs back in Winnipeg. They gave him away with every shift in his weight. Forget sneaking around, James thought. If there was a German waiting to shoot him down there, he couldn't have telegraphed his arrival better if he'd marched down crashing cymbals together. Is there anybody down there? He called. Get off, he added, using what little German he remembered from their training to order whoever was down there to surrender. James was afraid his quaking legs would go out from under him if he didn't move, and he rushed the rest of the way down the stairs. At the dirt floor, he backed into a corner. Cobwebs grabbed at his neck underneath his helmet, making him shudder. The damp, earthy smell of every basement everywhere in the world washed over him, and he felt his old panic rise up within him. There was a grimy window high up on the opposite wall, and in the brown light he saw movement in the far corner. His heart jumped into his throat, and he thrust his gun at whatever it was. "Who's there?" he said, his voice squeaking. A man and woman came out of the shadows, and James' finger tightened on the trigger. But the man and woman weren't soldiers. They were small, thin. The woman wore a threadbare dress, and the man much patched trousers and shirt. Behind them, clinging to her mother's skirt, was a dark-haired little girl. James felt himself start to breathe again, but he was still panting, still scared. Sam, get down here, James called. There's French people down here. Sam hurried down to join him and began speaking to the family in French. The trio's eyes lit up, and the father leaped forward to shake first Sam's hand, then James' hand, clutching at him like he was a man falling off a cliff. "He's the groundskeeper, and his wife is the cook," Sam translated. "They say there are no more Germans here. The soldiers all went outside to man the defenses." Before Sam could finish speaking, the woman took James' face in her hands and kissed him on both cheeks. Tears rolling down her face, she hugged him tight, and James felt embarrassment creeping up his cheeks. The woman let him go at last and did the same thing all over again to Sam. James' eyes had begun to adjust to the darkness, and now he saw 3 straw mats on the floor, the small table with a nub of extinguished candle melted down on it, the 3 empty bowls. They're not just hiding down here, James realized. They live down here. They serve the Nazis like slaves while the Germans eat and sleep and live upstairs. "Let's get them out of here," James said. If he'd been scared by being locked in the basement once as a kid, he couldn't imagine how this family must feel. They would never want to go near a basement again. The woman held a hand up and sent the daughter scurrying away after something. She came back a moment later with an old bottle of wine. "They've been hiding this from the Germans," Sam explained after the woman said something to him in French. "Tell them we'll drink it upstairs," James said. Together. The father kept shaking their hands, and the mother kept giving them kisses, but James and Sam managed to get the family started up the stairs. As they climbed, the little girl slipped her hand into James's hand. He smiled down at her hand, squeezed her hand, and in that moment, James understood. France was a country where If Day had come true. All those things they had pretended had happened in Winnipeg. The Nazis invading, the people's rights and property taken from them, people imprisoned and enslaved. Those things had actually happened here. Seeing men in Nazi costumes marching down the cobblestone streets of that old market had moved James to enlist. But the threat hadn't been real, not to Winnipeg, not to Canada. He and Sam and all the other soldiers had known that, the same way they knew France had really been invaded by the Nazis. But France was halfway around half a world away. Who cared what happened in France as long as it didn't happen to Canada? That's what he had thought then. What he had thought just an hour ago at the gatehouse when the Nazis had been shooting at him. But Henry Chateau and his missing parents, the Allied planes dropping bombs on everyone in Normandy, friend or foe, this family living like prisoners in the basement of the chateau. In the space of a few short hours, James had seen what happened when If Day became When Day. Nobody should have to live like this under the boot of Nazi rule anywhere in the world, James thought. Agreed. Freaking agreed. And the goddamn wars. And all the goddamn wars. People should not have to be living with this suffering and this pain and just this mental anguish out there in the world. And modern wars, I mean, this is technically like a just war, right? Because we all knew that the Nazis, well, when the U.S. finally decided to go into the war and assist, we could all agree that the Nazis are terrible, horrible people. But here in modern day, it's the U.S. We're over there bombing people to hell, justifying it with our fake intelligence information. I mean, obviously there are other wars going on too that needs to be ended. But we are the biggest perpetrators here in the United States. That's all that I'm freaking saying. We're a huge part of the problem. We are, us, US, a huge part of the problem. So yes, all the other wars need to end, but we need to stop also going out there and causing this kind of pain and destruction. Trump just went and bombed Yemen, y'all. The point of that being that motherfucker claimed to be the anti-war candidate, and he's over there just doing the same old stupid wars that they expect him to do. You can't trust any of those motherfuckers. None of them. Kira left me. No, Kira, come back. You can't leave while I'm doing my anti-war spiel. Damn it. Damn it, Kira. No. All right, whatever. Fine. It's okay. I still have Japan. I'm not insulting you, Japan. You're a real audience. You're a real audience. Unless you're not here, in which case I have nobody. A deep freeing calm came over James, and suddenly he understood why he was here. He was going to keep fighting the Nazis as hard as he could until all of France was liberated, and then he was going to move on to free Belgium and the Netherlands and everywhere else the Nazis had conquered. He was going to free every last country where If Day had become horribly true. But he couldn't do it alone. He needed Sam and the other Canadian soldiers and the English and American soldiers who were to follow them. Like the kids back in Winnipeg coming together to stand up to Marvin Lennox, it would take all of them to face down Hitler, the biggest bully in the world. And the biggest bully in the world today is the oligarchs, the rich, the 1%. I'm not talking about people who think they're rich. I'm talking about the disgustingly wealthy people who will never spend any of their riches but continue to propagate all their stupid bullshit across all countries across the face of the earth and continue to separate and divide people and make them want to fight each other in stupid dumbass wars. But it's up to us, the power of the people. Everybody unite. James saw Canadian paratroopers swarming the chateau when he came back up from the basement. The French family was quickly handed off to the company medic. "You're moving on?" James asked Sam. Now that he knew why he was here, he was eager to get to it. Another soldier heard James and shook his head. "Radio tower's been destroyed, and the captain sent some men to blow up the bridge. So we're supposed to stay and defend this position until the boys come up off the beach." "If the boys come up off the beach," Sam said quietly. "They have to make it," James said. "We're here for a reason." They're here to make sure that the boys make it off the beach so that we can push the front and take back land from the Germans. That's why they're here. So we're going back to Project Neptune, Operation Neptune, June 6, 1944, 6:30 a.m. on Omaha Beach. Just before dawn. So that's probably like around 5 in the morning. So they've been up like an hour and a half potentially. Back with D on the beach. Nowhere to go. What the hell am I doing here? D thought, panicking. He was standing in the Higgins boat. The ramp had just splashed down. Yep, right here. Right in the thick of it. Right at the front of it. They're still, if you remember on the map, up there towards like the middle center of the map where they're getting dropped off right there. Which is interesting. James and his company is far off to the east. Omaha Beach. Yep. Barville is like way to the east of that. Um, the Mira is probably closer, uh, headed towards Bayo. Wonder if he's gonna D company is gonna meet up with Samira if they're ever gonna see James. And what about Henry? What's his story all about? We still haven't even encountered him yet. JapanSpitz report. He has a bunch of villagers that he is has trapped. It looks like they're trapped. I don't think they can get out of this building. And then he's making more living space for them. What's going on here? What is this? What are you doing, Japan? What's happening here? What are you putting up there? There's leads and an iron golem. Interesting. Okay. What the heck? Interesting. He's he's leashed the iron golem to the middle of the room. Isn't it better if he can wander Japan? Isn't it better if he's able to go and attack zombies? Or is this? Are you gonna kill him? Are you gonna kill him? No, I don't think he's gonna. I'm just really confused. Very confused about what's happening here. These beautiful things that Speaking of which, check out LD Shadow Lady's new SMP, Misadventures SMP. Don't forget. We love Lizzie. She's the one that did Empires the Musical. yeah. And go on Twitter if you want to see. Oh my god. Oh my god. All the things happening on Twitter. Cats have 32 muscles in each ear to help them ignore you. That's true. Oh my god. No way. Oh my god. All right, that gets a retweet. If you even want to know. You can see it on the Twitter. It's so funny, so fucking funny. Oh my god. Did I lose my captions again? Oh no, there we are. We're fine. Oh my god. Okay, that was a good one. Japan ended what? Yeah, he ended his stream. It took too long. Sorry, we're looking at memes. I really missed this anime. Oh my god. That cat in the flower field. Tasty. Buddha, what makes us human? Selecting all images with traffic lights. Yeah, you have to verify you're a human. Do do doom do do doom dim do 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 doom dee dee dim dee dee dim dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dim dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim. Dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim dee dee dim dee dee dim dee 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 dee. Do 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 da da dum da 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 dum. Dee 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 dim dee 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 dee. Bim bee dim dim bee dee dim dee dee dim dee dee dim bee dee dim dee dee dim dee 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 dee. Dim da da dum dum da da dum da da dum. Doo doo doom doo doo doom dee dim dim dee 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 dee. Yep, basically. Sorry. We need more tea. We shall return, chats. This is not the end of it. This is not the end of it by a long shot. Don't worry. We'll get through this book. Look, we're almost halfway through. We're doing so good, except for my ADHD. Come on, we gotta go. We have things to do. We have to get through this book. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Hours ago, they're looking all ridiculous. All right, chat. We have more water on the way. Perfecto. Muy bien. All right, chats. Dee 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 dee. Only in the none when the time to come. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. You know we've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go. Need the light when it's burning low. You only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know that you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go, and you let her go. Dee 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 dee. And they go so fast, and they go so fast. When you close your eyes, maybe one day you'll understand why. Anything you nudge will surely die, surely die. You don't need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only miss the lover when you let her go. You know you shine when you're feeling low. Only know the road when you're missing home. Never when you let her go. Only know you love them when you let her go. And then you let her go. Another feeling in the dark. Then in an empty feeling in your heart. Cause I'm slow. And it goes so fast. And it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never touch and never to keep. You never do much and you dive too deep, and you dive too deep. You only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Go. You let her go, and you let her go. Oh, 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 let her go, and you let her go. Oh, oh. Well, you let her go. Well, you let her go. Only know the light when it's burning low. Only know the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hit the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know, no, 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 no. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only need the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Dee deem dee deem dee deem deem dee 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 deem. Dee 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 deem. Nowhere to go. What the hell am I doing here? D thought, panicking. He was standing in the Higgins boat. The ramp had just splashed down. They had finally landed on Omaha Beach. It was D-Day, and they were invading France. And go, go, go! Sergeant Taylor cried, chung, 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 chung. Before D could even take a step, the German machine guns off the cliffs beyond the beach tore into the boat, mowing down the first rows of soldiers. Damn! Bap, 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 bap. And then this entire front line just falls. Man, damn. He ducked as the bullets flew. The soldiers in front of him screamed as they were shot. It was just like the Jerrys had just been waiting for the ramp to come down. Go, move, let me out of here, soldiers yelled. But where, do you want to know? Into the hailstorm of bullets? To stay in the boat was to die. To push forward was to die. Everything around D was suddenly death. Some of the men tried climbing to the tall walls of the boat and jumping over the side, but they were shot too. Sid pushed forward, head down, and D followed, his heart thumping in terror. The soldier to his left, a man named DeLuca, was hit and went down, where he was crushed underfoot. Sid was still up and surging forward. D climbed over the dead and dying men to get to the edge of the ramp. He expected a bullet to hit him any second now. He wondered, weirdly detached, if he would feel it or whether he would just be dead. His heart in his throat, D jumped into the water. He thought it was going to be shallow, but to his surprise, he dropped straight into 5 feet of ocean. The cold and the shock took his breath away, and he swallowed seawater as a wave washed over him. The boat must have hit a sandbar. They had been dropped too far out. Bullets whipped into the water all around him. One struck D in the left arm, sending a shooting pain up through his shoulder and down through his fingertips. Another dead soldier fell into the water beside him. Was it Sid? There was no way to tell. Everything was happening too fast. Too fast. I'm going to die, D thought in a blind, thrashing panic. I'm going to drown. I'm going to be shot again, and I'm going to die. D kicked off the sand and came up for a painful, desperate breath before sinking again. He activated the CO2 cartridge on his life vest, but it wasn't enough to lift him up out of the water. He was still too heavy. He had too much gear. He fought to unclip the ponderous assault vest he wore under his uniform. His movements slowed by the water and made shaky by fear. At last, he was able to slip the vest off. He let go of the sling that carried his rifle, too. He couldn't worry about whether he'd need it later. If he didn't get lighter, he didn't get out of the water, there wasn't going to be a later. Lungs burning, eyes stinging, D kicked again, breaking the surface. This time he floated, and what he saw as the waves took him up and down was a scene from hell. Dead bodies bumped into D as the sea was dark with blood. Men screamed and cried out for the medics who weren't there. German pillboxes on the high cliffs laid down deadly crossfire. Czech hedgehogs, huge three-legged, three-armed anti-tank obstacles made from steel bars, welded together into an X shape, littered the beach, undamaged by the Allied battleship barrage. Soldiers lay crumpled on the wet sand around the obstacles like stones. Damn. It's just, that's war. That's war. Let's look up Czech hedgehogs. Mara, one of our followers, is from Czech Republic. He's very proud of being from Czech, as he should be. You know, you should be proud. He's one of our longest followers. Very nice person. Very nice man indeed. These do be what it is. Which is why I'm saying they're amazing people all over the world, and we shouldn't be forced to experience these horrors and things like that. But I mean, I guess that's just human nature, and as long as humans are free willed and as they're allowed to be, then things like this are just gonna be happening, you know? Takes a certain level of like education and understanding to realize that, you know what, we're not all that different from each other. It's a lot easier to be ignorant and say, look at our differences and this is why we should hate each other. It's a very easy to go ahead and do things like that instead of taking a look at, you know, like the bare basic minimum. Like, aren't we all just human beings trying to live? Aren't we all just doing our best here? This beautiful, beautiful I mean, okay, so the disgusting parts of the world are typically, in my opinion, the things that humanity does to itself. You know, I mean, a lion is obviously going to eat a gazelle. That's not really horrible and disgusting. That's just nature, you know. But yeah, us being horrible, disgusting idiots to each other, yeah, that's totally within our control to change. You know, as long as we have an understanding, a little bit of empathy, maybe a little bit of sympathy. You know, consider someone else's position in life as compared to ours. You know. But you don't have to. You certainly don't have to. You have free will. You can be selfish as you want. It's perfectly fine. Do 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 do. No, me know you love her when you let her go. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Do 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 do. Only know you love her, only need a light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go, and you let her go. Dee 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 dee. You know you love her when you let her down in the million of the glass. Hoping one day you'll make a dream last. The dream comes slow, and they go so fast, and they go so fast. See her in there, close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies, surely dies. You only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only love her when you high, when you're feeling low. Only miss the road when it's missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. Dee 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 dee. At the ceiling in the dark, that old empty feeling in your heart. 'Cause love's slow and it goes so fast, and it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep. If you love her too much and you dive too deep, and you dive too deep. Well, you know you need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. You only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Oh, 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 oh. Let her go. Oh, you let her go. We got to stay hydrated because we're yapping over here. You got to make sure that there's plenty of liquid in my systems. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love him when you let him go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only know and you let her go. Light when it's burning low. Only know the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, you know we've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go, and you let her go. Gonna move your glass. There'll be in one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow, and they go so fast, and they go so fast. When you close your eyes, maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies, surely dies, surely dies. And you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go, get the ceiling in the dark. Like that empty feeling in your heart. Cause I'm slow when it goes so fast. Cause love comes slow when it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep. You loved her too much and you dive too deep. Cause you loved her too much and you dive too deep. You know you need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. You only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hit the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Go. And then you let her go. Oh, 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 and you let her go. Oh, and you let her go, 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 go. Dee 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 dim dee dim dee dee dim. No 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 dum no 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 no. Only need the light when it's burning low. Only in the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Go. You only need the light when it's burning low. You only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Let her go. Hello, chat. La 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 la. Let me down, let me down, don't let me down, down, let me down, 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 don't let me down, down, don't let me down, down. Um, what the fuck? No way. That's fake. That's freaking fake. What? That's what I thought. Oh my god. Down me down, down, let me down me down me down, let me down. If you wanna go, then no need to be so lonely. And you want it, mommy, then it knows lonely, lonely, lonely. Let me down, dee dee dee, dee 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 dee. I'm still reading, chat. I'm still reading. Don't worry. Don't worry. I just needed more distractions. That's all. My attention span. Sorry. I remember reading like back in the day when you're younger, you know, man, I used to just go and go and go and read and read and read. I got through that Harry Potter book, the so quickly. Oh my god, this is like even before spoilers, right? You're not really too big of a presence on the internet back then. So, I mean, I guess some people were like spoiling those books for sure, but yeah. Mm. I love books so much. They're so tasty. Um, um, um. Delicious, tasty, amazing, delicious books. It's so fucking hot. It's so ow, ow, ow. But it does reinvigorate my voice, to be completely honest. This hot water, making its way down into my system, really, yeah, uplifts the throat, gets things cleared out. Feels like I can go 10 more miles on this voice. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 This is why I like the reading streams, because I can do whatever the heck I want, you know, like for the gaming streams, I'm probably expected to be doing like the gaming stuff, you know, but what's the expectation here, guys? It's just me yapping at you, right? Nice. Books, mindless yapping, me Meowing, 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 meowing. Yep, this is a good time. This is a very good time for me. So good, so tasty. Back to the book, y'all. Behind him, there was a loud boom, and Dee turned to see one of the Higgins boats explode in a ball of black smoke and orange flame hit by a German artillery gun. Help! Help! I can't swim! Somebody yelled nearby. It was Sergeant Taylor. Dee could swim, and he instinctively went towards the voice, even though they'd been coached to push up on the beach, not hang back to help injured soldiers. That was the job of the medics, they were told, but Dee didn't see any medics, just chaos. Dee got to Sergeant Taylor and tried to pull him up out of the waves, but the sergeant was too heavy. Dee took a heavy breath and dove under the water to unclip and remove the sergeant's assault vest. Once that was done, it was easier to get the sergeant's head above water, and Dee hauled them both toward the beach, toward the German guns. Boom! An underwater mine went off, and a soldier screamed briefly as his body was flung into the air, before coming back down with a sickening thunk. It's not Sid, Dee thought, realizing he'd lost track of his friend. Where was he? There, Sid was wading through the water, his rifle held high above his head to keep it dry. Sid was alive! A motor explosion geysered water behind Dee, and he picked up his pace, dragging the sergeant closer to the beach. Closer. The water got shallower as Dee slogged along. The ocean came up to his chest, then his stomach, then his waist, and then Dee was staggering, walking through the waves, not swimming. You can stand up now, Sergeant, Dee said, but when he turned, he saw that Sergeant Taylor had been shot through the neck while Dee had been pulling him to shore. Sergeant Taylor was gone. Dee had been dragging a dead man. Dee stood where he was, the waves crashing into him, the bullets and motors hitting the water all around him, his dead sergeant's jacket still clutched tight in his fist. Sergeant looked up at him, his dead eyes staring through him, past him. Dee's own eyes lost their focus and his mind detached from his body, left him standing there senseless in the middle of the havoc all around him. His entire world shrank down to the sergeant's body, bumping into him again and again in the blood-dark sea. Where was he? How had he gotten to this place? What was the point of it all? It was like he was watching a movie of someone else's life, only in color. No, not a movie, a dream. He was standing in the middle of a dream that would be over when he woke up. Dee, pull yourself together, Sid called. Dee looked up. His friend was crouched low in the surf a few yards away. Dee blinked. The beach, the guns, the cliff, the bodies. He saw it all, understood where he was, what he needed to do, but it was too much. He couldn't decide what to do, couldn't move. Dee, Dee, Sid cried, running towards him, and then stoom! A motor fell between them and exploded. The hedgehog. The explosion knocked Dee down and showered him with water and sand and shrapnel. Dee spluttered in the waves and shook his head as he came back to his senses. There was a crater in the beach between where he was and where Sid had been. But Sid was gone. His friend had been there 1 second and gone the next. Sid! Sid! Dee cried. Where was he? Had the motor blown him to pieces? Thrown his body a dozen yards away? Dee couldn't know, but Sid was gone, and all because Dee had lost his head. Dee cowered in the surf, hopelessly overwhelmed. All around him, more boats were unloading soldiers into the storm of bullets and mortars and mines. More bodies floated in the water. More boats burned. The acrid smell of gasoline and gunpowder and smoke filling his lungs. More men lay screaming on the shore. This was hell, and Dee had to get out of it. Water streamed off him as he stood, and Dee charged up the beach through the ankle-deep surf. He looked for Sid as he ran, but he wasn't there. Wasn't there. Machine guns on the cliffs belched, and the bullets hit the sand all around Dee with a sound like someone sucking in a breath. Dee felt a warmth in his pants where he'd peed himself, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but getting up and off the beach. He was too full of adrenaline, too panicked to stop. If he stopped, he was dead. He had to find cover somewhere, get out of the open. Farther ahead, Dee saw soldiers lying dead behind the crest of a dune. No, they were alive. There was a shell line where the sea swept away from the dry sand at a steep angle, and the soldiers who survived that far found that if they lay flat with their heads pointed towards the cliff, their feet towards their ocean, they had a tiny bit of cover. The angle was just low enough for the German machine guns not to hit them, but the shell line was too far away from Dee. He couldn't see how he would ever make it without being killed. One of the big metal hedgehogs was closer, and Dee sloshed over to it and threw himself behind it. Bullets pinged off, and a second later, tink, 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 and he felt one rip through his jacket but missed his arm. He noticed for the first time that his uniform was shredded and dark red in two other places, low on his right leg and up near his left shoulder. Dee hurriedly wrapped both wounds with bits of cloth to stem the bleeding. Down the beach, two soldiers waded to shore, then broke for his hedgehog at a run. Come on, hurry! Dee called, urging them on. One of the two soldiers plowing through the surf wore a bulky radio unit on his chest, slowing him down. You can make it! Dee called to him. The two men were close when the bullets kicked up sand around them. Sif, 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 and the radio man went down. I'm hit, he yelled in obvious pain. Medic! The other soldier kept running, and Dee helped pull him into the shelter of the hedgehog. Dee was just moving to go get the injured radio man when a soldier with a medic's armband, white with a red cross on it, ran over and went to his knees beside him. There were medics on the beach. Dee's elation was fleeting. A new hail of bullets cut down the medic where he knelt and finished off the radio operator, leaving them both dead in the sand. Dee gasped and recoiled at the horror of it all. The awful cruelty of the Nazi gunner who would shoot a wounded man and an unarmed medic. Dee didn't know when he'd start to cry or when he would ever stop. You have to clear out, the other soldier hiding behind the hedgehog told him. Dee blinked at him through his tears. What did the man mean? There were plenty of room here for both of them, and everywhere else around them was death and destruction. Why would they ever leave it? The soldier held up a gammon bomb, one of the bulky explosive devices some of them carried. The hedgehog, the obstacle, he said, pointing to the big steel thing they hid behind. It has a mine on top. I have to blow it up before the tide comes in. Keep bullets from hitting them later on. It's my job. You have to get out of here. Dee couldn't believe it. A motor hit close by, and he flinched. Go back out? Into that nightmare? It had to be 30 yards to the shell line, but the engineer was already standing to attach his bomb. He had to find some other shelter, but where? This was madness. What kind of invasion was this? Who had decided they should come ashore in daylight into the teeth of the German guns? Why hadn't the naval bombardment taken out the pillboxes on the cliffs? Where was their air support? Where were their tanks that were supposed to cover the soldiers advance up the beach? This has to be the worst invasion in history. Wow. Amazing. Bam 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 deedim 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 bam 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 deedim 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 Dim ba da 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 dum dim 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 dee 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 dim dee dim dim dee dee dim dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim da 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 dum dum ya dum Operation Amiens, June 6th, 1944, mid morning, just off the coast of Normandy. Just off the coast of Normandy, mid morning. So this is after they've already been sent to the front lines. William the Conqueror. This is going to be the greatest invasion in history, Private Bill Richards thought. Bill sat on top of the Sherman tank Achilles, watching the explosions on the French beaches through his binoculars. Bill was 19 years old and built like the tank he drove, squat, wide, and barrel-chested, with close-cropped black hair. He was a bullhead. He was as bullheaded as a tank too. The son of a Liverpool dock worker and the youngest of 6 children, Bill had learned early on to laugh off most sights and hold his own when it came to a fight. Bill was itching to get into this battle, but right now he and his tank crew weren't getting anywhere. Their tank was still on the landing craft, a gray flat bottomed boat long enough and wide enough to carry 3 tanks end to end. Their boat was fighting. This is why they don't have support over there on the beach right now. Against the current offshore. Some of the other boats in their flotilla had already released their tanks at sea, and Bill swung his binoculars over at them for a closer look. Rigged with screens and propellers that turned them into ersatz boats, the tanks rocked and rolled in the heavy waves as they pushed on towards shore. Ersatz. That's another thing to look up, chat. The ersatz York class was a group of 3 battle cruisers ordered but not completed for the German Kaiserliche Marine Imperial Navy in 1916. This isn't the one they would have been using though. That's from World War One. Well, what would it be? Ersatz. That's funny. Ersatz fireboat, and it's just this little boat, tiny little thing. All right, but this is what it's based off of, I suppose. That's what Ersatz brings up. The name derived from the fact that the lead ship was intended as a replacement German ersatz for the armored cruiser York, lost to mines in 1914, and had been ordered under the provisional name Ersatz York. The other 2 ships, Ersatz Gneisenau, Ersatz Scharnhorst, were considered to be replacements for the armored cruisers. So I guess it's just basically saying that they make like little portable battleships traveling through the sea. Some of the other boats in their flotilla had already released their tanks at sea, and Bill swung his binoculars over at them for a closer look. Rigged with screens and propellers that turned them into ersatz boats, the tanks rocked and rolled in the heavy waves as they pushed on towards shore. You know what's funny? Bill told his crewmates while they waited. Almost 900 years ago, William the Conqueror and the Normans left from just about this very place in France. He nodded towards the shore and invaded England, battled Hastings and all that. And now we're going back, the English invading Normandy. Here we go, moaned Private George Davies, the tank's gunner. Davies, who had a long neck, a Roman nose, and blonde hair that swept down to his eyes, was from a wealthy London family that had graduated from an expensive boarding school. Somehow, even the grease covered canvas jumpsuit they all wore looked newly cleaned and pressed on him. Professor Richards is about to lecture us again. I'm named for him, you know, William the Conqueror, Bill went on, ignoring Davies. William Richards, see, that's why I took an interest. All me brothers and sisters are named for English kings and queens, too. Richie, Bess, Vicky, George, and Henry. Bill thought of his siblings back home and smiled. Davies snorted. Never have such regal names been assigned to such common stock, he said. The only common stock I know of belongs to your father, who's getting rich off government contracts, said Private Thomas Owens Cook, the son of a member of Parliament. Thomas could out fancy talk Davies any day of the week. As Bill's co-driver in the tank, he was the backup in case Bill was injured. As Bill's best friend in the tank, he was ready to back up his buddy in a fight. Not that he would have done much good. Thomas was barely 18 and hadn't filled in his tall, gangly frame. His Adam's apple stuck out like a knob on a tree. His brown hair was permanently in need of a comb, and he was incredibly clumsy. Still, his heart was in the right place, and he had given up on a scholarship to Oxford University to enlist in the army, which Bill esteemed highly. Private Brian Murphy, the tank's red-headed gun leader, leaned over the rail and smoked a cigarette, staying out of their squabbling. In 2 years of service, Bill had heard the man say maybe 10 words. War is good for business, Davies said tartly, but bad for them that fights in it, Bill said through his binoculars. Bill said. Through his binoculars, he saw one of the floating tanks flip and go under, sinking beneath the waves. Wellington just went down to Davy Jones' locker, he called. Lieutenant Walter Lewis, Bill's tank commander, leaped up on top of the Achilles and took Bill's binoculars. Lewis was career army. He wore a thin black mustache on his upper lip and smelled of tobacco from the pipe he kept almost permanently lit. He clenched his pipe in his teeth and now as he cursed. And there go Indefatigable and Mama's boy. Even without the binoculars, Bill could see the tanks disappearing one by one beneath the waves. None of them made it to shore. Bill anxiously scanned the waves, worried the crews had drowned. He thought he saw the heads of surviving tank crewmen popping up in the water, but it was hard to be sure. Time to float the tanks, one of the Navy boys called down from the boat's tiny bridge. Oh, no, it isn't, Lieutenant Lewis said. He thrust the binoculars back in Bill's hands and leaped from the top of the tank to the ladder up to the bridge. Damn your eyes, man. Can't you see what happened to the rest of the tanks? You've got to take us all the way. Bill couldn't hear the argument on the bridge, but he could tell the Navy boys were scared. And well, they should be. Bill couldn't see the smoking remains of landing craft that had been hit by the German 88s and the mortars. This boat crew didn't want to get any closer than they had to, but Bill could also see the explosion on the beach, heard the drum of the machine gun fire across the waves. There were hundreds of Allied soldiers on the beach, thousands, and they were dying left and right. Bill thought of William the Conqueror and the invasion of England from France in 1066. That William had brought with him something like 10,000 men, 3,000 of them on horses, and Bill figured that he and his tank crew were like the British Army's cavalry. Bill's regiment, the Royal Dragoons, had even started as a mounted infantry unit since the 1920s before switching from horses to tanks for the Second World War. William the Conqueror couldn't have won the Battle of Hastings without his cavalry, and the Allies weren't going to win D-Day without their tanks. They needed the Royal Dragoons, but all the rest of them had sunk. The three tanks on this boat, his tank, Achilles, and the other two, Valianton, Coventry's Revenge, were the only ones left in the whole sector. Lieutenant Lewis came back, packing tobacco into his pipe, and Bill knew that he meant business. First, the damn fool wanted to let us off here to drown. Then he threatened to turn around and go back out to sea, Lieutenant Lewis said. Said we've drifted too far west, might end up on the British beach at Gold where we belong, or the Yankee beach at Omaha, or somewhere in between. I told him we're going to land on some beach, by God, and that he was going to take us all the way in. Get Achilles fired up. We're going in. Achilles. Bill climbed down into the American-made Sherman tank with the others. The space inside was tight for 5 people, but they each had room to do their jobs. Bill was the driver with a seat right up front and the tiny periscope to see through. Beside Bill, Thomas worked the 30 caliber front machine gun. Lieutenant Lewis sat with his head out the hatch at the top and the tank's real eyes and ears. Davy sat in the gunner's seat in the turret, and Murphy, his loader, sat right beside him with 100 tank rounds under his feet. They called their tank Achilles after the Greek hero who had been made invulnerable when his mother dipped him into the river Styx. They were hoping that invulnerability carried over to them, too. Bill turned the ignition. Achilles belched exhaust and roared to life, and he felt that good, deep-down rumble in his stomach that told him the tank was alive. In front of them and behind them, Coventry's Revenge and Valiant revved their engines, too. Think we'll make it to Bayo? Thomas asked Bill over the growl of the engines. Get a look at the Bayo tapestry. How do I pronounce that, Bayo? But that's where Samir is headed. Bayou. Oh, Bayou. Okay, Bayou. Think we'll make it to Bayou? Thomas asked Bill over the growl of the engine. Get a look at the Bayou tapestry. Just the thought of it made Bill's skin prickle. The Bayou tapestry was a long embroidered cloth sewn almost 900 years ago that told the whole story of William the Conqueror's Norman invasion of England. Bill had a shelf full of books about it at home, complete with color pictures. Knowing how much she loved to pore over them, Bill's wife, Maggie, had embroidered his favorite scene, the part where William's horse falls, but William lifts his helmet to signal to his troops that he is still alive. A perfect reproduction down to the last stitch, and presented to him just before he left for the war. With luck, Bill's path up and off the beach into France would take him right through the city where the real tapestry was kept, and he would see the thing live and in person himself. I'd dearly love to see it, I would, said Bill, so long as those lousy Krauts haven't nicked it and scampered off to Berlin with it. But the French town I'd really like to get to see is Amiens. What does Amiens have to do with William the Conqueror? Thomas asked. Not a thing that I know of, said Bill, but it has everything to do with me dad, Jack the Conqueror, Bill smiled, remembering. He was a tank driver, just like me in the First World War, fought in the 100 Days Offensive, he did. And one day, while they stopped for an oil change, he carved Jack Richards was here in 1918 on a stone. I'd surely like to find that stone and carve Bill Richards was here in 1944 on it, just below me dad's name. Bill nodded to himself. For the rest of his crewmates, today was Operation Neptune, the Allied invasion of Normandy. But for Bill, today was the start of what he come to think as Operation Amiens, his mission to survive until he could find the very stone his father carved his name into. How touching, Davies said from above, and I suppose 25 years from now, your son will come back during the Third World War and add his name too. Haven't got a son yet, Bill said, though me dear wife Maggie was expecting our first when I shipped out. Won't know if it's a boy or a girl for another 3 months. If it is a son, I expect he'll follow in me footsteps the way I followed in me dad's. There's another war, Thomas said. There's always another war, said Davies. Look alive down there, Lieutenant Lewis called down to them. We're almost on shore. Bill rocked with the Achilles as the boat hit the sand. Through his periscope, he could just see the coxswain, the Navy boy whose job it was to drop the ramp in front. The coxswain yanked on the door released and the ramp fell down. Almost immediately, the inside of the transport boat was riddled with bullets. The coxswain was hit and went down. The bullets pinged off. Coventry's revenge. Bill cringed. We're in the soup now for sure, all right, he thought. Coventry's revenge charged down the ramp, hitting the waves with a splash and storming up to the right. Full ahead, Lewis yelled. Bill heaved both levers forward, and Achilles roared out into the battle. Here we go. We have the cavalry incoming. The wrong beach. Of course, they're probably on Omaha with D. So they're going to save him. They're going to rescue D. But yeah, their actual mission is probably thrown askew. I got to pee. I will be right back. Bayu, Bayu. Man, reading takes a lot longer than I first anticipated. We're about halfway through this book. We're at 150 pages of about 300. If I can keep on going without getting distracted, we'll be done in no time. But that's easier said than done, chat. The wrong beach. The boat deck shifted uneasily beneath them, and Bill fought to keep Achilles on target. He was watching the tank ahead of them storm its way up the beach when, boom, a shell from a German 88mm gun slammed into Coventry's Revenge, and the tank exploded from the inside out. Bill jumped out of his seat, clanging his head against his hatch. Beside him, Thomas yelled out an obscenity. Hard left, hard left! Lieutenant Lewis cried. That was the direction Bill had been headed. Coventry's Revenge to the right, Achilles to the left, the Valiant up the middle. That was the plan, but now the burning remains of Coventry's Revenge were half in Bill's way. Each stick controlled the direction of the tank threads on that side, and Bill turned by pushing one stick forward and pulling the other backwards in reverse. He could turn Achilles on a shilling if he needed to. Bill yanked back on his left stick and pushed forward with his right, and heard the metallic groan as Achilles sheared along the side of what was left of Coventry's Revenge. Full ahead now, Lewis cried. Turret a quarter right, and Bull drove Achilles up the beach. Thomas was awfully quiet and still beside him, and Bill saw with a quick glance that the color had drained from his friend's face. Thomas hadn't ever been in a real battle before, and what he was seeing and hearing clearly had him spooked. It was me, Dad, who got me interested in the Bayeux tapestry, he said in the first place, Bill said. Thomas said. Me dad, Bill said, trying to distract his co-driver from the horror going on inside the tank. I never did take to me studies in school, but I loved them books me dad had about the invasion and the tapestry. It's not really a tapestry, Thomas said. Some of the color had come back to his face, and he seemed to return to his senses. He put his eye to his gun sight and fired at the German emplacement on the cliffs. Even though it's called a tapestry, it's more like embroidery, ladies' needlework. Bill knew that, but it was good to get Thomas talking again, thinking about something else besides this battle. Hell's bells, it's a slaughterhouse out there, Davy said, ignoring the both of them as he swiveled the big gun. And I think we're on the wrong beach, sir. Those look like Yank uniforms. Then we'll help our American cousins get up and off the beach, Lewis said. A mortar explosion struck right in front of the tank. It didn't rattle Bill. He felt insulated inside the four armored walls of the tank. like he was untouchable, invulnerable. But seeing Coventry's revenge go up like that right out the gate had clearly phased his co-driver. Poor Thomas jumped and ducked at every ping and boom. What I like about Bayo Tapestry, Bill said, hoping to calm his friend and himself, is that it got everything: generals and knights, horses and boats, cities and castles, priests and doctors. Someone screamed outside the unmistakable cry of someone dying in pain. And and things you wouldn't expect in a war story, too, Thomas added, playing along with Bill. Like ladies and dogs and cows. Haley's Comet even shows up in it, though they call it a star. Will you two clodpoles shut up about the bloody Bayo tapestry already? Davies demanded. Valiant stuck, Lieutenant Lewis reported. She's having to back into the water and come ashore again. Two tanks down, one left, so it's Achilles versus the world now, Bill thought. Bullets pinged off the tank and motors exploded nearby, but none of that phased Bill. He knew they wouldn't even ding Achilles' armor. It was the big gun on the cliff that they had to worry about. I see it, the German's 88, Lewis yelled down. It's pointed at the beach and encased in a concrete bunker. The long stretch of beach they were attacking ran east to west, with tall cliffs at each end hiding German gun emplacements. Most of the emplacements pointed toward the sea to repel ships, but at least one, the one that had taken out Coventry's revenge, was aimed at the beach. Range, 700 yards, Lewis called. 75 millimeter, Davies yelled to his loader. Up, Murphy yelled. I've got it, Davies yelled, sighting the German gun emplacement through the view scope. Fire when ready, Davies, Lewis yelled. Bill braced for the kick and the crash of the Achilles, launching a 75 millimeter shell of a quarter mile away. But boom! Something hit his tank first, lifting the Sherman off the ground and tossing everyone around inside like bowling pins. Bursting bowels. Thomas slammed into the wall and dropped to the floor. Davies fell out of his seat and Murphy grunted as tank shells fell over and rattled around. Bill just managed to hang onto the control rods to fire and just managed to hang on to the control rods in front of him. What the devil hit us? Davies asked. I don't know, Bill said, wrenching at the controls, but I've lost steering on the left side. The others collected themselves, and Lieutenant Lewis picked up his pipe and climbed back up through his hatch on the top for a look. There aren't any guns in range to the east, he yelled, as confused as the rest of them. Throwing caution to the wind, Bill flung open the hatch above his head and peeked over the side. There was a huge crater in the sand, half underneath the Achilles, and inside the crater lay snarled remains of a tank's left tread. Bill slithered back inside as bullets whizzed by. A mine, he told the crew. There was no way they could have seen it buried there, and the soldiers running around outside weren't heavy enough to set it off. Only a tank's weight could have activated. We've thrown a tread, up top Lewis cursed. Did nobody remember Achilles was killed by an arrow in his heel? He said bitterly. That's better than William the Conqueror, said Bill. When he died, he was too fat for his coffin. You know, and when they tried to squeeze him into it, his bowels burst. The stench of it drove everybody from the room. Murphy was helping Thomas bandage his head, but they both paused to stare at Bill. Sure, it still works, Davies said, readjusting his aim. Bill looked up hopefully with the rest of them. Fire when you've got it, Lieutenant Lewis yelled. A moment's hesitation, and then patoom! Bill felt the familiar kick of as Achilles recoiled, rocking slightly over the hole under its left side. Bill was usually focused on driving, changing course after the shot had been fired, but now all he could do was sit and listen for the report. There was a muffled boom in the distance, and Lieutenant Lewis swore again. Too low, he said. That's as high as she'll go, Davies said. We need more elevation. Shtoom! Bill flinched as something big exploded a few dozen yards away, showering Achilles with sand and rock. The German 88, they're shooting back at us, Lieutenant Lewis said, cool as the River Mersey in February. Bill shivered, truly afraid for his life for the first time that day. The German gun had taken out Coventry's revenge in a single shot. As soon as it had Achilles in range, they were goners, and they all knew it. They were sitting ducks, but to abandon the tank with everything else going on outside was just absurd. They had to take out that German 88 before it took them out. Davies smacked his turret controls. I just can't aim any higher, not from here. No, Bill thought. It can't end like this, not before I get to Amiens. There had to be a way to dig themselves out of this hole they'd gotten themselves into. That was it. The sand, the crater, Bill cried. Sir, if we dig out from under the tank, the barrel will shift higher. Half the work's already done for us. Richards, Owens, Cook, get out there and do it, Lewis ordered. Me, Bill said. He hadn't meant to volunteer. Us, said Thomas. You're the drivers, and the one thing the tank can't do is drive anymore. That makes both of you redundant, Lieutenant Lewis said. Now hurry. Digging a hole. Damn. Bill muttered his first curse of the day and grabbed a shovel hanging on the wall of the tank. There was no way he and Thomas together could dig out enough sand to shift Achilles in time, even if they weren't shot. Not without the rest of the tank crew to help, but if everyone else came with them, there'd be no one to aim and fire the gun if they did manage to shift the tank. We're completely and utterly jaspered, thought Bill. Bullets pinged against the side of the tank as Bill crouched beneath his hatch, gathering his courage to go outside. Ever since he joined the army, he'd done what he could to follow in his father's footsteps, become a tank driver, get shipped off to France, fight Germans, get into Amiens to see that stone his father had carved his name into had become an obsession. No, an expectation. Bill had known he was going to see that stone sure as eggs in April, but now that dream was crumbling faster than King Harold's defenses at the Battle of Hastings. Another mortar exploded nearby, and Bill shook off his wool gathering. What he wanted and what he got were never the same thing. Not since the day he was born. He was here. He had a job to do. If he didn't get outside the tank this instant, he was going to die inside it the next. Bill gave Thomas a nod, let out a quick jet of breath, and climbed out of the hatch. Outside, the world was bright and full of death. Bodies rolled in the surf. Men cried out for medics. Machine guns peppered the sand. Black smoke still poured over the Coventry's revenge, choking the air. The Valiant was still struggling to come ashore. Bill slithered over the side of the tank as quick as he could and dove into the sand. He landed on the soldier instead. Two soldiers, three. Hands grabbed him and helped right him. And Bill found himself staring at more than half a dozen American soldiers. They filled every inch of space behind the tank. Hey, I'm D, one of the Yanks. Hey, I'm D, one of the Yanks said, holding out a hand to shake. Welcome to the party. Bill took the Yank's hand and shook it, still stunned. Bill Richards, Liverpool, England. So they've met up. D has met up with our friend Bill now. Thomas slid over the edge of the tank into the crater. At this time, the Yankee soldiers were ready for him. What the devil are you all doing here? And Thomas asked the Americans. You make a pretty great bunker against those German machine guns, bub, the soldier said. We're hoping to follow you all the way up the beach, said the soldier named D. Bill frowned. He had to dig a hole, and they were in his way. But then he realized how brilliant this was. Every Yank had a shovel on his pack. We have to dig the sand out from under the side of the tank to give it enough elevation to hit that big German 88 on the ridge, Bill told them. That was all they needed to hear. Bill and Thomas started digging while the others pulled out their shovels, and soon they had the Achilles shifting back in a flurry of sand. Good Lord, Richards, how many of you are down there? Lewis called from the top. Just William the Conqueror and his army, boss, Bill called back. Thomas paused, wiping sweat from his brow. Bill, I know how much you love the Battle of Hastings and all that, he said. But at the end of the Norman invasion, it's the English who are defeated and flee the battlefield. Aren't you afraid history will repeat itself and the Allies will lose? No, but it's the other way around, you see, Bill said. He leaned on his shovel to catch his breath. The English might have lost then, but it's the invaders who won. That's the important thing, and that's who the English are this time. We're the invaders. They both got back to digging. Bill caught the strange looks their conversation was getting from the Americans and smiled. Thomas laughed. Between you and your father thinking about the Norman invasion all the time, it's a wonder your mother didn't come after you both with a rolling pin. Oh, I never met me dad, said Bill. He died at Amiens. Thomas froze. What? But the stone he wrote on, your fascination with the Battle of Hastings, Bill nodded, understanding Thomas's surprise. He hadn't explained it before. I inherited me love of the Norman invasion from me dad, literally, Bill said. He left me all his books and me name, which he gave to me before he left. I was still in me mother's belly at the time. And to the stone with his name on it, well, he wrote to us about that in the last letter he sent before he died, didn't he? Thomas didn't ask any more questions. What about your old man? Bill said, still digging. He was wearing thin, but they were close, so close. What did he do? What did he do in the last war? He didn't fight, Thomas said quietly. He stopped shoveling for a moment. He was a member of parliament, so he didn't have to, but he was happy enough to send men like your father to their deaths. I'm sorry. Oh, not to worry. It's always us poor folks who does the dirty work. But you and Davies are top drawer, and here you are up to the creek, just like the rest of us. Shtoom! The beach on the other side of the Achilles erupted in a geyser. Bill and the other diggers ducked as sand and rock showered them, and Bill caught his breath. The German 88 had fired again and just missed them. They had their range now, though, Bill was sure. One more shot from the German gun, and they were all dead, everyone inside and outside the tank. Bill and Thomas dug for all they were worth, and the American soldiers took up the cause with gusto. Just a little more, Lieutenant Lewis coaxed them from the top of the tank. There, stop! Get down! Bill told the other diggers, and they flattened themselves in the crater and put their hands over their heads. Boom! Achilles roared again, belching 15 pounds of lead and TNT at 2,000 feet per second towards its target. In a moment, there was another boom, and this time Bill heard Lieutenant Lewis and the others inside the tank cheering. You did it, Richards! By God, you did it! Lieutenant Lewis cried. Hit it again, Davies! Hit it again! Bill heard clanking inside as Murphy reloaded. The sound was overridden by a larger clanking sound running up towards them, and Bill peeked over the top of the Achilles to see the Valiant running up from the water's edge, sand flying from the back of her treads. He felt a rush of relief, and he and Thomas exchanged a grin. With a whoop, the American diggers tossed their shovels aside and ran for their moving shelter of Valiant, following it up and off the beach. Bill stood, took off his beret, and waved it at the Yanks. If you get to Bayeux before us, look out for the tapestry, he called. The one about the Norman invasion. Next stop, Bayeux. Bayeux. Thomas said, standing up and putting a hand on Bill's shoulder. And then to Amiens. Just like me dear old dad, said Bill. A little bit of hope. A little bit of hope in a hopeless situation. They've made it off the beach. Operation Neptune, June 6th, 1944, mid morning, Omaha Beach. The Valiant. So this is D Squadron running with the Valiant up to the rest of the shore. Operation Integration next. And then we go back to Neptune. Operation Bathing Suit. Yeah, bathing suit. The last one. Go back to Omaha. No, we're already off the beach. Oh, Neptune. Yeah, we do on the road to Bayeux. Okay. This is a pretty good book. I'm liking it. What are you thinking, chat? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Da 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 dum da dum da dum dum da da dum dee dim dim dee dee dim dim dee dee dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim dee 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 dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim. Dum 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 dum. Oh my god. That's the one. Dim 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 dim. Do do dim dee 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 dim 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 dim. Dim dee 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 dim dee 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 dee. Dim 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 dee. Dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim dee dee dim dee 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 dee. I'm on Blue Sky now, chat. Ooh, nice. All right, back to it. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Yay! Yes, we shall follow you back. Man, the happy gas, he looks so derpy. Look at that smile. He's so cute. People are kind of upset about the goggles version of him. They might change that, thinking about it. I have no problem with it. I don't really care. It's funny looking. What are your thoughts, chat? What do you think about Happy Gas? I mean, if they changed him, they took the goggles off and made him a little bit more, not as cartoony. I think that's the people are complaining. It's kind of cartoony. they went and they made him just a little bit more natural looking in the world, probably be all right. But I don't have any problems with him with his goggles and his he has like a carpet on his head for you to like sit on and stuff. But yeah, all of that stuff is still in the works. Nothing has been finalized in terms of like what that's gonna actually look like when they release it. Capybaras, is that what that is? Oh my god. Look at these cute cats. Wait, it's AI. It's totally AI. It's an AI of cats in a hot springs. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Malvelion Creek being attacked. Fibers. Oh, okay. It's just a meme. It's not under attack just yet. Damn. I can shoot marbles. Tell you that. Yep. I love stuff like that. Yeah. Master marble shooter. So cool. So cool. Maybe not the most useful of talents, all right, chat, let's continue on. Valiant. Dee jogged along in the crouch with the other soldiers, staying in the protective lee of Valiant to the tank that had thankfully come up from the waterline to escort them higher up the beach. He turned to look at the two English soldiers who emerged from Achilles to dig the hole with them, and the one with the funny accent waved goodbye with his hat. What was his name again? Bill? If you get to Bayeux before us, look out for the tapestry, Bill called. The one about the Norman invasion. Dee didn't have any idea what he was talking about, but he smiled and waved back anyway. Dee saw the other English soldier say something and put out a hand on Bill's soldier. And then, Krakoom! No! Are you serious? Oh my god! They got blown the frick up! Achilles exploded in a towering ball of smoke and flame, throwing bits of metal shrapnel everywhere. The blast knocked Dee on his back, and he had to be helped up by another soldier. No! Dee cried. No, the tank crew! But how? They had taken out the big German gun. Then Dee saw it. Another German gun in a bunker up on the cliffs in another direction, just close enough to the other big gun to cover the entire beach between them. Dee's heart sank. Achilles had taken one of the guns out, but not both. Man, that's freaking sad. That fucking sucks so bad. Damn, no. We were just with them with that victory. They had that one victory. They saved Dee and the crew. And now they're gone. They're all gone. And that's war, chat. That's the true tragedy, the true reality of war. One here 1 second and then you're gone the next. Damn, damn. I thought they were gonna live, but that was way too hopeful. That was way too hopeful of me. Man. A moment of silence. Man. Because I mean, arguably, this was like like an actual war that needed to be fought. Everything else after this, may have just been moneyed interests going into other countries trying to seize resources. But the Nazis needed to be freaking defeated. So these people were really giving their lives for a good cause. Damn. Damn. Yeah. And I mean, I know this isn't based on real things, but like, I mean, it's taken from like real life events. So I mean, potentially something like this could have happened out there on the field. Damn. He scanned the raging bonfire that had been the Achilles, trying to find anyone who had survived, but there was nothing. Whoever had been inside the tank and the two soldiers who had dug out the crater with them, they were all dead. What were their names? Where were they from? Who had they left behind in England? Who would mourn them when they didn't come home? Bill, the friendly one's name was Bill, and the tank was called Achilles. Dee knew that much. Bill and Achilles. Dee would remember them for the rest of his days. He just hoped the rest of his days wasn't today. Valiant took Dee and the other soldiers as far as it could, but Dee still wasn't all the way up the beach. The German machine guns peppering the Sherman tank might as well have been on the moon for all that Dee could reach them yet. Between the high cliffs and the waterline, the Germans had built a concrete seawall. It was 5 feet tall and topped with a concertina wire, coiled metal wire with razors along it every few inches. The seawall is deadly. The seawall was a deadly obstacle, but a kind of shelter too. Dee saw that dozens of American soldiers had made it that far, and they now sat with their backs to it, protected from the German machine guns along the cliffs. To join them, Dee had to cross a distance of maybe 10 yards, no more than a football field first down. But that 10 yards was littered with bodies and equipment of all the American soldiers who hadn't made it. Caught quick flashes, busted radios, abandoned gas masks, broken men crying out for their mothers, rifles, burning bodies, the smell so rancid, Dee gagged. Valiant started to back away. Dee had to get to the seawall. Would he be hit with a hail of German bullets when he stepped out from behind the tank, or would their machine guns be trained somewhere else for the precious few seconds Dee needed to run 10 yards? Who lived through this hell and who died and why? Was it veteran experience, divine providence, dumb luck? Dee didn't know, and he didn't have time to figure it out. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaped out from behind the tank. Bullets whizzed, motors exploded. Behind Dee, something big blew up near the water. Medic! Medic! He heard a soldier scream. Dee ignored them all and ran. Man. So sad. So freaking sad. Poor Bill. He didn't get to make it to see the rock. He didn't make it to see the stupid rock that meant so much to him. That probably got blown up already at some point by the battling that's already going on. So sad. Oh, freak. And his child will follow him. Well, it should have happened already, right? His child might be too old now at this point. Fictional child, yeah. World War III should have happened so that his son could go and find the rock. But then no, there was nothing to follow because he wouldn't have known because wait, I guess the wife would have known the story about the rock. Damn, chat. So sad. War sucks. War's the fucking worst. War is so terrible, chat. I mean, they're not all gonna die, right? They're not all gonna die. They're not all gonna die, right? They can't all die. Is Dee the only one that survives? What happened to Samira? And James is still over there. We never encountered Henry yet. They can all die. That's definitely something that can happen. What am I saying? What the hell am I saying? Chad, I'm sad. This is a sad book. Oh my god, I love that. All right, that that improved my mood a bit. There's a tweet. Someone did some art of Grian and Scar flying around on one of the new Happy Gas, and they made the Happy Gas have like a little cat face. It kind of looks like a big flying jelly cat gas. When it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when there's nothing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee dee dum da da dum da da dum. Da 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 dum da dum da dum da da dum. So tasty. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Medic, medic! Someone screamed, and Corporal Henry Allen looked up, while every other soldier on Omaha had been ordered to ignore the cries of the injured and wounded and get their butts up and off the beach as fast as they could. Henry's orders were the exact opposite. He wasn't allowed to leave the beach, not until the last of the fighting was over. And when somebody called out for help, it was his job to run through a hail of bullets to help them. Here we are with Henry Allen. Corporal Henry Allen was a medic. Motors boomed as Henry stood and ran in the direction of the injured soldier. Omaha Beach was covered with bodies, most of them dead. Henry found the one among them who was still alive, the one who had called out for a medic and dropped to a knee beside him. The wounded soldier looked up at him through blurry eyes. Hey, the soldier said, you're black. Henry paused and pretended to examine his hands. My God, said Henry, you're right. I hadn't noticed. Oh my God. Henry was 20 years old with a movie star good looks. He had brown skin, big brown eyes, and short, dark brown hair. Above his lips, he sported a pencil-thin mustache similar to the one Clark Gable wore in the film It Happened One Night. As the soldier drifted into unconsciousness, Henry examined him, looking for injuries. Most of the soldiers on the beach, like Henry's patient, were white, all except the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. Henry's unit, the U.S. Army was segregated. That meant that white soldiers and black soldiers didn't mix, except, of course, for the white officers in charge of the black battalions. Henry had wanted to be an officer. He had been born and raised on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, where his father was a postal carrier and his mother stayed home to take care of him and his sisters. He loved his family, but he had always wanted something more, and when he graduated from high school, he entered Lincoln University in Pennsylvania as a pre-med student. Then the war came, and he applied for the Army Officers Candidate School. He'd passed, too, but the Army told him they already had as many black officers as they needed, which is hardly any. White soldiers didn't trust black soldiers to be officers, and didn't trust them to fight either, so Henry decided to train as a medic instead. Most black soldiers were support troops, driving trucks and bulldozers and loading equipment. Henry, a fully trained medic, was assigned to an all-black battalion, not a white one. He was there to take care of wounded black soldiers, but he sure as heck wasn't going to sit around when there were white soldiers to take care of too. He was a medic, and he was going to help anybody who needed fixing. A real man of the people. Good job, Henry. You're better than all of them. Way better than all of them. So I guess we're integrated now, Henry said, more to himself than to his unconscious patient. The soldier had a bullet wound to the shoulder, but he could be moved. Henry dragged him up toward the shell line at the crest of the beach. German bullets whizzed past Henry as he went. Even though he was clearly wearing the white and red armband and the red cross on his helmet that marked him as a medic, the enemy wasn't supposed to do that. You weren't supposed to shoot at the other side's medics. The Nazis aren't supposed to do a lot of things, thought Henry, but they do them anyway. At the shell line, Henry found a small patch of sand that had been dug out by a soldier and then abandoned, presumably where he charged further up the beach. Henry unpacked a little lean-to tent with a red cross painted on it and set it up in the sand. Inside the tent, he laid out some of the equipment he'd brought with him in his 2 large medical bags: disposable morphine syringes, eye dressings, a field tourniquet, gauze bandages, and adhesive tape, iodine, plaster, scissors, thermometer, pills to bring down fever, sulfa powder to prevent infection, and paper tags for the wounded to list what was wrong with them and what he'd done to help. The first medical station on this patch of Omaha Beach was open for business. Nice. They've been looking for medics everywhere. There were no medics, and finally we have the first one. And he's a man who's doing his duty. Who cares the color of his skin? We don't give a shit about that, chat. The fact of the matter is, this man is a hero, and he's doing his best. Good job, Henry. You're credit to your nation. Get all the stupid ass racists. I mean, see, they're over there fighting like all this bigotry and hatred. Meanwhile, in America, all the bigotry and hatred is like they're out in the open still as well, you know? Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Good job, Henry. Good freaking job for you. Burst balloons. Henry pulled his patient into his tent and examined him more closely. Ordinarily, Henry's job as a battlefield medic in a combat situation like this would be to give the wounded soldier morphine to prevent shock, sprinkle sulfa powder on the wound to keep it from becoming infected, and bandage him up. The wounded man would then be loaded onto one of the empty landing crafts and taken back out to a medical ship at sea. But Omaha was a horror show. Everybody was too busy trying not to die to take the wounded away, and none of the landing crafts were hanging around long enough to load them up anyway. A bunch of the boats had hit mines and lay smoldering in the surf. Nobody was getting off this beach for a long, long time. Not until they managed to get up and off it in the direction of Berlin. Which meant that Henry was going to have to do a little more than wrap people up in bandages. Henry gave the soldier a shot of morphine and began to dig out the bullet in his shoulder with forceps. Henry and the other men from the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion were the first and only black combat unit in the whole Normandy beach invasion. Their mission had been to come ashore once the beach was mostly secure and install big gray blimp-shaped barrage balloons. Once up, the balloons were supposed to protect all the soldiers and support staff coming up off the beach into Normandy from enemy planes. The steel cables that held the balloons were hard for planes to see and even harder for them to dodge, and could rip off a wing or gum up a propeller. It was unusual for the U.S. Army to give such an important job to a black unit. The highly trained 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion was rare and exceptional, and Henry was proud to be a part of it. We salute you, soldier. Like I said, we don't support all the disgusting warmongering assholes, people who just want, like death, destruction, and murder. But hey, this guy is trying to do a damn job. Good freaking job. Good for you. Which would have been all well and good if the invasion had moved ahead like the generals planned. Omaha Beach was supposed to be in Allied control long before now, but it wasn't, not by a long shot. As soon as the ramp went down on Henry's landing boat, he'd seen that for a lie. Hundreds of American soldiers still hid behind obstacles and lurked in the water. Men still ran for the shell line, the seawall, the protection of a burning tank under withering machine gun fire. Big German guns still destroyed landing boats, and mortars carved craters in the sand. The whole Allied attack at Omaha was hopelessly stalled, but that hadn't stopped the United States Army from continuing to deliver new waves of soldiers like Henry and the 320th right on schedule. His unit's balloons had been shot by the Germans for target practice, and the soldiers of the 320th had scrambled to dig in and join the fight, including Henry, which was why he was here now. A mortar shell hit close by, showering the top of Henry's tent with sand. He kept working, carefully extracting the bullet from the soldier's shattered soldier. Soldier's shattered. He kept working, carefully extracting the bullet from the soldier's shattered soldier's shattered shoulder. He kept working, carefully extracting the bullet from the soldier's shattered shoulder. He almost tossed the slug away into the sand and then decided to slip it into the soldier's pocket instead. The wounded man might want it later for a souvenir. Henry sprinkled sulfa over the wound and bandaged it up tight. The soldier was going to need a proper operation, and soon, but for now he was stable. Henry stuck the empty morphine syringe into a buttonhole on the man's tunic so the next medic would know how much painkiller he'd given him, and filled out a tag explaining the soldier's injury and what Henry had done about it. Henry slid the soldier sideways out of the tent, laying his head just below the top of the shell line to keep him hidden from the German machine guns, and went off to find his next patient. Henry tried to ignore the fight raging all around him, hauling, crying, and moaning men back to his station again and again. As a medic, Henry had been trained to keep his patients talking, in part to help them stay conscious, and in part to distract them from the sometimes nauseating things he had to do to them. "Where are you from?" was the question all soldiers ended up asking each other when they first met, even if they were never going to see each other again. Henry, who loved movies, liked to ask everyone what their favorite film was instead. He got a lot of good ones that day: King Kong, The Wizard of Oz, Frankenstein, The Thin Man, Robin Hood, Gunga Din. All movies Henry had seen again and again in the theater. While he talked movies, Henry extracted bullets, bandaged wounds, sedated shocked victims. There was more he wanted to do, more he needed to do for these men, but he only had a few basic precious things in his medical bag and the worst possible conditions to use even those. Henry was exhausted, but he kept working. What if he took a 5-minute break? Just 5 minutes, and in those 5 minutes a man died who Henry could have saved. How could he live with that on his conscience? No, he would keep working until he passed out or was shot dead. Henry guessed it was close to noon by now, but he hadn't even taken a moment to look at his watch. Instead, he dragged in another wounded soldier and sat heaving, trying to catch his breath as he looked the man over for injuries. "Well, I'll be a son of a gun," Henry said. He recognized this man. "All the medical tents on all the beaches in all of France, he crawls into mine," Henry said, riffing off a line from one of his favorite movies, Casablanca. The soldier's name was Lieutenant Richard Hoyt. He was a white soldier from Georgia, and he had made Henry's life in boot camp a living hell. But see, Henry's not the type to take revenge. He's gonna save this man. He's definitely gonna save this man. We know it. We know it. A good man is a good man, even in the face of war and the horrors of it. The real world. Henry's battalion had first been stationed at Fort Eustis, just outside Richmond, Virginia. Henry had been used to segregation in Chicago, but not the outright hatred he and the other black soldiers faced in the South. They got the worst barracks, the worst food, the worst equipment, and the worst assignments, all delivered with the vilest of racist slurs from the white Southern officers put in charge of them. Motherfuckers, sacks of shit. See, these are the real evil people in the world. People like this, you know. Officers like Lieutenant Richard Hoyt, the man who now lay groaning on Henry's makeshift operating table on Omaha Beach. Seeing Hoyt's face again made Henry remember that day 1 year ago when he and some of the other black soldiers had spent their day off from boot camp in downtown Richmond. It had been cold out, not Chicago cold, but there had been a bite in the air. The movie theater had been warm at least, and there had been room in the colored section, which wasn't always the case. Most theaters reserved the balcony for black patrons, and once it was sold out, it was sold out. Black folks weren't allowed to sit downstairs with white folks. The movie hadn't been all that bad either, a Hitchcock picture called Saboteur with Robert Cummings and Priscilla Lane. It was when Henry and the other black soldiers had tried to return to camp that things had gone wrong. Fort Eustis had buses that ran back and forth to town, and Henry and the others had arrived in plenty of time to catch the last bus back to base. The bus was full, and they were sitting in the back waiting for it to leave when Lieutenant Hoyt led a team of military police on board and told Henry and his friends that they had to get off. What the fuck? This motherfucker. Why? Henry wanted to know. Because I said so, boy, Hoyt spat. Henry and the others thought that it was good enough reason and Henry and the others hadn't thought that was a good enough reason and had stayed put. This was the last bus back to camp that night. If they missed it, they'd technically be AWOL, absent without leave. Even if they caught the first bus back to camp the next morning, they would be in line for punishment for not returning to base on time. Hoyt left the bus and came back with the local police who threatened to throw them all into jail. This motherfucker, this sack of shit, this real piece of work here, man. Fucking Hoyt. A jailhouse in Richmond, Virginia was nowhere a black man wanted to be, even for one night, and Henry and the other black soldiers reluctantly got off the bus. They didn't know why they'd been kicked off in the first place until they got outside. 8 white soldiers had gotten there late and needed seats. They filed past Henry and the others and took the 8 seats the black soldiers had just been forced to give up. That's not fair, Henry told Lieutenant Hoyt. We were here first. Now we're going to get in trouble. Welcome to the real world, Hoyt had said with a grin. So Henry and the other black soldiers had to spend the night on the benches at Richmond bus station. When they were finally able to catch a bus back to base the next morning, Lieutenant Hoyt had docked them a day's pay for being late. Hoyt didn't seem to care what color Henry's skin was now, though. He clutched desperately at Henry's arm. Doc, he rasped. Doc, you gotta help me. My foot. Henry thought about all the ways he could get back at Richard Hoyt now. Tell him he didn't have any morphine left and that the lieutenant was just going to have to tough it out. Tell him, sorry, 8 other wounded soldiers are more important than you, and I have to take care of them first. Or, sorry, Lieutenant, we're gonna have to wait for a white medic to take care of you. But Henry knew he wasn't going to do any of those things. He was a medic, and he hoped to be a proper doctor one day. And doctors didn't let other people suffer, no matter how much they didn't like them. Henry cut away with what was left of Hoyt's right boot. Hoyt had stepped on a mine, and his foot was shredded. There was no way it could be saved. I can save your life, but not your foot, Henry told him. It's got to come off. It was the truth, and Henry took no pleasure in the telling. Hoyt sobbed, but nodded in his understanding. Can't do it here, Henry explained. I don't have a saw, but I'll give you something for the pain and a tourniquet so you won't bleed to death first. Henry dug out a morphine syringe, and Hoyt grabbed his arm again. Thank you, Corporal, Hoyt said, tears streaming down his face. Thank you for coming to get me. I was sure I was going to die out there. You saved my life. Corporal, Hoyt had called him. Not boy, not spade, not coon, nor any of the other horrible racist slurs Henry had heard from Hoyt and the dozens of other white soldiers since he'd joined the army. When he'd needed to, Hoyt had seen Henry as a soldier, as a medic, as a human being. Maybe, just maybe, Henry thought, this was a beginning. Maybe serving together, fighting together, living and suffering together would make white people see black people as equals. Education and damn it, I'm forgetting. You need to, well, exposure. There it is. Education and exposure. Like I said, these stupid racist piece of shit motherfuckers, you know, just being stuck in these little echo chambers of theirs, being told that, oh, it's okay to be hateful and racist and a horrible, horrible person to another human being, you know. Well, now you learn. You fuck around on D-Day and you find out. Maybe one day, white Americans and black Americans would eat together in the same restaurants. Maybe one day, Henry would sit anywhere he wanted to sit in a movie theater next to a white person, maybe on the first floor, and maybe someday the film they watched together would be a screwball comedy or an action adventure or a creepy monster movie with a black man as the main character, not the main character's servant or piano player. Maybe one day, the white people of America would judge Henry by something other than the color of his skin. A motor exploded outside the tent, and Henry heard someone call for a medic. Henry sighed. First they fixed Nazi Germany, then they fixed the United States. No, Henry thought, first I fixed this foot. And unfortunately, things haven't gotten too much better. I mean, they pretend that it has, but there's still a bunch of racist, sexist shit out there in the world. To the dream. Sucking chest wound. Henry left Hoyt in better shape than he'd found him, leg tied up to stop the blood loss, morphine injected for the pain, and lying comfortably beside Henry's other patients in the makeshift recovery ward along the shell line. Unless the mortar landed on top of Henry's Omaha General Hospital, Lieutenant Hoyt would live to tell the tale of the black medic who saved his life. Boom! Another mortar exploded nearby, and Henry closed his eyes and shook his head. He'd come to dread the sound of mortars, not so much because he was afraid one would hit him, but because they were almost always followed by the inevitable cry of "Medic! Medic!" Out Henry went again into the bullets and explosions, picking his way through the dead in search of the one man who was still wounded but still alive. Henry's training taught him that every man, even a man who didn't call out for him, might still be alive, might need his help to survive. But there were enough men yelling, "Medic! Medic!" that he didn't have time to check on the ones who were silent. Not yet. Henry shook his head and sighed. He didn't detest his job. He was glad to bring comfort when and where he could. He just hated what he saw when he got there. The worst was when he found men who were still alive but wouldn't be for long. The ones he knew he could do nothing for, the ones who wouldn't even have stood much of a chance in a fully stocked emergency room at a hospital back in the States. As much as Henry wanted to, he couldn't give them morphine to make their last moments painless. He had to keep what painkillers he had on hand for the men he could save. All he could do for a mortally wounded man was to put a hand on his chest, whisper, "I'm sorry, pal," and move on. "Medic! Medic!" Henry stayed low, making sure his Red Cross armband and helmet were still visible. The call this time came from two white soldiers huddled behind one of the big X-shaped hedgehogs that still dotted the beach. Henry went to his knees in front of them and diagnosed them visually. One of the two soldiers had burns on his right arm and the right side of his face. The other one had no obvious injuries. The burn victim Henry could treat here on the spot without getting him back to his tent. "You're a medic?" the one with the burns asked. "I'm not running around on Omaha without a weapon for fun," Henry told him. "What's your name, soldier?" "Bork." "All right, Private Bork, I'm going to treat your burns with boric acid and wrap you up, and you should be good to go. What's your favorite movie?" Henry asked as he started to work. "My favorite movie," Bork said. "I don't know. Buck Privates?" "Abbott and Costello joined the army." "That's a good one," Henry said. "How about you?" he asked the other soldier. "Any western with John Wayne in it?" he rasped. Henry instantly looked up from what he was doing. There was something awfully wrong with the other man's breathing, but he didn't have any visible wounds. "What's wrong with you, friend?" Henry asked. "Nothing," the older soldier wheezed. "I'm just worn out from running up through the surf." That was entirely possible, Henry thought, but the other way the man's fingers were turning blue said otherwise. "Our Higgins boat got hit by a motor," Burke said. "Blew the whole thing apart. Robbins here was the lucky one. He got plastered right in the chest with a big piece of boat, but it didn't do nothing to him but knock him into the water. I got torched when the gasoline tank exploded." I don't think he was so lucky," Henry said. "He's probably bleeding internally." He finished putting the boric acid on Burke's bones, but didn't wrap them up yet. He returned to Robbins instead, running his hands along the man's tunic and underneath the webbing pouches on his chest to see if he couldn't find any open wounds. "Told you Robbins wasn't hurt," Burke said. Robbins' fingers were still blue, and his breath still came short. Henry frowned. Private Robbins was showing all the symptoms of a sucking chest wound, but Henry couldn't find a chest wound. Sucking chest wounds on the battlefield were common enough. You got one when something punched a hole in your chest, something like, say, a bullet, making a new pathway for your air to get into your chest cavity. It was your chest cavity that was supposed to expand, not your lungs. The chest cavity pulled the outside of your lungs with it, filling your lungs with air, pulled down your throat. But if something punctured your chest cavity, it could break that vacuum seal between your chest cavity and your lungs. Your chest would still move up and down like you were breathing, but your lungs would stay put and you'd suffocate. Worse, that space could fill up with air and actually compress your lungs, like exhaling water. To fix a sucking chest wound, you slap something airtight over the hole to plug it. Like patching a tire, a piece of nylon cut from the GI's standard issue rain poncho would do in a pinch. Henry had that. What he didn't have was a hole. Hey, Bork said, you gonna wrap me up here or what? Henry's hands went to the side of Robin's chest, and Robin's yelped. There it is, Henry thought. Not a hole in his chest. There was still no external wound. But what about internal? What was it that Burke had said? Robbins was hit by shrapnel in the explosion. Robin's pain was right where a rib might have broken, which could easily have punctured his chest cavity. Then the air from his lung would have filled his chest cavity instead. Robbins didn't have a sucking chest wound. He had a collapsed lung. You're going to have to wait, Henry told Burke. I need to operate on your friend right now. A second opinion. Henry took a green canvas kit from his web belt and unrolled it onto the sand. Tucked into the kit were scissors and a scalpel. Whoa, 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 Robbins wheezed, scooting back from the knives. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Said Burke, moving next to his friend. You have a collapsed lung, Henry told Robbins. I need to cut a hole in your side to release the air that's built up inside your chest cavity. Cut a hole in my side, Robbins cried, then coughed. The hole will close on itself, Henry thought. What have I got that can keep it open and still let the air out? Did he still have a glass syringe? The army had been taking them out of the medical kits in favor of much smaller disposable plastic morphine syringes. Burke shoved Henry's shoulder, snapping him out of his reverie. Hey, said Burke, you ain't sticking no knife in Robbins. He's just exhausted. We all are. You don't know what you're talking about it. And you do? Henry said. Where'd you go to medical school? Henry would never have said that to a white man back home, but he didn't have time to mess around. Robbins could barely draw a breath. Why wouldn't they just let him do his damn job? I'll give you morphine, Henry told Robbins. You won't feel a thing. Robbins still shook his head. Medic! Medic! Burke called. Henry turned and saw who Burke was calling to. Another medic who was working his way from body to body in the surf, checking to see who was alive and who was dead. A white medic. The man hurried over and dropped to his knees behind the hedgehog. What's wrong? He asked Henry. Need an assist? This fool wants to stick a knife into my buddy, Burke told the white medic. The white medic did a quick appraisal of Robbins. He apparently came to the same conclusion that Henry first had, sucking chest wound, and immediately began feeling Robbins' chest for a wound. The white medic frowned. There's no wound. See, said Burke. Tell him he's crazy. Internal, said Henry said. The white medic's eyes went white. Broken rib? I think so, said Henry. You'll definitely have to make an incision, the other medic said. What are you going to use to keep the hole open? Henry held up an empty syringe he'd found in his kit. He pulled out the plunger and removed the needle, leaving a 4-inch glass tube with a small hole on one side and a larger hole on the other. Smart, the white medic said. Wait, I didn't call you over to agree with him, Burke said. Storm clouds gathered on the white medic's face. You called me over here? He said to Burke. His voice took on a hard edge. Private, I want you to take a good look around this beach. Do you see the explosions, the bullets, the bodies? Do you see the boats that are dumping hundreds more soldiers into this meat grinder every minute? There's maybe one medic for every 50 wounded soldiers on this beach, one for every 100, and you call me over here to get a second opinion? What makes you think this man knows anything more or less about what he's talking about than I do? Burke didn't answer. He didn't have to. They all knew why. Because he's a fucking racist sack of shit. Because Henry was black. Now let me get back to my job and let this man do his and save your buddy's life, the white medic said. You're lucky he caught it. I don't think I would have. He turned to Henry. You need any help? Henry shook his head. Private Burke's gonna help me, right? Burke nodded sheepishly and looked away. Good luck out here, the white medic told Henry. You too, Henry said, and thanks. It was a tricky procedure in the best of conditions, let alone with bullets and mortars and explosions all around them. But Henry made his incision and inserted the modified syringe tube while Burke held Robbins in place. As soon as the syringe tube was all the way in, there was an audible hiss of air escaping, and Robbins took his first full deep breath in 15 minutes. There was still a pretty good risk of infection, but the private wouldn't have lived long enough to get an infection if Henry hadn't done what he did. All right, Robbins, Henry said, your D-Day is over. When those boats start taking people back out, and aren't just dumping new soldiers on shore, you call a medic over and get yourself back to a hospital ship. They'll clean you up and send you back to England, where you get some R&R and a pretty purple heart for your troubles. Henry finally put the bandages over Burke's burns. You, Henry said to Burke, you're not done yet, but you've got to leave your buddy behind. He's gonna be okay. I hear ya, Burke said. Thanks, Doc. I'm sorry. An apology. All right, you're not the worst, Burke. You're not the worst. Fine. He said sorry. Henry rolled up his instrument kit. Just go take one of those German bunkers up there on the cliffs so they stop shooting at me and we'll be even. Medic! Medic! Somebody cried. Burke nodded and Henry stood to run back out into the fray. The man calling for help lay in the stretch of sand between the shell line where Henry had set up his station and the seawall further up the beach. That patch was miles wide, but only about 10 yards deep, and it was murder from the German machine guns. Bullets sank into the sand all around Henry as he charged into the deadly no-man's land. He dropped to his knees beside the white soldier. Medic, the boy mumbled. Medic. Yeah, that's me, Henry said. The patient was a big guy, well over 6 feet tall and a couple 100 pounds. Long, stubbly face, stuck curly hair, and shrapnel in his leg. What's your name, kid? Henry asked. Medic, the soldier moaned. No, I'm the medic, Henry said. I'm going to patch you up and get you back on your feet. And yes, I already noticed I'm black. That guy Henry is a good fucking guy. That guy Henry is an amazing fucking guy. What a great chapter. That was a good read. I hope that you survive. I really hope that you survive, Henry. You're amazing. Operation Neptune, June 6, 1944, afternoon, Omaha Beach. The afternoon. We're here midday. So yeah, we're going back to following the. But are we ever gonna go back to Samira? Is what I'm wondering. Was her part in this only that she needs to go? So they. Oh yeah, well they definitely assisted the the landing at Normandy because so she went and she helped them derail that train, which meant that there were like a ton of tanks that didn't make their way to the beach. But so that was that what her part was basically, and then the paratroopers they went and they took the all those Germans in the chateau. Are we gonna see more of them? I'm wondering. Henry may come back because he's over here on at the beach with us, so he might make his way up to the front or the wherever D and his platoon are, squadron, wherever he regrouped. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Damn, I can't believe it. Bill freaking died. Oh my god, that's so sad. They're amazing. What an amazing group of folks. And there aren't any ladies here, right? They didn't let any ladies join World War II, right? I mean, I'm sure there were probably some, right? Yes. Women served in World War II primarily in non-combat roles like nursing, clerical work, and political piloting aircraft, but also in combat roles in some countries like the Soviet Union, where women served as snipers and pilots. So there very well could have been some women on this beach. While women were barred from direct combat roles during World War II, they played vital roles in the D-Day invasion, contributing as code breakers, cartographers, coxswains, and later serving as nurses in Normandy. So they would have hit the beach after all of this was done, said and done. A coxswain is a person who steers the boat and directs the rowers, acting as a leader, tactician, and coach while not rowing themselves. They were not allowed to participate in combat roles during World War II, so no women landed on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. They were code breakers, cartographers, coxswains. They served providing medical care to the wounded soldiers shortly after D-Day. Yeah, so they would have come up on the beach afterwards. Women also played a significant role in the French resistance, offering invaluable support to the Allied officers. War correspondent Martha Gellhorn, a war correspondent, reportedly snuck onto a troop transport to cover the invasion, making her the only woman on the beaches on D-Day. So there was one, Martha Gellhorn, snuck onto a troop transport so that she could report from the beach. Interesting. But yeah, so she wasn't a soldier. She was more of a reporter. Women also contributed to the war efforts by working in factories, volunteering for war-related organizations, and managing their households. Here's the Wikipedia page. I mean, you can't always trust Wikipedia chat. I understand that, but I mean, more often than not, it gives us like the basic information we need. So, let's find just posting that for you here. An American novelist, travel writer, and journalist who was considered one of the great war correspondents of the 20th century, she reported on virtually every major world conflict that took place during her 60-year career. She was the third wife of American novelist Ernest Hemingway, and she died in 1998 by apparent suicide at the age of 89, ill and almost completely blind. Damn, what a way to go. Interesting. So she made her way to Normandy, and Hemingway tried to block her from going there, but like she had enough of his BS. I guess she divorced him. Yeah, they divorced after the landing in Normandy. Gellhorn and Hemingway lived together off and on for 4 years before marrying in November 1940. Hemingway had ostensibly lived with his second wife, Pauline Pfeiffer, until 1939. Increasingly resentful of Gellhorn's long absences during her reporting assignments, Hemingway wrote to her when she left the Finska Viglia estate near Havana in 1943 to cover the Italian front. Are you a war correspondent or wife in my bed? Hemingway, however, would later go to the front just before the Normandy landings, and Gellhorn also went, with Hemingway trying to block her travel. When she arrived by means of a dangerous ocean voyage in war torn London, he had landed there 11 days before her via an RAF flight on which she had arranged a seat for him. She told him she had had enough. She had found, as his other wives, that, as described by Bernice Kurt in the Hemingway Women, Hemingway could never sustain a long-lived, wholly satisfying relationship with any of his four wives. Married domestically may have seemed to him the desirable culmination of romantic life, but sooner or later he became bored and restless, critical and bullying. After 4 contentious years of marriage, they divorced in 1945. Interesting. I think this is gonna take us, yeah, another 3 hours. Honestly, last we checked, we were at 3 hours. Now we're at 6. We're at page 209 of about 320, and I'm still getting distracted over here. All right, while I'm busy getting distracted, look at how much we read, chat. Tiny compared to like what we've been through. We need more tea though. Alright, them all up. If I just keep giving you snacks. Oh no, no, Panda, no, no, no. You're gonna come here and butter me up. Sorry. All right. So we're distracted again. Dee 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 dee. He can take away, he can take away. And I hold you every night, and I hold you every night. There's a feeling I wanna get you to. There's no man as terrified as this man who stands to lose you, and the man who stands to lose you. Oh, I hope I don't lose you. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please, please, don't take mine. I found my mind. I'm feeling sane. It's been a while, but I'm finding my faith. If everything's good and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? Sit and wait till it's gone. Why tell you I've got enough. I've got peace and I've got love. But I'm up at night just thinking I might lose it all. But I'm up at night thinking I just might lose it all. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Well, na 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 na. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. I need these beautiful things that I've got. Whoa. By you. Bim bidi dim didi dim. And when it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know they've been alive when he's feeling low. Only know that the road when he's looking home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go, and you let her go, and you let her go. You only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go, and you let her go. Dee-dim, dee-dee-dim, dim, dam, da-dum, 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 dum. Dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dim, dee-dee-dee-dee-dim. Staring at the bottom of your glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow, and they go so fast, and they go so fast. Feel it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why. And everything you touch surely dies, surely dies, surely dies. And you know you lied when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. Don't even high when you're feeling low. Only miss the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Looking at the ceiling in the dark. That an empty feeling in your heart. 'Cause love comes slow and it goes so fast. And it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep. 'Cause you never do much and you dive too deep. And you dive too deep. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, you've been high when you're feeling low. Only miss the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Go. You let her go. Go. And you let her go. Let her go. I don't know. Let her go. Light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only with the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Ow. Why are you trying to kiss me? Stop it. Meow. Light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Am I gonna let you go? You only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. And you let her go. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies, surely dies. And you only need the light when it's burning low. Only need the sun when it starts to snow. Only need the lover when you let her go. Oh my god, stop it. They know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. In the ceiling in the dark, don't know the empty feeling in your heart. Because love him slow and it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep. There's never too much, and you dive too deep, and you dive too deep. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to show. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Let her go. You let her go. Whoa. Wow, wow. There you go. There you go. When you let her go. Whoa, whoa. Bam 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 bam. Dee 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 dee. Bam 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 bam. Dee dee da da dam da 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 dam. Pinned down, D watched as a bullet hit an American soldier not 2 yards away from him. The soldier twisted in the sand, still mid run, and collapsed like a marionette. He wasn't alive long enough to call for a medic. D didn't even flinch. He didn't cry. He didn't yell. He had seen something very much like that over and over and over again for the past few hours. Few what? Minutes? Hours? How long had he been sitting here with his back against the seawall, listlessly watching the living nightmare on Omaha Beach? He tried to think. He had left the British transport ship during night and fog, arrived on the beach at dawn a lifetime ago. The sun was high in the cloudy sky now. Hours then. That meant D had been here, hugging his arms to his chest, shivering even though he wasn't cold. For hours, stretching out to his left and his right were all the other soldiers who'd been lucky enough to make it this far up the beach. To the protection of the seawall, there were hundreds of fallen, lifeless American soldiers in the short distance between the wall and the water. There were only 40 or so here with Dean. Boom! A motor exploded a dozen yards down the line, just this side of the seawall, taking out 4 or 5 of the men who'd been hiding there. If the motor had been aimed just an inch or so to the right, it would be bits of D that were scattered all over the sand. He would have shrugged, but he was too tired. It might have been him next, it might not. An hour later, it didn't really matter. Sid was already dead. Sid, his best friend in the army, maybe the best friend he'd ever had in his entire life. All Sid had ever wanted was to fight the Germans. Back when they met in boot camps, Sid he had told Dee about the day his synagogue in New York City had hosted a Jewish woman who'd managed to escape from Nazi Germany. She'd horrified the congregation with stories of how the Nazis destroyed Jewish homes and burned down their places of worship, how the Nazis segregated the Jewish people, deprived them, had even begun to murder them. Sid had wanted to go to war with Nazi Germany right then, but the United States wasn't in the war yet. Sid had been just about to run away to Canada to join the Canadian army so he could do something when the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor and America had at last gone to war. Sid had enlisted right away and gotten himself shipped to Europe, but now he had died before he'd ever gotten his revenge on a single Nazi soldier. How was that fair? A motor exploded nearby, and Dee saw again in his mind's eye the blast that had taken out Sid. 1 minute Sid had been there, and the next he was gone. That's the fate of every last man on this beach, Dee thought. We're all going to die here, and there's nothing any of us can do about it. We're all going to die without getting our chance for revenge. No one had made it up and off the beach yet. They were supposed to have taken the German bunkers on the cliffs and been miles inland by now, but they were still pinned down, still dying from German machine guns and rifles and mortars and grenades. Dee wondered if the soldiers on Utah, the other American beach, or the men on any of the three British beaches, Sword, Juno, and Gold, had fared any better. Distantly, Dee hoped so for their sake. There was no use hoping for anything here. So stupid, Dee thought. I was so stupid to think I was going to come here and change anything. The time for changing anything in Germany was long gone. His family should never have left. They should have spoken up before things got this bad, even if it had meant disappearing into the night and fog. If everyone had spoken up at once, they couldn't have made them all disappear, could they? But his parents had been scared, scared for him and scared for themselves. They didn't know what it really means to be scared, Dee thought now. Nobody but the people sitting against the seawall, nobody but the soldiers lying wounded and dead in the surf of Omaha Beach had ever known true fear. Another Higgins boat pulled up to the shore with another 40 soldiers inside. No, go back, Dee said. Don't lower the ramp. Stay on the boat. They couldn't hear him, even if he yelled. Not this far away. Not even the constant rat-tat-tat of the German machine guns. But Dee said it out loud as if the universe might hear him, and as if just by speaking the words, he could will it to happen. Don't do it, Dee said. Don't drop the ramp. Don't drop the ramp. They dropped the ramp. Dee looked away as the bullets ripped into the boat, and row after row of soldiers fell screaming into the water. Go, go! Soldier a few paces off to Dee's left shouted, and Dee looked back up. One of the soldiers from the boat, unbelievably, had run right down the ramp and into the knee-high surf without getting shot. The tank! Get to the tank, bud! Cried another soldier along the seawall. Valiant, the tank that had given Dee the cover he needed to get this far, had long since become mired in the wet sand. Its turret and machine guns aimed too low to do any good. But while it could no longer shuttle soldiers up and down the beach in its shadow, Valiant was now at least a valuable way station on the path to the seawall. The tank! Get to the tank! Dee called. There was still no way for the soldiers down there on the beach to hear any of them, but somehow the soldier spotted Valiant and ran for its shelter. He made it, Dee said up higher. The hedgehog! One of the other soldiers at the seawall said, willing the soldier to see the big steel obstacle a few yards away. No, the shell line! Straight for the shell line! Said another soldier. He's moving! Dee cried. The soldier burst out from behind the tank, head down. He made his decision. He was running for the hedgehog. Go, go, run! The soldiers at the seawall cried, Dee ducked and cringed along with the running soldier, feeling his adrenaline, his fear. He was almost there, almost there. Then suddenly, boom! A mortar landed right on top of the hedgehog, blasting sand and shells and shrapnel all over the beach. Damn. So that happened, but then the title of this next chapter is The Luckiest Soldier on Omaha Beach. So he might have survived. He might have survived, chat. I think he survived. I think he survived. It is. It's Mount Mount. It is Mount 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 Mount. I'm just reading the closed captionings chat. Question mark. How did that happen? Amazing. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Nope. Okay, see. So it gave me the actual like question mark symbol. But now when I say question mark, so was it just trying to figure out what the heck I was saying and it gave me a random question mark? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So it started saying beauty. So that's what I'm singing, but now it's saying booty, 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 booty. This is the scuffed channel chat. This is a very scuffed channel. Thank you for still being here with me if you are. It's so hot. Oh, I felt that one right there. Ouchies. All right, let's find out. The luckiest soldier on Omaha Beach. The soldier just missed getting hit by the exploding hedgehog. He stumbled and fell, and Dee held his breath. Laden with gear, the soldier struggled to his feet. His hedgehog hiding place destroyed, he staggered off towards the shell line and said, "Go, go, go!" Dee prayed silently. Bullets kicked up sand beside the soldier, behind him, but still nothing hit him. "This guy's the luckiest soldier on Omaha Beach," Dee whispered. The soldier dove for the protection of the shell line, and he fell so fast, flopped so clumsily that Dee thought he might have been shot after all. There were gasps up and down the lines of soldiers at the seawall. Calls for the soldier to be okay, to not be dead. The soldier peeked up over the shell line, and the line of soldiers at the seawall cheered. He let out the breath he'd been holding and smiled for the first time since hitting the beach. The soldier put his head back down and waited. Dee knew what he must be feeling. They all did. The soldier had found a place of safety in the middle of the storm. No matter how slight it was, no matter how tenuous, Dee didn't yell for the soldiers to get up, to leave the protection of the shell line. No one did. No one who had been through that hell, who had to summon the courage to stand up again when he could just lie there forever and be safe, his face buried in the sand, could ask him to do that because none of them had wanted to do it either. But they knew he would in his own time because he had to. He could feel the Dee could feel the anticipation up and down the line as they waited for him to make his move. The suspense was electric. Other soldiers had crawled out of the surf, and some of them had even made it up to the shell line and other places. But it was this soldier, the lucky soldier, who had their attention. There was something special about him, something untouchable. Dee's breath came hard and fast. Did a German sniper have his rifle trained on the lucky soldier right now, waiting for him to do something? Was a motor going to find him before he worked up his courage? Would a machine gun tear him apart the moment he stood? They waited long, anxious minutes, none of them calling out. None of them wanted to be the person who lured the lucky soldier to his death. But then, finally, the lucky soldier did what they all had done. He climbed to his feet and started his run across the 10 yards that separated him from the seawall. Dee and the others immediately roared their encouragement. "Come on, you can make it! Just a few more steps now! You're almost here! You've got it! You've got it! You've got it!" Dee stood up. Dee stood, waving his arms, ready to pull the man in, and then a bullet struck the lucky soldier right down through his shoulder, straight down to his heart, and he tripped and he fell face first onto the sand. One of the other soldiers cursed, another sobbed. Dee could only stare forlornly at the dead soldier a few feet away. He didn't think he could feel any lower, didn't think the black hole in his stomach could grow any larger, any deeper, but it did. It opened up and swallowed Dee whole, and he felt himself fading out of existence. He had to do something right now, or he would disappear forever. What he did was run for the body of the lucky soldier. I wonder if Henry's gonna come and save him. Say hello. The wet sand twisted under D's boots as he ran. Bullets still flew and mortars still exploded, but no German up on the cliffs had seen him yet, or else he'd be dead. In 2 steps, D reached the lucky soldier. He snatched up the man's hand, it was still warm, and pulled him hard. The wet clothes, the heavy gear, the man's limp, lifeless body, it was like running against the tide. D screamed a primal howl of anger and frustration and strength, and before his cry even ended, he had dragged the body of the lucky soldier up the protection of the seawall. Bullets whipped into the sand where he and the lucky soldier had been, but he was safe again now. D squatted next to the body like a catcher, breathing hard. What the hell did you do that for? One of the older soldiers asked. He's dead. I don't know, D said. How could he explain that if he hadn't done it, he'd be dead too? It just felt like a shame for him to make it all this way and not get here in the end. The other soldiers nodded. It'd been a dumb thing to do to run out there and get shot at again, but they all understood. Down the line, a medic had been treating the fallen soldier in the no man's land between the shell line and the seawall. Now he was trying to stand with his shoulder under the arm of the injured man to help him walk to safety. Come on, D told the others. He ran crouching along the protection of the seawall, past soldier after soldier, each with the same 1,000-yard stare he'd just had, until he came perpendicular to the place where the medic struggled just a few feet away. Heedless again of the German guns up on the cliffs, D ran straight out and put his shoulder under the wounded man's other arm. More soldiers ran to join him, and together they had the wounded man and the medic under the lee of the seawall before any of them had taken a bullet. Thanks, pal, the medic said. He was black, D suddenly realized. Name's Henry, the medic said. And D introduced. Good job, Henry. Good job himself. D, Henry asked. Just like the letter D? Hang on, you got some scrapes here I can wrap up for you. D sucked in a breath as Henry dabbed iodine on his cut arm. Dabbed iodine on a cut on his arm. There's a German film called M, just the letter M, said Henry. Came out in the States a few years back, with English voices dubbed over the German. But the main character in that's a bad dude. You don't want to be anything like him. With a start, D realized he knew the film. Excuse me. He'd never seen it, but he'd seen the creepy movie posters when he was a boy in Berlin. He tried to look away, irrationally worried that someone might somehow see the look of recognition in his face, but Henry held his chin and dabbed at it with a cotton swab. What are you doing? D asked. You took a bullet to the left arm and had one graze your face too. Didn't kill you, but it's gonna leave a scar. D frowned. When had he been shot? He tried to put a hand to his face to feel the wound, but the medic slapped his hand away. Don't touch it, Henry told him. I can't feel them, D said. The places I got shot. Did you give me morphine? No, that's the adrenaline, the medic said. When it wears off, you'll feel them. I'm not going to give you morphine because that would dull you, and you're not so badly injured you can't fight. Fight? D thought. Fight what? There was nothing to fight, just invisible bullets and mortars that dropped out of the sky. All the hopelessness that had held him rooted to the seawall just a few minutes ago came washing back over him now, and he sagged. What was even the point of Henry patching him up if he was just going to be killed a few minutes later? Hey, when you're done being pampered, you could maybe say hello, said a familiar voice. He turned to see the soldier he'd helped Henry carry out of the no man's land. It was Sid, his friend that got destroyed, was actually still alive. Good job, Henry, DM, reuniting them. The dead and the dying. Sid, D cried. D pulled Sid to his feet and wrapped him in a hug. Watch the leg, Sid said, laughing. I missed you too, buddy. When that motor went off, I thought I'd lost you for good. I thought I lost you, D said. I thought you were dead. D couldn't believe it. He couldn't stop smiling, but Sid's leg. Are you all right? Are you hurt bad? He asked. Don't count me out yet. I told you, I'm not leaving till I kill a kraut. Your buddy took some shrapnel from the blast, said Henry. He'll be a little slower than everybody else. You might have to stay close, give him a hand every now and then. Sid put his arm around Dee's shoulder and took him like a little brother. Are you kidding? We're not getting separated again. 30 years from now, me and Dee are going to be taking the train back and forth from New York to Philly to watch the Dodgers and the Athletics in the World Series. Medic! Medic! Another soldier cried out. Somebody's playing my song, said Henry, and with the tip of his helmet, he ran back out onto the battlefield. Back out into the bullets and the mortars and the mines. Dee shook his head in wonder at the medic's courage and skill. Before Dee could ask Sid anything else, a tall, thin lieutenant Dee had never seen before came down to the line of men at the seawall. He was crouching low so the Germans couldn't see him. There was blood all over the breast of his uniform, his or somebody else's, Dee couldn't tell, and a white gauze bandage crossed his face diagonally, coming down out of his helmet to cover his left eye. We've got to get off this beach, the lieutenant told them. The only people here are dead and those who are going to die. If we're going to die here, we might as well take some Germans with us. I hear that, said Sid. A mortar blew a hole in the seawall a few yards down, the lieutenant said. That's our way up and out. Now let's get the hell off this beach. All right, they have a plan now. The lieutenant's name was Mendoza. He wasn't from D's unit, but that didn't matter anymore. There was no radio, no way of coming together but this in small groups of survivors who had ended up hiding beside each other at the seawall. Dee was still scared, but he couldn't sit here and wait for death any longer. He had to do something, and now that Sid was back, he had someone to do it with. You ready to do this? Dee asked Sid. Yes, said Sid, but I think you're forgetting something. Dee didn't understand. A rifle? A weapon of some kind? Sid said. You might need something like that at some point soon. Dee stared at his empty hands. Of course, what was he thinking? He dropped his rifle in the ocean right after he left the Higgins boat. Hang on, Dee said. He jogged back to where the lucky soldier lay, the man's rifle beside him on the sand. Dee took it for his own. Thanks, pal, Dee whispered, and I'm sorry. Through the hole, everybody, Mendoza cried. Let's go! Damn. So the lucky soldier's purpose was to deliver that gun to Dee so that Dee can make it off this godforsaken beach with his friend Sid. Henry, you hang in there. You're doing amazing. You're fantastic. Great job, Henry. #1 medic. I mean, that's not true. There's plenty of other hardworking medics out there on the field, right? There's got to be other black medics as well, right? Can't just be him by himself. Or maybe it is. They are coming from racist America, you know. Mekuman. Welcome back, little one. It's Mekuman, chat. 6. We need 6 shakes. Nope. Please, please, do it. There you go. Somebody one me dum da dum da 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 dum dim dee dim dee dim dee dim dim dee dim dee dim dee dim dee dim dee dim dee dim 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 dee dim dee dim dim da dum 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 da da dum 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 da da dum dum da da dum dum da da dum dum da da dum dum da dum da dum 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 da da dum dum da dum da dum da dum da dum da dum da dum 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 da dum dum. Hey now, you're not done getting so on and getting paid. Hey now, you're a rock star getting out of the only shooting stars break the mold. Question mark. I did it. I got double question mark. Nice. Oh my god, nice. So if I just confuse the closed captioning program enough, then I get question mark. Da-dum 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 dum dum da-dum da-dum dum da-da-dum dum da-da-dum dee-dee-dim 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 dee-dim dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim dee-dee-dee-dee-dim dee-dee-dee-dim dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dim dee-dim dee-dim dim dee-dim dee-dee-dim da-dum, 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 da-dee-ding, daddy, meow, 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 yeah, da-dum. That's fun. Meow, meow, meow. Do 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 dee dim dee dee dim. Mm, mm, mm. Mhm, mhm. D. Kaufman. D ran with Sid through the hole in the seawall. The air just beyond the wall was thick with smoke, and D threw his arms up to cover his mouth and nose. It was the dry seagrass on the dunes. The bombardment from the Allied battleships must have set it on fire. It was a curse and a blessing. D's eyes watered so badly from the smoke that he could barely see, but the German machine gunners apparently couldn't see through the smoke either. They kept up a steady stream of machine gun fire, but they missed more GIs than they hit. They reached the top of the bluff at last and crouched in the seagrass until Sid caught up. Only about 20 or 30 American soldiers had made it up to the top of the bluff, but it was a start. This is the start of the revolution. They're taking back the beach. All right, said Lieutenant Mendoza. Half of you go to the left, and the other half of us will go to the right. Dee and Sid joined the group led by Mendoza toward a concrete reinforced bunker with big guns aimed at the beach. Almost immediately, they came upon a small trench with a tripod mounted machine gun and soldiers with rifles. The Germans never heard the GIs coming, and the American soldiers blasted them with rifles and machine guns out of their own and jumped into the trench. Dee took aim at one of the Nazi soldiers and shot him dead with his rifle. It was a slaughter, but nothing compared to what the Germans had been doing to them on the beaches below for the last 5 hours. The Germans, Dee paused for a second. He was German. His family were Germans. He had relatives who were German. He just killed one of his own countrymen, a boy his age. The boy's helmet had fallen off as he died, and Dee could see the name written inside, D. Kaufman. D was his name. D was his name Dietrich too? Dee shivered. If Dee and his family hadn't left Germany, that boy could be him. But they had left Germany, and even before that, his parents had been against Hitler. They hadn't joined the Nazi Party, even when their neighbors and coworkers and other family members pressured them to sign up. For whatever reason, this boy had taken a different path. He had agreed to serve in the Nazi army. He had accepted Adolf Hitler as his leader. D. Kaufman wasn't D's countryman. Not then, when D himself had lived in Germany, and certainly not now that D had lived in America. These were not his people. The American soldiers in the trench with D, those were his people. And when he got back home, he was going to make it official. D was going to become a United States citizen. Sid caught up, still slow on his injured leg. Dang it, he cried. I didn't get to kill a single one of them. You'll get your chance, Lieutenant Mendoza said. We've still got that bunker to take. Go, go, go! The one white the whiterst Wieder's Widerstands nest. Widerstands the Widerstands nest. I think that's German. Widerstands nest. military fortification. Widerstandsnester. Defense of Omaha Beach. In Omaha Beach, the landing beach, there were 13 strong points called Widerstandsnester, the resistance nests. Numerous other fighting positions dotted the area, supported by an extensive trench system. The defending forces consisted of 3 battalions and of the veteran 352nd Infantry Division. Their weapons were fixed to cover the beach while grazing enfilade fire, as well as plunging fire from the cliffs. Omaha was a killing zone. Omaha Beach was part of the invasion area assigned to the U.S. First Army under Lieutenant General Omar Bradley. The assault sectors at Omaha were codenamed from west to east Charlie Dog, consisting of green, white, and red sections, Easy, green and red sections, and Fox, green and red sections. The beach was to be assaulted at 6:30 hours by U.S. 1st Infantry Division, while the 116th Regiment and the 29th Division attached for D-Day only. Omaha was wide enough to land 2 regiments side by side with armor in the front, and so the 116th Regiment was to land at Dog, green, white, and red, and Easy Green, while the 16th Regiment, 1st Division, was to land at Easy Red and Fox Green. The objectives of the 1st Division were ambitious. First, it was to capture the villages of Vierville, St. Laurent, and Colville. It was to push through and cut through Bay Inksy Road, Bayou, Bayou Inksy Road, and was to attack south toward Traviers and west towards Pont de Hoc. Elements of the 16th Regiment were to link up at Port en Bessin with the British units from Gold Beach to the east. From the beginning, everything went wrong at Omaha. Special DD tanks, amphibious Sherman tanks fitted with flotation screens that were supposed to support the 116th Regiment, sank in the choppy waters of this channel. Only 2 of the 29 launched made it to the beach. With the exception of Company A, no unit of the 116th landed where it was planned. Strong winds and tidal currents carried the landing craft from right to left. The 16th Regiment on the east half of the beach did not fare much better, landing in a state of confusion with units badly intermingled. Throughout the landing, German gunners poured deadly fire into the ranks of the invading Americans. Bodies lay on the beach or floated in the water. Men sought refuge behind beach obstacles, pondering the deadly sprint across the beach to the seawall, which offered some safety at the base of the cliff. Destroyed craft and vehicles littered the water's edge and beach, and at 8:30 hours, all landing ceased at Omaha. The troops on the beach were left on their own and realized that exits were not the way off. Slowly and in small groups, they scaled the cliffs. Meanwhile, Navy destroyers streamed in and, scraping their bottoms in the shallow water, blasted the German fortifications at point-blank range. By 1200 hours, German fire had noticeably decreased as the defensive positions were taken from the rear, and one by one, exits were opened. By nightfall, the 1st and 29th Divisions held positions around Vierville, St. Lawrence, and Colesville, nowhere near the planned objectives, but they had a toehold. The Americans suffered 2,400 casualties at Omaha on June 6th, but by the end of the day, they had landed 34,000 troops. The German 352nd Division lost 20% of its strength with 1,200 casualties, but it had no reserves coming to continue the fight. Interesting. It was a battle of numbers, yeah, and the Germans lost out in numbers in the end. Yeah, Widerstandsnest, the resistance nest. The bunker was made of gray reinforced concrete that reminded D of the concrete aqueducts in Philadelphia, built to handle runoff water. The bunker was flat on top with rounded corners at the sides. D knew that it was what the Germans called Widerstandsnest, a resistance nest, one of the almost 100 strong points built up and down the coast to repel an Allied invasion. For the last 5 hours, the Widerstandsnest had done its deadly job without interruption, and D was ready to put a stop to it. D and Sid came up behind the fortress with their other GIs. 2 large black steel doors barred their entry into the bunker. The other side, facing the beach, was the business end of the resistance nest. D could hear the chunk, chunk, chunk of a big machine gun and the boom of its motor from in there. Did the Nazi soldiers inside know D and the others were right outside? Were they waiting behind the door to mow them down? The makeshift Allied platoon covered D as he pulled the doors, but they were bolted closed. Anybody got any grenades? Sid asked. Got something better, a soldier said. He ran and fixed the door with some kind of bomb. He had seen engineers using to explode the mines on hedgehogs at the beach. Everybody took cover. A few seconds later, boom! The big steel doors blew inward, crumpling like a chewing gum wrapper. There was stunned silence from inside, and D and Sid didn't wait around for the Germans to figure out what had hit them. They charged inside with the other soldiers hot on their heels. The resistance nest was a series of low, small concrete rooms connected by tight, dark corridors. A German soldier emerged from one of the rooms, and D shot him. He rushed into the room where the soldier had come from and blinked in the bright light. He was suddenly standing outside, but not because he was still inside the pillbox. A mortar cannon stood in the middle of the round room, and he understood. This room had no roof because the Germans used it to lob mortars at the beach. A German soldier popped out from behind the cannon and raised the pistol. Bang! D flinched, but it was the German soldier who fell dead from a rifle shot from one of the GIs standing behind D. D was surprised to see that it wasn't Sid. Where had his friend gotten to? Gunshots echoed in the tiny corridors. D found Sid in the hallway, locked in hand-to-hand combat with a Nazi soldier. D raised his rifle, but bang! Another GI shot the German dead. Ah, that was mine! Sid cried. D pushed past his friend and burst into a big room at the front of the fortress, rifle blazing. There was a huge gun in the room, a 75mm cannon trained on the beach below, and 4 Nazi soldiers on hand to load it and fire it. The German soldiers fired back with pistols. D's stomach tightened in fear. One of the soldiers beside him was hit and went down. Was it Sid? No. D caught one of the Nazis with a bullet to the chest, and then there were more GIs in the doorway. General infantry. They broke to either side and circled the big gun, pinning the Germans back in the far corner of the room. Rifles thundered in the concrete room, and the GIs finished off the Nazi gun crew without taking another hit. He hurried back through the resistance nest, searching the rooms and corridors with the other soldiers. There was one more mortar, but it and its crew had already been taken care of. The Germans in this pillbox had been routed. He found Sid back in the front room with a big gun standing over the dead German soldiers in the corner. I didn't get a single one of them, Sid said. Didn't kill a single German soldier in the whole damn place. Not one crowd, all day long. What am I, cursed? Dee smiled at Sid and shook his head. He felt exultant. His heart was still thumping in his chest. They had survived. They had gotten up off the beach and attacked a German bunker, and they had won. With a start, Dee realized this must have been the big gun that had taken out the tank and that he'd helped shovel out of the sand. Bill's tank, Achilles. Dee remembered Bill, sadly, but at least he'd gotten revenge for him. Helped take down the Nazis who had killed the brave tank crew. Dee peered out of the bunker's window on the beach. Through the thinning smoke, he could see the place they'd just come from, and his happiness wore off quick. Tanks burned, half-tracks and jeeps lay swamped in the surf. Landing craft were caught in obstacles and blew up as they hit mines. Mortars geysered sand and water. Dead bodies dotted the beach like stones. But things were starting to look more organized, too. A tank was rolling off a landing craft right onto the sand. Troops were moving up through the seawall in at least 3 places Dee could see, and as he watched, a controlled explosion took out the barricades blocking one of the roads off the beach. The battle continued. Dee saw another German bunker to the west, just across the narrow river that drained into the sea. The German resistance nest was still hammering at the beach with a big gun like the one Dee and his others had captured, but the big gun they had taken wasn't set up to shoot at this other one. Theirs could only reach the beach and the sea. Dee considered rallying some of the troops and heading for the other bunker, but that wasn't their mission. Their orders were to get up off the beach and push inland. It had taken them far longer to get off the beach than anyone had thought, and at a far greater cost, but they had done it. Now it was onto the villages between here and Bayou. 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 They would have to leave the cleanup of Omaha Beach to the people who'd followed them. Come on, Dee told Sid. D-Day ain't over yet. Bayou. Ghost Town. Dee and Sid hid behind one of the tall hedgerows that lined the fields and roads of Normandy. The sun was setting and the sky was orange like fire. All around them were more American soldiers, perhaps 2 dozens of them from different divisions. Most of them had bandages on their heads or arms and legs, sometimes self-treated, sometimes fixed up by medics along the way. All of them were survivors of Omaha Beach. And their reward for living through that hell? Now they got to push on into Normandy, freeing French towns from Nazi control on their way to the city of Bayeux. At Bayeux, they would finally rest and regroup. But first, they had to clear this town. On both sides of the road were little houses built in French style. Dee was starting to recognize 2-story, flat-faced rectangular buildings made of light gray stone lined with windows and topped with a black roof. Each little house had at least one chimney, but none of them were smoking. Beyond the houses was a row of cafes and restaurants, and at the heart of the village, looming over everything else, was a tall gray medieval stone church with buttresses on the outside and a clock tower sticking up out of the middle. On another summer evening, it might have been a sleepy little picture postcard French town. Dee didn't know the town's name, and he didn't think any of the officers around him did either. It didn't matter. It was a French town in German-occupied territory, which made it dangerous. I don't see any Krauts, Sid whispered. He still hadn't killed any German soldiers, and he was noticeably anxious. I don't see anybody, Dee said. The town was silent as the grave. Come on, said Sid. Let's go find us some Germans. No, Sid, wait, Dee called, but Sid had already jogged off in a low crouch for the first house. Dee was scared, but he hurried after him. Lieutenant Mendoza signaled for the other soldiers to do the same. Sid ran around the backside of the house and leaned against the wall beside a door. Dee propped himself on the other side. Sid held his rifle in one hand and his other grabbed the doorknob. Dee counted down soundlessly using his fingers. 3, two, one. Sid threw the door open and entered the house, rifle at the ready, and Dee followed him in. Dee expected shots, yelling something, but this house was silent and still. They were in a small, unadorned kitchen. Pots and pans hung on the wall over a white enamel oven that stood on ornate metal legs. A pot with some kind of broth in it sat on the stovetop beside a tall tea kettle. Against another wall stood a dark brown wooden cabinet that Dee guessed held more cooking utensils. A small door led to an empty pantry. Dee opened the oven door and felt heat radiate from it. Still warm, he whispered. Sid nodded and crept into the next room. It was a small dining room with white floral wallpaper. A shelf with a few old books hung above the side table with faded photographs in frames. Another cabinet held plates, glasses, and silverware. And in the center of the room was a table just big enough for 4 chairs. A white tablecloth with flower print covered the table where there were plates and utensils for 3 people. There were half-eaten pieces of bread on each plate, and some kind of thin vegetable broth sat untouched in a ceramic tureen. 2 of the chairs were pulled out from the table, and one had fallen over backwards and still lay on the floor. Sid and Dee shared a look. Both of them understood what they were seeing. Someone had been in the middle of eating a meal here and then left in a hurry. But who? A French family or German soldiers? And where were they? Dee lifted the fallen chair back up and stood it on its legs. He didn't know why he did it, but it felt proper to put it back to rights. Sid and Dee split up and searched the house. In one of the second floor rooms, Dee found a small bed with a stuffed bear tucked under the covers. Had place number three at the table been for a small child? If so, where were they? There was no one upstairs or down in the basement. Dee and Sid rejoined the other soldiers outside. More of them had been through the other houses and found much the same thing. Signs of life followed by a hasty retreat. It's a ghost town, Lieutenant, one of the privates said. Let's keep moving, Mendoza said, but be careful. Dee and Sid inched down the street towards the church, staying close to the houses. Pachoom! A house exploded on the other side of the street from where Dee and Sid stood, throwing shattered stone and wood and glass everywhere. 4 soldiers were killed in an instant, including Lieutenant Mendoza, and 3 more were critically wounded. As the GIs tried to drag their injured comrades to shelter, German machine gun fire opened up on everyone on both sides of the street. Dee's heart stopped. It was an ambush! An engine roared to life, drowning out the sound of the German snipers, an engine louder than any Dee had ever heard in his life. It snarled like a living thing, like some monstrous lion. Clank, 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 clank. The thing crawled out of the shadow of the church at the end of the street, and Dee's eyes went wide. Panzer! Sid cried. The village was protected by a German tank. Ooh, it's getting scary. Dee and Sid dragged an injured soldier to cover in the alley between 2 houses, and Dee peeked around the corner. He'd seen Sherman tanks, of course, up close and personal, but he'd never seen the legendary German Panzer before. Panzer meant armor in German, and though there were different versions, most American GIs called anything that resembled a tank with black German cross on it a Panzer. This one was painted a light gray, had massive metal tracks that clanked and rattled as it ran, and featured a snub-nosed cannon sticking out of the turret on its top. That little cannon was a 75mm gun that could do a lot of damage, like punch through the armor of an Allied tank or blow up a French house. Pachoom! The tank fired again. Another wall of a house exploded. He felt helpless. His rifle wouldn't do anything against that Panzer's armor, and neither would anyone else's. Bazooka! Anyone got a rocket launcher? A sergeant yelled, but no one had made it off the beach with one. Satchel charge! Cried the sergeant. A soldier slapped down an empty satchel, and another soldier threw a small block of C2 explosive inside. Someone else contributed a grenade to act as the detonator. Now all they needed was someone to run out and toss the satchel onto the tank. Time slowed for Dee. In his mind's eye, he was suddenly a little boy again, holding his mother's hand as they boarded a boat in the middle of the night, frightened by his parents' fear but excited by the adventure as they snuck out of Germany. All to save him, they explained, from having to put on brown shorts and a brown shirt and a red and black armband and join the Hitler Youth, which had looked like fun to a naive 5-year-old. Then he saw 13-year-old Dee in Philadelphia listening to the news about Germany's victories in Europe on the radio and understanding just how close he had come to being swept up into the Nazi army, to being Dee Kaufman dead in a ditch on the wrong side of history at Normandy. Understanding then how his parents had forsaken their homeland, surrendered to the Nazis without a fight to save their only child, and how the United States had saved them all. It was time to repay those debts. I'll take it, he said. I'll blow up the tank. What? No, Sid said, but Dee had already snatched up the satchel. It was a suicide mission. Sid knew that. And so did Dee. The Germans would gun him down before he ever got close enough to use it. But like picking up the chair in the French house, it felt right. Like Dee was restoring balance to the universe. Dee, there are other soldiers who are already dying, Sid argued. They wouldn't make it as far as I would, Dee said. It's okay, he told Sid, suddenly calm. I want to do this. Wait till after the Panzer fires again, the sergeant told Dee. Dee nodded. He propped the lucky soldier's rifle up against the side of the house. He wasn't going to need it, not where he was going. Maybe the bullets will just keep missing me, like the lucky soldier, Dee thought. Then he remembered how the lucky soldier's luck had run out at the last second. Sid pulled Dee into a hug. See you on the other side, Sid told him. Nice to know you, buddy, Dee said, even if you are a Dodgers fan. Sid laughed. Pachoom! The tank fired again, and the house collapsed into the street, burying two screaming soldiers. Go, go! The sergeant cried. Dee sprinted out into the street. Bullets pinged off the cobblestones at his feet. Dee looked up, and there was a Panzer, 1 block away and larger than life. It was twice as tall as Dee and 6 times as wide. Its forward-mounted machine gun spat bullets at him. Chung, 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 and Dee ducked and ran diagonally. Cover fire! He heard Sid cry, and behind Dee, the American soldiers who were left stepped out from their hiding places and shot at the second stories of the shops and restaurants down the street. Dee saw the helmet of a German soldier here and there in the window, but the cover fire kept their heads low for the precious few seconds Dee needed to get closer to the tank. His boots slipped on uneven cobblestones. He stumbled, but he kept his legs under him. Closer, closer, closer. He just had to get in range to hit the Panzer with a good throw. The tank's treads clanked and it turned, putting Dee dead in its sights. The forward machine gun erupted again. Chung, 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 chung. Dee pulled the pin on the grenade, reared back to throw the satchel of the tank. Chung, 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 chung. A bullet struck Dee as he threw the bag, and he spun and fell, hitting the ground. The same moment, the satchel charge exploded. Revenge. Quackatoom! The C2 exploded a split second after the grenade, booming like a lightning strike in the small village. The blast lifted Dee up and tossed him across the hard cobblestones. He finally came to a rest, spread eagle on the street, sure he had missed the tank with the satchel, and even more sure he was dying. His head spun, his eyes blinked stars, every inch of him hurt. And then, pachoom! The Panzer fired again, the shell ripping the air just above his head. He was right. He hadn't taken out the German tank. He was going to die for nothing. Sorry, Mom, he thought as he cried into the cobblestone. I'm sorry, Dad. They can't move, Dee heard the sergeant crying. Get around behind it, where the armor's weaker. His eyes still bleary, his head still swimming, Dee looked up. There was something wrong with the Panzer. Its turret still turned and its forward machine gun still fired, but it listed to one side, and a long chain of metal planks spilled out into the streets like a broken bicycle chain. The tank's left tread was gone. Dee hadn't destroyed the Panzer, but he had crippled it. Like Achilles back on the beach, the tank could still fire, but it wasn't going anywhere, and what it could hit with its guns was now limited the same way that the Achilles had been. As Dee's senses slowly came back to him, he realized he might only have taken partial damage as well. He'd been hit in the right arm as he threw the satchel, but he couldn't feel any other serious wounds, and his arms and legs and fingers and toes all moved. Pacow, pacow, pacow! Bullets still flew on both sides. No one seemed to be aiming at him anymore, but Dee still had to get to cover. He lay in the middle of the street, a few yards away from either sidewalk, and even further from the protection of any buildings. The closest cover around was the Panzer itself. Slowly, gingerly, hoping no one would notice, Dee crawled toward the tank. The thing was huge. It was nearly the size of a city bus and probably weighed as much as a herd of elephants. Dee slithered into the open space underneath, between the treads, just as the thing fired again. Pachoom! Dee cringed as dust and debris exploded into the streets, but he couldn't see if anyone was hurt. If nothing else, he'd prevented the Panzer from running them all down. How they were going to stop it from blasting them all with its cannon was another matter entirely. Damn it, they're running away down the alleys, someone said, clear as day. Dee frowned. Who was talking, and where were they? He couldn't see any other boots on the street, and there was something strange about the words themselves. Dee realized what it was with the start. They're in English. He was so surprised that he banged his head against the armored Panzer above him. The person was speaking German. Dee could hear the Nazi soldiers in the tank. We have to go after them, another Nazi soldier said. Well, I can't go after them. The pig dog blew off my treads because you couldn't hit him with the machine gun. Maybe if you knew how to steer. Be quiet, a stern voice told them. Radio the lieutenant. Tell him to set up the church on fire. Tell him to set the church on fire and retreat. We'll regroup with the 21st Panzer Division near Bayeux. Yes, Captain, a soldier said. The other soldiers in the tank were quiet as the radio man relayed the orders. Dee blinked. Set the church on fire? Why would they want to do that? He wondered. Just to cover their retreats? They probably have all the people of the village trapped inside the church. The American army wouldn't stop to put out the fire, not when they had Germans on the run. Dee wormed his way around to look at the church. He was much closer to it when he'd first looked at it from down the street. And though it wasn't getting on toward nightfall, he could see that the windows were boarded up and the door barred. What was inside the church that the Nazis wanted to burn before they ran away? What were they trying to hide? Lieutenant Weber acknowledges, Captain, the radio man inside the tank said. They're setting the church on fire now. There was a whoosh, and an incendiary device ignited outside the church, and quickly the whole base of the building was engulfed in flames. The Nazis must have doused the outside of it with gas or kerosene to make it burn so fast. Well, at least we'll have our revenge on those frogs for blowing up the supply depot last month, said one of the men inside the tank. Frogs? Dee knew what that meant. There was an insulting word other countries used to describe the French. Revenge against what? French people? Revenge against what French people? He felt the air go out of him as he understood. The French people from the village. All the empty houses, the meals left uneaten. The Nazis had dragged them from their homes and boarded them up in the church, and now they were setting fire to it. Orange flames climbed the church and black smoke poured out from the cracks in the windows. He had to get out from under the tank. He had to let the others know. He had to get those people out of that building before everyone inside was burned alive. He wiggled to the front of the tank. He had just gotten to his knees and was ready to crawl out and run for the nearest alley when tink, 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 an American grenade came rattling across the cobblestone towards the tank and rolled to a stop right beside him. Damn! Whoosh! Dee dropped to the ground and turned away from the grenade, curling himself into a ball. There was no time to do anything else. Whoosh! Whoosh! He had been braced for a bang, not a whoosh. White smoke suddenly surrounded him. He coughed and choked, and his eyes watered. Oh, a smoke grenade! He was in pain, but he was relieved too. It wasn't a frag grenade. It was a smoke grenade. Hands grabbed him and dragged him away from the tank, over the bumpy cobblestones, across the rough concrete of the sidewalk, and finally to a stop behind the corner of a building, out of sight of the tank's turret. He hacked and spat, but through his blurry eyes, he could see Sid's big face beaming down at him. Gotcha, Sid said. He put his hands on Sid's arms and nodded his thanks, still unable to talk. When you're all right, we'll see if we can't get inside that tank. Kill us some Germans at last, Sid said. Dee shook his head. He tried to talk, but could only cough. Finally, he was able to croak out the words. No, Sid, we have to get to that church. There are people inside. Sid looked over his shoulder in horror. What? That place is lit up like a furnace. It's the villagers. That's where they went. They're boarded up inside. That's nuts. How do you know? Asked Sid. Dee's nose and throat still burned, but the tears had stopped. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. I heard the German soldiers in the tank, Dee said. When I was underneath. They were speaking English? Sid said. No, Dee said. He paused. Oh, duh. No, Dee said. He paused. There was no time to be shy about it and no time to explain. I understand German, Dee said. I'm German, Sid. I was born in Germany. Sid pulled back from Dee and frowned. You're a crowd? Sid said. The look of confusion on his face changed to one of disgust. What are you? Dee pulled himself to his feet. Sid, we have to get those people out of the church. They couldn't go back out into the street. The Panzer was still there, and some of the German snipers had stayed behind to cover the others' retreat. Dee jogged around the backside of the building instead, coming at the church from the side street. He looked back, expecting Sid to be with him, but he hadn't followed. Dee's heart sank. He knew Sid wouldn't understand. That's why he never told him anything. Dee knew how Sid felt about the Germans, and he hadn't wanted this to come between them, but there hadn't been any other way to explain everything to him in time. Dee ran to one of the tall windows on the side of the church. Flames curled up the side of the building, and the heat made Dee flinch. Inside, he could hear screams. People were still alive. Dee looked around for something to hit the boards with, but there was nothing. He kicked at them instead. Fire licked at his trousers and shoes, and heat scorched his face. He kicked harder. The boards wobbled but didn't break. Inside, the yelling got louder. The villagers had heard him pounding on the boards, and they were hitting them back, trying to help break through. Dee! Sid cried, his voice full of anger and hate. He turned. Sid stood a few steps behind him, his rifle aimed right at Dee's head. Damn, what a bastard. Oh my god. But I guess, he does have this huge hatred towards, like, German people. But damn, you serious? He's gonna go ahead and shoot his own freaking squad mate? Dee threw up his hands. Sid, wait, I can explain. Oh, he's gonna shoot the boards. All right, that's right. Sid's not an idiot. Here I am jumping to conclusions. Dee flinched, but the bullet didn't hit him. He turned. Sid had shot the boards near the top of the window. Sid held his aim for a moment longer, never once looking at Dee. Dee ducked out of the way, realizing Sid was giving the villagers inside time to get away from the window. Seconds later, he fired again and again and again. With each bullet, the wood shattered and chipped, weakening the boards. After Sid expended a full clip onto the barricade, Dee stepped back in and kicked at the boards. Crack! Okay, at least we know that Sid's a good guy. Sid's got a good head on his shoulders. He can look past, like dumb things like Dee being from Germany. We're fighting for the same things here, right? One of the boards broke. Dee kicked again and again, smashing through the wood where Sid's bullets had loosened things up. Someone started bashing the boards and from the inside too, and soon Dee could see into the sanctuary. It was an inferno. Pews burned and flaming timbers fell from the ceiling. Huddled in the few places that weren't ablaze were groups of women and wailing children. There weren't any men, Dee realized. He didn't want to think what the Nazis had done with the village's men. Pacow! Bits of rock kicked off the stonework around the window, and Dee flinched again, thinking Sid had shot at him. But it wasn't Sid. A German sniper up in a second-story window somewhere in the village had spotted them and was trying to stop them from getting the prisoners out of the church. Without a word, Sid slapped a new clip in his rifle and returned fire, covering Dee. Dee kicked and pulled at what was left of the boards. The hot, charred wood scorched his hand, but he wasn't going to stop. At last, he made room for the first child to be handed out, and he took a little girl from her mother and set her on the ground outside. Another bullet pinged off the wall of the church, and Sid shifted his aim to fire back. Behind the cafe, Dee told the girl, pointing to the way to cover as she ran off. He lifted more children across the sill. Then he helped pull a woman through, and she stayed with him to help people out, doubling his speed. Another woman came through and went to watch the children who had already been rescued. Dee and his helper pulled more and more children through the flames as Sid's rifle blazed. Bakoom! They all ducked, even Sid, as an explosion boomed from out in the street. The Panzer had been hit with another explosive from behind, where its armor was weakest, and one of the German soldiers inside was waving a white flag. The sniper bullets stopped too, and Sid turned to help pull women from the fire. More soldiers joined them now that the fighting was done, and they pulled the remaining women through the windows as the flaming roof came crashing down inside. They had saved every last one of the women and children trapped in the church. Sid, we did it, Dee said. We got them all out. Sid heard him, but he didn't turn around. He wouldn't look at him. Dee sagged. Sid had been his best friend in the army, his best friend ever, but Sid hated Germans, and Dee understood why. It couldn't have helped that he'd lied to Sid all this time. Dee wished now he'd never told Sid the truth, but the damage was done. The remaining GIs gathered in the small town square between the burning church and the now burning Panzer tank. With them at gunpoint were the German prisoners they had taken from the tank. The sun was finally down now, and the only light was the hellish orange glow of the destruction both sides had wrought. The sergeant who'd put together the satchel charge was there, and he clapped Dee on the shoulder. Good work stopping that tank and rescuing those women and children, he said. The rest of the Germans retreated, he told them all. We need to press on after them towards Bayeux. We will get one of those locals to give us directions. In the meantime, I need one soldier to stay behind and watch prisoners until more GIs come through off the beaches. I'll guard them, Sid volunteered. I'll stay here with you, said Dee. He said he only needed one soldier to watch them, Sid said. He was talking to Dee, but he still wouldn't look at him. Dee nodded sadly. So this was it. This was where he and Sid parted ways, never to see each other again, driven apart by who Dee was and where he'd been born. Dee reached out for Sid to say goodbye, but stopped short. Sid had made it clear he didn't want to think about Dee ever again. The other soldiers moved off down the street, and Dee left Sid with the prisoners and went to collect another discarded rifle. You like setting churches on fire with women and children inside, do you? Dee heard Sid bark at the German prisoners. Same when you like rounding up Jews and sending them to concentration camps? They couldn't understand his words, of course, but they understood his anger well enough. The Germans watched Sid warily and kept their hands up. Sid slapped a fresh cartridge into his rifle. Why don't you all just line up against the wall over there, Sid told him. He waved his rifle towards the alley, and fear dawned on the Germans' faces as they comprehended what Sid meant. He understood, too. When the rest of the Americans were gone, Sid was going to line up the Nazis and shoot them. Sid, don't, Dee said. Go, go, Sid ordered the Nazis, ignoring Dee. Sid, you can't kill them in cold blood. It's murder. Sid swung around, his face screwed up in anger. He held the rifle waist high, aimed now at Dee. Oh, defending your countrymen, are you? Sid said. Now we see your true colors. They're not my countrymen anymore, Dee told him. He wanted to explain, to tell Sid about his uncle Otto, about the night in fog, how they had come to the United States, why he had joined the army, but not like this, not here, not now, in the middle of a French village in Normandy, between a burning church and a burning tank, not with 5 Nazi soldiers for an audience. I don't care about these men, Dee said. I wish they were dead for what they did, but they're prisoners now, Sid, not soldiers. You can't just execute them. One of the Nazi soldiers had been watching their back and forth and understood that Dee was arguing in their favor. Tell him not to shoot us, the Nazi said in German. There was no way he could know that Dee could understand him, but he was desperate. Tell him we were just taking orders, the Nazi begged. All the pent-up fury of surviving Omaha and getting shot at and losing Sid erupted out of Dee, and he turned on the Nazi with such a roar that the prisoners stepped back, even though Dee was half a head shorter than any of them. You don't deserve his mercy, Dee cried. Just following orders. What kind of person follows orders to kill innocent women and children? What kind of person does anything that madman Hitler tells you to do? The sound made Dee turn. Sid had cocked his rifle and was aiming it right at him. Dee slumped. Sid had just heard him yell at the Nazis in German. It didn't matter what he'd said. Just hearing the German language come out of Dee's mouth like a native speaker was enough to ruin whatever chance Dee had to salvage their friendship. Dee raised his hands in surrender. Don't shoot them, Sid. Then you'll just be as bad as they are. Sid looked at Dee straight in the eyes. Get out of here, Dee, he said, his voice cold. Get out of here or I'll shoot you too. Dee held Sid's gaze for a long moment, hoping his friend would see reason. But there was nothing in Sid's eyes but fury. Dee turned around and walked away. He was on his own now. It was D-Day after all, his day, and his alone. And all by himself, he would march on to Bayeux, and then Paris, and then on to Berlin, the city of his birth. Halfway through a field outside of town, Dee heard rifle shots behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He took a deep breath and kept moving. He didn't need anyone else with him to defeat Hitler. He had a rifle and ammunition and no other purpose in life than this. He would march on and do what he had joined the army to do in the first place. Give his life to stop the Nazis. Thwack. A bullet caught Dee square in the shoulder, knocking him back. He dropped his rifle as he fell, and his helmet went flying. Darkness engulfed him, and he was unconscious before he hit the ground. Operation Bathing Suit, June 6th, 1944, night, Omaha Beach. I think this is the last push, chat. Oh no, we have a little bit more of Operation Neptune, like one more chapter. But yeah, I'll be right back. Gotta pee. Drinking too much tea. Meow. Bum 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 ba da dum ba da 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 dum dee 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 dee. Taking a second to stretch. La 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 la. We'll pretend that Dortillo redeemed something. Let's do something. So good, so good. Stretching. Oh my god. Dogs are so. What the fuck? I don't know what the internet's showing me right now. We're leaving. Pearl. All right, it's 9:30. I gotta finish this book. We're already there. We're at the end. We're at the end, chat. I really should start these books a lot earlier. Good to know for future streams, for sure. I think I could do like 100 pages in like a couple of hours. But anything more than that, I probably should start like a bit sooner. Bum 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 ba-da-dum, ba-da-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum, dum-da-da-da-da-da-dum, dum. Dum, dum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Operation Bathing Suit, June 6th, 1944, night, Omaha Beach. Close to midnight. Okay. So I will wait. Darkness engulfed Monique Marchand. This is a new character. But if we look at the map again, it's gonna be right here. Oh, you can't see it. Not Z. We don't need a Z. We just want the line. We just want the line. Then we make it black. Her name is mentioned. Monique's Beach Hut. It's this one right off of the Omaha Beach. Yeah. That's the one. So yeah, she is mentioned on the map. She wasn't mentioned in the synopsis. We've met Henry, James, Samira, and D. All of them. But yeah, she's a new character. Do 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 dum dim dee 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 la da 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 dum. Meow 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 meow. I'm just trying to make sure where the speech goes so I can put the map right above it. Perfect. Right there's right. Yep, yep. I like that. Do 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 do. Darkness engulfed Monique Marchand inside the small beach hut. She didn't have to. She didn't have a watch, but she figured it must be well after 8 o'clock at night. It had also, more importantly, been at least half an hour since Monique had heard the last gunshot or explosion on this part of the beach. Monique's stomach growled and she shivered as the cool night air cut through the gaps in the wooden shack. She had been inside the hut since 8 o'clock this morning. 12 hours! Her mother was used to her being out and about all day, riding her bicycle along the shore or swimming, and she wouldn't miss her, not until curfew. But from the sounds of things outside, there might not be a German curfew anymore, or any Germans for that matter. Cat fight. It's my. I'm getting involved. I'm getting involved, chat. All right, I did my part. But all right, I'm done. But Monique wouldn't know until she left the beach hut, or at least peeked outside. Whatever had happened here today, Monique shouldn't have been there. Some places in the sea and on the beach were free of mines. You could still go swimming. Monique had done that, had done just that yesterday. But she accidentally left her bathing suit in the hut here on the beach after she changed, and she had biked back to get it this morning, and arrived at the exact same moment the war had come to Normandy, France. She'd been hiding here ever since, curled up in the sand at the bottom of the hut, her arms over her head, singing loud enough to drown out the explosions, almost loud enough. Monique sang when she got nervous. She just caught herself now singing Rena Ketty's Je Trendai. Je Trendai. I wonder if we can look that up. Right, we found it, chat. All right, chat, if you want to go ahead and take a listen to that. Da-da-da. Okay. All right, it's a pretty song, but I can't sing it because I don't speak French. Jatan, Jatrende, Jatendre. What I really need to know is how to pronounce this. Jatandre. 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 Monique sang when she got nervous. She caught herself now singing Rena Ketty's J'attendrai. She smiled at that. J'attendrai meant I will wait. That could have been her theme song. Hiding curled up at the bottom of the beach hut while things happened outside was the story of her life in a nutshell. She was always afraid to jump in to make a splash, take risks. Even now, she wanted to wait, wanted to hide out in this hut forever, at least until the sounds of engines and shouting soldiers were gone. But life was happening out there, happening without her. If she didn't leave now, she never would. Her stomach in a knot, Monique stood up, opened the door a few centimeters, and peeked outside. It was dark, but her eyes had long since adjusted to the night. She usually knew this stretch of beach like the back of her hand. She had lived every day of her 13 years in this little village right up the road, after all. But the once familiar landscape now looked like nothing she'd ever seen before. The water just beyond the shore was filled with lights like stars, but not stars. They were lights from ships, dozens of them, hundreds, as far as she could see. Smaller boats that rode up onto the sand, delivering trucks and tanks and men who carried their own lights, and larger ships farther off that roamed the sea like dark leviathans. The invasion. Monique this knew that's what this must be. The much expected, oft discussed Allied invasion of France. I Will Wait was so popular because that's all any of them had been doing since the Nazis conquered France in 1940. Waiting for someone to come and save them, and now they had finally done it. But here, in her backyard, Monique had never expected that. The Germans had built their defenses up and down the Atlantic, the Iron Coast, they called it, on the radio, from the south of France all the way up to Denmark. Forts and bunkers for thousands and thousands of miles, and the Allies had picked her little part of Normandy to invade. And it was an accident, too, because a lot of them drifted off course and landed in the wrong places. Away from the trucks and men, soldiers, Monique corrected herself. The beach was different, too. Before it had been smooth sand interrupted by only by the big X-shaped metal objects the Nazis had placed there. Now most of the obstacles remained, but the smooth sand was dotted with craters big and small. Abandoned gear and weapons of all kinds littered the beach, and olive green lumps dotted the waterline. Bodies, Monique realized. She put a hand to her mouth and gasped. All those olive green lumps were soldiers. She had heard the battle raging from where she hid in the bathing hut, and it had sounded terrible, but she had no idea of the human cost. Most of the soldiers were dead, but Monique could see some who still moved, still called out for help. There were medics on the beach. She could tell who they were from their white armbands with their red crosses on them, but there weren't nearly enough to take care of all of the wounded. One of the bodies a few meters away groaned something that sounded like the French word for doctor, but nobody heard him. Nobody but Monique. She looked up the beach, past the smoldering grass on the dunes. Was her bike still up there, or had it been destroyed in the constant shelling from the ships? Monique wanted to go look for it, bike straight home, crawl back into the beach hut for quiet life with her mother, and shut the door. But then there was the soldier lying in the sand, moaning, "Medic, medic." It was time to leave the hut. Singing, "I will wait" to herself, Monique tiptoed towards the soldier. Bonjour. Monique looked around anxiously, worried someone would see her going onto the battlefield instead of away from it. Monique was tall for her 13 years and on the thin side, just like everyone else who had suffered through 4 years of food shortages during the Nazi occupation. But there's no way that anyone would mistake her for a soldier. Her brown hair was down to her shoulders, and she wore a simple, short sleeved blue denim dress that buttoned down the front and was belted at the waist. Her slightly oversized green rubber boots were the only good pair of shoes she owned anymore, and the laughing stock of the neighborhood, but they proved useful now in keeping her feet out of the wet sand and the blood. Monique knew she wasn't supposed to be there, but all the soldiers swarming the beach had other things to worry about, and she made it to the injured man without being noticed at all. Some of the kids Monique knew from school were squeamish around anything to do with blood or guts, but Monique never had been. Once, when a boy had dislocated his finger after a hard fall in a soccer game in the street, Monique had surprised everyone, herself included, when she had been the only one who had pulled them back into place again. One of the other boys who'd been watching had fainted when she'd done it. From that point on, Monique had been known as Dr. Monique in the schoolyard. Even if it had been meant as a joke, it had given her the idea to read up on the first aid in the public library, where the Nazis had closed it and burned all the books. Monique knelt down nervously by the wounded soldier. She wasn't afraid of what she might see. That's partially what had brought her over in the first place. She was worried she would get in trouble for being there. The soldier lay on his side, and Monique peered at him. He wasn't German. She knew what those uniforms looked like, and he wasn't French. There wasn't a French army anymore, not to speak of. She'd heard rumors of a resistance, but had never seen them. This soldier was one of the Allies then, she was sure. But British? American? Americans, she thought. Weren't they the ones who wore green in the propaganda posters? What she could tell was that the soldier was injured in two places, a lighter bullet wound in his left arm and something more serious in his right leg. Monique looked anxiously, but still no one noticed her. If no one else is going to help him, then I am, Monique decided. Humming, I will wait. Monique stopped waiting and tore the man's trousers away from the bloody wound on his leg. A bullet had gone right through his thigh, shattering his femur. Monique's eyes went wide. She could see the broken bone in the wound. Fascinating. She had only seen pictures of bones in books. The soldier's skin was ashen and cold to the touch, but when she put a finger to the pulse in his arm, she felt his heart racing. This was something called shock. The man's heart was overcompensating for his loss of blood. How long had he been lying like this? Why weren't there more medics? Monique didn't know if his leg could be saved, but this man would be dead long before that if she couldn't stop the bleeding. Using the soldier's belt and the handle of his collapsible shovel, he fashioned a serviceable tourniquet, staunching the flow of blood from the wound. As she worked, Monique sang, which seemed to calm the soldier down. His shoulders relaxed, and the painful frown left his face. Monique suddenly worried he wasn't relaxed at all, but was slipping into a consciousness, or worse, dying, and she stopped. The soldier's eyes opened at once, and though he didn't seem to see Monique, he spoke to her. He said something in English. Monique didn't understand, but one word came through loud and clear: "Mama." Monique blushed. The soldier must have been confusing her singing with his mother singing to him when he was a boy. When he was a younger boy, he couldn't have been a year out of high school himself. She felt awkward, this young man calling her mama, but what he needed right now was comfort. Monique sang to him again, haltingly this time, still embarrassed, and he closed his eyes again and relaxed. Monique tore material from his ripped trousers to make a bandage for his arm and tied it off. Yes, good, Monique thought. She let out a deep breath. The man needed much more help than she could provide, but she'd done something, and no one had caught her and sent her away. Then someone behind her said, "Bonjour," and Monique jumped out of her skin. Busted. Monique spun around, and an American medic with a canvas stretcher was standing right behind her. Monique immediately bowed her head. "I'm sorry," she said in French. "I know I shouldn't be here. It's just I came to the beach today to collect my bathing suit, and then there was the invasion, and so many soldiers need help." The medic knelt to examine the soldier. "This is good work," she said in French. Gee, Monique looked up at the medic in surprise. You're a woman doctor," she cried. The woman smiled. She had pale skin and a round, kind face with curly brown, flyaway hair tucked up under her green helmet. "Not really," she said. "I mean, yes, I'm a woman, but I'm not a doctor or a medic of any kind. I'm a reporter. I just dressed up as a medic to get on the beach. They wouldn't let me be here otherwise." She held up a finger to her lips. "I won't tell on you if you don't tell on me. The name's Dorothy. Dorothy Powell." Monique introduced herself and they shook hands. Dorothy looked at the soldier again. "You may have saved his life," she told Monique. "Let's get him to the medical tent." Monique's chest swelled with pride, but just as quickly she was panicking again. "The medical tent? But if they catch me here, no one's paying any attention," Dorothy said. "But here," she picked up the soldier's helmet and put it on Monique's head, tucking Monique's hair up under it. The helmet was heavy and floppy and way too big for her, but it certainly hid her. He's not going to need it anymore, that's for sure. Now help me get him onto the stretcher. Together, Monique and Dorothy unrolled the canvas stretcher and lifted the now sleeping soldier onto it, carefully, gently. "One, two, three, lift," Dorothy said, and they staggered off through the sand toward the tent a few dozen meters away. "You're a reporter?" Monique asked the woman as they went. Dorothy nodded. "With Colliers in America." "With Colliers in America. They sent me to cover the war, but the Army disapproves of women reporters in active fighting situations. Not men reporters, mind you. Ernie Pyle can go war hosting all over North Africa and Italy with soldiers, but we women are stuck well behind the lines doing puff pieces. So I snuck aboard a medical ship in England, stole a uniform, and came ashore with the relief corps." Monique couldn't believe it. The daring of it. To stow away, to disguise herself, to come ashore while there was still danger. "If you're a reporter, why are you helping take care of soldiers?" Monique asked. Dorothy's smile faded. "I admit I came here just to observe, to report, but no one who saw what happened here today could just stand by and watch, could they?" "You couldn't." She paused as they negotiated a tricky crater. "All these poor men," Dorothy said at last. "Not even men, boys, most of them. They look like they could be in high school. I dare say many of them still would be here if there hadn't been a war. It's America's future we're sacrificing here on these beaches, and in Africa and Italy and the Pacific and the skies over Germany." Monique nodded. The Nazis had also stolen France's future, and their present too. How many men and women had she seen taken from her village? How many boys and girls? There was almost no one left. Monique's two much younger sisters had been sent to stay with their aunt in the city of Lyon, where it was safer, while Monique stayed in Normandy with her mother. Monique's father was gone too, sent to work in the factory in Germany. Open fear tugged at Monique's heart. Would she ever see her dad alive again? Would the invasion mean he was finally free to come home? Her sisters too. It seemed like forever since they had all been together as a family. Dorothy and Monique arrived at the medical tent where dozens of medics and soldiers were moving here and there in what amounted to barely controlled chaos. Monique kept her head down and tried not to make eye contact with anyone. "Got another one for you," Dorothy called. Monique's heart jumped to her throat. Dorothy was disguised in a uniform, but even though Monique wore a helmet, she was still wearing her dress and rubber boots. She stood out like a French girl in the middle of an American army in a middle of an American military base. What if they were angry at her? What if they threw her into some sort of military jail? What if they told her mother? Two soldiers came up to take the stretcher away from them, and Monique looked at the ground and held her breath. To her great surprise, neither of the soldiers said a word. They were too busy to worry about who brought the stretcher to them, and they took the wounded man away without even acknowledging Dorothy and Monique. "What did I tell you?" Dorothy whispered. Dorothy snatched scissors and tape and bandages from a cart and thrust them at Monique. Monique hesitated. She was worried someone would see, yes, but what really gave her pause was her own fear. Could she do this? Should she do this? What if she tried to help someone and did more harm than good? What if she failed? Come on, Monique, take them, Dorothy said. She offered the medical supplies again with a quick look around to make sure no one was watching. Hiding out in the beach hut is easy, Monique reminded herself, but life is happening outside. Borrowing some of Dorothy's daring, Monique took the pieces of medical equipment and stuffed them in her big pockets. Her heart fluttered. Dorothy grabbed an empty stretcher, and together they ran back out to look for more wounded soldiers. Back and forth they went all evening, bandaging up soldiers as best they could and bringing them back to the medical tent. Monique quickly forgot the cold and her hunger. She didn't have time for either one. From the medical tent, some of the wounded were sent on a truck to Bayeux, where there was a hospital. Those were the soldiers who might recover and be sent back to the front. Most of the others, like the man Monique found propped up against one of the big metal obstacles with a syringe tube stuck in his chest to drain air from his chest cavity wound, were put back on the Higgins boat to ferry them out to the big white medical ships that floated like ghosts just off the coast. Once the medical ships were full, Dorothy explained the wounded soldiers would be carried away to England and the proper hospitals there before being sent back home. That's the man that Henry saved. The rest were put in body bags. Dorothy and Monique worked until their hands got blisters. The blisters tore and oozed and stung on the wooden stretcher's handles, but Monique wrapped them in badges so they could keep working. What's that song you're singing? Dorothy asked her. Monique blushed. She hadn't realized she was singing out loud again. I will wait, Monique said. What's it about? Dorothy asked. A girl. She says she will wait forever, night and day, until the man she loves comes back to her. Monique explained. It's a very popular song here in France. That would be a popular song just about anywhere in the world right now, Dorothy said, her eyes taking in all the young men who lay dead on the beach. Monique understood what she meant. There would be a lot of young women waiting forever for young men who would never return. Monique knelt to wrap the arm of another wounded soldier who would return, just not perhaps in one piece. You're pretty handy with a bandage, Dorothy said. I want to be a nurse, Monique said. I've seen your work, my dear, and you have no business being a nurse, Dorothy said. Monique looked away, hurt, until Dorothy lowered her kind round face into Monique's line of vision and smiled. You shouldn't be a nurse, my dear. You should be a doctor. Nick beamed and hope filled her. A woman doctor? Who'd ever heard of such a thing? She thought, but why not? She could do the job just as well as any man. Better. The rest of the night, Monique was half in the present here on the beach and half in the future in a hospital where she wore a white coat and attended patients as a surgeon. Along the way, Dorothy picked up pieces of I Will Wait, and they sang it together as they worked. Sometime later, back in the medical tent for the umpteenth time, Dorothy bent over too sluggishly to pick up another stretcher, and her helmet slipped off, her frizzy hair fluffed out like popcorn bursting from a kernel. She stood quickly, trying to smooth it down, to pull it down in the back with her fist, but the jig was up. Half the soldiers in the tent had seen it happen and were gaping at them. Dorothy and Monique were busted. Whoopsies. The prettiest toilet you ever saw. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm just looking at the time. We're getting close to 8 hours now. We got another 20 or so pages to go. Yep, yep. Pretty short chapters, too. In little ways when everything stays. In little ways when everything stays. You there, who are you? Oh, it's the prettiest toilet you ever saw. You there, who are you? You can't be here, the beachmaster cried, charging up to Dorothy. He spoke French, but with a strange, flat accent. He was a stout man with a red face and black mustache like a walrus, and his job was to coordinate all the many moving pieces on this part of the beach post invasion. And those pieces apparently did not include a woman reporter and an amateur nurse. And you, young lady, he said to Monique, what the devil are you doing here? Monique's first instinct was to look away, to beg forgiveness, but she was tired of lying low, tired of not speaking up or speaking out. She had picked up a little of Dorothy's stubbornness, too, and besides, it was time to call a cat a cat. She had helped, really helped, and she knew it. What right did this man have to tell her she couldn't be on this beach? It was her beach after all, not his. Monique held her head high. I've been bandaging soldiers and moving them into the tent, she said. That's not what I meant. What I mean, the beachmaster said. You're neither one allowed here. And why not? Dorothy asked. Because it's not safe, the beachmaster told her. It's not safe for you either, said Dorothy, but here you are. Because I'm a man, Dorothy finished for him. The beachmaster looked flustered. Yes, he said, and a soldier. It's my job to be here. Mine too, Dorothy told him. I'm a reporter with Collier's. And I live here, said Monique. The beachmaster scowled at them. Nobody who can't dig a latrine should be allowed in battle, he said, as though that settled it. Dorothy put out her blistered, bandaged hand. If you'll give me a shovel, Captain, I'll dig you the prettiest toilet you ever saw. Good enough for your crap, anyway. Monique's eyes went wide, and she put a hand to her open mouth. One of the soldiers who'd been carrying stretchers back and forth all night all alongside them snickered, and the beachmaster looked affronted. Got him. No? Then can we please get back to moving these boys off the beach? Dorothy asked wearily. They've been working real hard, sir, the other stretcher bearer said, just as hard as the rest of us, and we could use all the hands we can get. When Dorothy translated what he said, Monique was surprised. She thought no one had taken any notice of them, but clearly someone had. You'll leave my beach this instant, the beachmaster told Dorothy and Monique, or I'll have you arrested and hauled away. Dorothy held up her hands in surrender. Have it your way, Captain. Come along, Monique. Monique couldn't believe Dorothy would give up so easily, and she followed along dejectedly. It had felt so incredible to be useful, to be contributing something to the invasion that was here to free her country from Nazi rule. Even though it had been tiring, painful, emotionally difficult work, Monique would have kept doing it until the last man was taken care of, if she could. When they were outside the tent, out of view of the beachmaster, Dorothy took Monique's hand and pulled her behind one of the trucks being loaded up with patients bound for Bayeux. Forget that pompous fool, Dorothy whispered. How would you like to hitch a ride to Bayeux and see a real military hospital in action? Plans within plans within plans. Warning, mines. Bayou's not far from here, is it? Dorothy said. She hitched a foot up on the bumper of the truck and grabbed the side. We can be there and back before it gets late. What? No, but, Monique stammered. She had found the courage to leave the beach hut, to join Dorothy in helping wounded soldiers, to stand up to the beachmaster, but to leave her village and go to Bayeux? Dorothy hopped into the back of the truck. It was meant to have a canvas roof over the back end, but since it wasn't raining, the truck drivers had taken it off so the wounded could be loaded and unloaded more quickly. Dorothy found a place to kneel among the stretchers and put a hand out to Monique. Come on, she said. More medics have arrived here on the beach anyways. They got things under control. Let's see what we can do to help elsewhere. I will wait, popped into Monique's head again. And she felt the pull of her own fear. She bit a fingernail. This was too much, surely. It was so much easier to say no, to find her bike in the grass and go home. And hide, she scolded herself. If she was going to do that, she might as well go crawl back in the beach hut. No, she had stepped out into the Allied invasion and she wasn't going back. Monique took Dorothy's hand and pulled herself up. The truck began to move, and Monique settled in beside one of the wounded soldiers. Oh, Monique said, suddenly remembering. The hut. I left my bathing suit in the changing hut again. What do you mean? Dorothy asked. Monique told Dorothy the story of why she'd gone to the beach that morning in the first place, and the reporter laughed. Well, you can rest assured your bathing suit is now being protected by thousands of strapping young American men, my dear, Dorothy told her. Monique blushed and looked away over the fields that stretched out from the dunes beyond the town. Wait, stop the truck, stop the truck, Monique cried. Dorothy grabbed her arm in alarm. What is it? She asked. A wounded soldier there in the field, Monique stood and pointed. I can see him breathing. It looks bad, but no one's going to go help him. Stop the truck, Dorothy called out in English to the driver. What? Why? The soldier called back. Wait, are you a dame? Oh, dash it all. There will be other trucks, Dorothy told Monique. Come on. What are you? Monique began, but Dorothy was already climbing out of the truck. While it was moving, Monique hurried to follow her. No time to debate it now. Monique didn't want to get separated from Dorothy. Together, they climbed down to the bottom step at the back of the truck, and on the count of three, they jumped onto the dirt road. They both fell and tumbled, but Monique was up in a flash and running toward the field. Wait, Dorothy called after her, but Monique kept going. She was done waiting. She ran until she felt Dorothy grab her by the arm and pull her back. Wait, Monique, that sign. I can read a little German. The important bits, at least. And it's that sign says, warning, mines in German. That must be why no one's gone after him, she nodded to the still figure of the soldier up ahead. No, no, Monique said. There are no mines. She tried to pull her arm away from Dorothy. Monique, stop. I want to help that boy as much as you do, but the sign says he's stuck in the middle of a minefield. There's nothing we can do until the minesweepers make it up off the beach. No, Monique told her. You don't understand. It's not a real minefield at all. The Germans, they meant to bury mines here, but they never got around to it. I know. I come by here every day. They just put up that sign to trick people. The Germans were playing soccer in that field just yesterday. Monique finally pulled herself free and ran for the soldier. Dorothy still called after her, but Monique didn't wait. There were no mines in the field, and she knew it. When Dorothy saw Monique was right, she followed her into the field. Monique knelt by the American soldier. He was very young and short and skinny. He looked like he wasn't even out of school yet. He was cute too, Monique thought, despite the bandage on his arm, the cut on his face, and the bullet wound to his shoulder. He had blonde hair, long lashes, and a quiet, restful face. Dorothy came up behind her. Another boy, she said, and this one's even younger than the rest. He got minor injuries that have already been treated by someone, Monique said, looking him over. But he's taken a bullet to the shoulder and has lost a lot of blood. She looked around, surprised he was the only wounded soldier in the whole field. Where were your friends? Monique whispered to him. Why didn't you have anybody with you who could help you? The boy didn't answer, of course. Even if he understood French, he was long since unconscious. Do you still have the bandages? Monique asked. Dorothy had already had the bandages and tape and scissors ready. Monique hummed a Lucien Boyer song, Speak of Me to Love, as she worked. You've changed your tune, Dorothy said. Monique smiled. So she had. Dorothy pulled out the soldier's dog tags and read the boy's name. D. Carpenter. Well, D, this is your lucky day, Dorothy told the unconscious boy. Dr. Monique is on the case. They found him. They found D. Operation Neptune, June 6, 1944, close to midnight on the road to Bayeux. So far to go. Dee bumped and swayed as he slowly regained consciousness. He heard the growl of an engine and the grinding of gears. He was in a truck, on his back, his body ached and his head swam, but it was his shoulder that drew his waking attention. It was strangely numb and sore at the same time. He remembered leaving Sid behind with the prisoners in the village, gunshots, a field, all by himself, ready to give his life to stop Hitler. Dee's eyes fluttered open and he saw stars. Some of them were in his eyes, just like he just rubbed them, but more of them were tiny twinkling lights in the sky. He was in the back of an army truck with its canvas roof taken off. D-Day had become D-Night. Had he really just come ashore in France that morning? It seemed like a lifetime ago. Looks like your patient is awake, doctor, a woman said. Her face appeared above Dee, a round, kind face that blocked out the stars. Another face joined hers, that of a young girl, and Dee blinked stupidly, his brain still foggy. The girl said something in French, and the woman translated for her. Dr. Monique says you may be a bit groggy, she told Dee. You've lost a lot of blood, and you had to be given morphine for the pain. Doctor, Dee said. He didn't understand. A girl? How old? 13, the woman said. And what, you don't think a 13-year-old French girl can be a doctor? Look at you. You can't be much older, and you're a soldier. I'm 16, Dee said, his muddy head making him honest about his age. Boys and girls playing at war, the woman said quietly. Are you nurses? Dee asked, still trying to understand. I'm a reporter, the woman said. Dorothy Powell, Collier's magazine. Monique here isn't a nurse. She's a doctor in training. He was having trouble keeping up. Where? He tried to ask. We're on our way to a hospital in Bayeux, Dorothy said. Dee tried to sit up. None, 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 Dr. Monique said, pushing him back down. Now, Dorothy said. You're not going anywhere with that shoulder until we get you some proper treatment. And then back to my platoon, Dee said. If any of the guys from my platoon are still alive, we'll see, Dorothy said. Monique asked Dorothy a question in French, and Dorothy answered her. Dee didn't understand their conversation, but Monique's expression and tone told him she didn't think he had much chance of returning to the fight. But he would. He would show them. He lay back and closed his eyes. He had to keep fighting, had to make up for what his former countrymen were doing to the world. Dee zoned in and out as they bounced along, and his brain got less muddled. The pain in his shoulder grew. Perhaps the wound was worse than he thought, but it was only a shoulder. He could still run, still pull a trigger. The road, the road got smoother, and buildings began to appear. They were in Bayeux at last. Bayeux, Dee suddenly remembered. That was the town the Englishman from the tank had talked about. Bill, the Bayeux tapestry. Dee felt a lump in his throat. Bill is never going to get to Bayeux now, never going to see his tapestry, he thought sadly. Dee would ask around about the tapestry, go see it if he could, before he moved on to the front. For Bill and the Achilles crew. Bill, the Achilles, poor guys. Lee popped himself up on his good side to try to see the city. Now that Bayeux was under Allied control and not worried about British bombers, all the streetlights were on. The city was amazingly still in one piece, and Dee knew the other cities in Normandy had all been bombed for months by the Allies, but Bayeux had clearly been spared. It looked as though there hadn't been any fighting here today. Its cobblestone streets and white brick houses, its cathedrals and canals, its flower-lined avenues and little cafes, they were all preserved like a dream, like war had never come to France, like they had never been occupied by the Nazis. But war had come to Bayeux, and Dee and all the other American and English soldiers were proof. Soldiers filled the streets of the city, marching, strolling, connecting with their regiments. There were so many soldiers coming and going that the tanks and supply trucks pushing for the front could barely navigate the streets. Dee caught himself looking for Sid's familiar face in the crowd, then stopped. Sid wouldn't want Dee to find him anyway. There were French people in the streets too, the ones who had stayed in Normandy. Old men and women grabbed soldiers as they passed, hugging them and kissing their cheeks. Children offered soldiers wine and bread and sang songs from upstairs windows. It felt like a party in Bayeux, not like day one of the battle to free France. Where are the Nazis? Dee asked. Ran away, Dorothy said. From BO, at least. That's what I was told. No doubt regrouping for a counterattack. But word among the soldiers is that to the east, the Brits are holding two bridges and the Canadians have taken German garrisons. American paratroopers hold the roads in from the west. Paratroopers, that's it. Yeah, they were far to the. Wait, no. That's to the east. American paratroopers hold the roads in from the west, all of which happened before you ever set foot on the beach. Hmm. Get that map again. It looks like they were to the east, though. Varaville's all the way over there. I guess there was other squadrons that landed on the other side. Wonder if Samira made her way up here. All of which happened before you ever set foot on the beach. The resistance has been active in the south as well. They're all keeping the German reinforcements at bay. Dee nodded. It won't hold them off forever, though, he said. No, Dorothy admitted, but it's given us a toehold at least, a place to start. That's just what Sergeant Taylor had told him. Dee remembered, all the way back on the landing boat before the ramp had dropped, before the sergeant had died in Dee's arms. Today was meant to be the first step in pushing the Germans all the way back to Berlin, and incredibly, it had worked. Bits and pieces of conversations in English filtered up to Dee as the truck inched through the crowds. Okay, so the Jerrys come out of their chateau and surrendered to us, and there's twice as many of them as there are of us, and Dee heard a soldier with a Canadian accent say to another. From the truck, Dee couldn't see the soldiers' uniforms, but he could see that they wore helmets with little shreds of fabric tucked into the netting, the way paratroopers did. It's him! It's James! They were mad as hornets, the Canadian paratrooper went on, but it's not like they could unsurrender. The two soldiers laughed and Dee grinned. It was just the kind of thing Sid would have said if it had happened to them, if Sid was still alive, and if Sid was still talking to him. The streets grew too crowded for the truck to move, and the driver laid on the horn and cursed. Beside the truck, Dee saw that a French cafe was open, and the owner was pouring free drinks for the liberating soldiers. Allied soldiers crowded around him, raising glasses and toasting each other. Hey, no darkies served here, Dee heard someone say. Fuck you, stupid motherfucker. Oh my god, that pisses me the fuck off. Hey, no darkies. Shut the fuck up. One of the white American soldiers was standing in the way of a black American medic. It better not be Henry that you're freaking blocking from getting a drink, you stupid sack of shit. It is. Dee realized with a start that he knew him. It was Henry, the man who had saved Sid's life on the beach, the man who had shown him such amazing courage. Hey, let him have a drink, Dee yelled from the truck. He saved my buddy's life. But another white American soldier came up, and so did another, forming a wall between the black medic and the owner of the cafe. Go find a colored restaurant, the white soldier told Henry. Ah, fuck you. Dee tried to get up to climb out of the truck and stand with the medic, but Monique said none, 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 and pushed him back down again. Dee saw Henry leave the cafe without a drink. The medic met Dee's gaze as the truck lurched and moved on. Henry gave Dee an informal salute before turning and disappearing into the crowd. Dorothy looked from Henry back to Dee. We've come so far together, Dorothy said, but we still have so far to go. Yep. Exactly. Stupid fucking racist sacks of shit, motherfuckers. Poor Henry. You're amazing, Henry. We acknowledge you. We know the amazing work you did. The truck didn't have any further to go, though. It pulled to a stop in the town square, and Dee watched as the soldiers began unloading the stretchers. He heard someone say that the hospital was already crowded with patients, and they were instead being moved into a triage center in the plaza across from Bayeux's cathedral. Cots and blankets with wounded soldiers crowded the plaza, and nurses and medics moved among the patients, deciding who would move on to the hospital and who could be treated and released. Two soldiers grabbed Dee's stretcher, but Dee made them wait before they carried him off. Thank you, Dee told Dorothy and Monique. Whoever you are, you saved my life. Monique blushed. Au revoir, she told Dee. Dorothy nodded at him. You're welcome, she replied. No, now don't waste it. She gave Dee a mock salute. See ya, kid. She and Monique stood up together. Now we're off to stick our noses in where they're not welcome some more. The soldiers carried Dee away and deposited him among the other wounded soldiers in the plaza. A medic appeared beside him, a white medic he hadn't seen before, and without warning, he struck Dee with a needle in his arm. Ow, hey, Dee said. The medic connected the needle to an IV, and soon Dee was getting a transfusion of new blood. Can I get back to fighting soon? Dee asked. Somebody will be along to let you know, the medic said, and before Dee could ask anything else, the medic was already off to see another wounded soldier. Dee lay back and stared up at the night sky above the plaza. It was hard to imagine that back home in Philadelphia, it was just around 6 o'clock. His parents would be coming home from work right now, his classmates hanging out at the drugstore soda counter, all of them safe and sound, while Dee was lying here, shot through the shoulder in a makeshift hospital in a city in France. Thank you, Dee heard a girl say to him in a heavy French accent. He sat up, thinking Dr. Monique had come to see him again. Instead, there was a young brown skinned girl in front of him wearing a blue kerchief over her black hair. Beside her, holding Samira, beside her, holding the girl's hand like she would never let go, was a beautiful woman in a tan trench coat with light brown skin, black hair, and heart shaped face, and a long, angular nose. The girl's face was rounder, her eyes wider and younger, but the resemblance was unmistakable. They had to be mother and daughter. She made it! Good job, Samira! Thank you, the girl said again, and handed Dee a white lily from a bunch of them she held in her hand. Dee accepted the flower, feeling confused. My daughter thanks you for saving my life, the woman explained, her English also accented but easier to understand. Were you in the church? Dee said. He didn't remember helping them through the window and couldn't imagine ever forgetting either one of them. No, the woman said. I was being held prisoner here in Bayeux. Dee looked apologetic and tried to hand the lily back. Oh, I'm sorry, he said. I think you must have me confused with someone else. I wasn't the one who freed you. Not you alone, no, the woman said. You all did. Just by coming here. She looked around, gesturing at the soldiers. You freed me and thousands of other people in Normandy, and soon you will free all of France, all of Europe. Well, thank you, Dee said, accepting the lily from the girl. What's your name? He asked, then tried again in phrasebook French. Comment vous appelez-vous? The girl smiled at his obvious butchering of her language, but she understood. Samira, she said. Je m'appelle Samira. Thank you, Samira, Dee said. The girl nodded to him, and Dee watched as she and her mother moved on to deliver a lily to the next soldier in the row. Who were they? Did they live here in Bayeux? What part had they played in this day? Not even a day here, someone said beside Dee, and you're already a hit with the ladies. Dee turned. Sid Jacobstein stood over his bed. Sid's back. Let's go. Okay, maybe there are a few happy endings here. I mean, obviously, a lot of people died, and it's a horrible situation to be in. This is the beginning. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of the push to liberate, the world. Sid, Dee said. The joy at seeing his friend again, still alive, was quickly replaced by the apprehensiveness. The last time he had seen Sid, his friend had pointed a rifle at him and told him to get lost. Now his rifle was over his shoulder, and he turned the stem of the white lily in his hand. Sid looked uncomfortable, like he didn't know whether to stay or go, or what to say. Dee didn't know what to say either. I see you met Samira and her mother, Dee said. Huh? Said Sid. The lily. Oh, Sid said. He relaxed now that he had something to talk about. Yeah, that girl and her mom. They told me I saved their lives, but I didn't. They told me we all did, said Dee. They didn't speak again for a few long seconds. Sid looking at the flower in his hands and Dee looking at the red tube that snaked down into the needle in his arm. I saw you getting stretchered off that truck, Sid said at last. How bad is it? I think my career as major league pitcher might be over, said Dee. Sid snickered. Listen, kid, I saw you pitch for the barracks team back at training camp. You were never going pro. Dee smiled, then nodded toward his wound. Seriously, I can barely feel it, which was true, but most likely because of the morphine. I'll be back out there fighting Nazis in no time. Sid turned the lily in his hands again. Dee could tell there was something more Sid wanted to say, but he still didn't know how to say it. He sighed and sat down on the edge of Dee's cot, not quite looking at him, but not looking away either. I couldn't do it, Sid said. I couldn't shoot them. Those German soldiers you left me with, I wanted to. I had them all lined up and ready, and I couldn't do it. Dee blinked, but I heard gunshots, he said, on the way out of town. New GIs came up from the beach. They were still a couple of German snipers that hung back to give us trouble, and the new boys took care of them. But I guess you know all about the snipers. One of them must have caught you before the others took care of him. Sid paused. He pulled his helmet off his head and ran his fingers through his dark curly hair. I had my guns on those Krauts, the ones I was guarding, and I kept thinking about how they had killed so many of our boys, how they had pulled all of those people in that church and set it on fire. I just kept thinking about what the Nazis were doing to Jews all over Europe, and how I still hadn't got to pay a single one of them back. Sid took a breath. And I wanted to kill them, Dee, but I kept thinking about what you said, about being as bad as them, if I killed them like that in cold blood, and I kept thinking how you were a better man than all of us, even if you were a Kraut. Sorry, a German. And that there had to be some reason you were on our side and not theirs. Dee told Sid his story then, his whole story. How he was Dietrich, not Douglas, and why he and his family had left Germany, and why Dee had wanted to come back as a U.S. soldier. How if Dee had stayed in Germany, he would have been taught to hate Sid, and how coming to America had meant they became friends instead. Education and exposure. Meow, meow, meow. So I'm supposed to call you Dietrich now? Sid said, butchering the pronunciation. Just D. I was D before. I'm still D now. And you're not even an American citizen, Sid asked. He leaned close, conspiratorially. Does Uncle Sam know? He laughed. Yeah, they still let you fight. All you gotta do is hate the Nazis, which is something we both have in common, and I'm going to become one too, an American citizen, that is, not a Nazi. Just as soon as I get home, I've decided. Those Nazis back there, they were never my countrymen. You are. Sid put his hand out and Dee took it. A doctor finally came to examine D. He read the chart the first medic had left and peeled back the bandage on D's shoulder. When can I get back out in the fight, Doc? D asked. The doctor made a notation on D's chart and hung it back on his cot. You're done, son, he said. Panic welled up inside D. Done? What do you mean, done? I mean, you get a purple heart and a story to tell the grandkids how you survived Omaha Beach. Your war is over, kid. No, no, D said, but the doctor was already off to see his next patient. D clutched Sid's arm. You gotta get him back here. Tell him I'm okay to fight. D winced from the pain in his shoulder, and he fell back on his cot. Don't sweat it, D, Sid said. You heard the man. You got a golden ticket back to England for R&R and then back to the States, which is a lot more than a lot of the guys today get to say. I know, but you don't understand, D said. The weight of everyone he'd seen die today pressed down on him. Their sergeant, Bill, and his tank crew, the lucky soldier, all the thousands of other men who'd made it off of Omaha Beach. It's our fault things got this bad, D said. My family's and mine, and I've got to fix it. D, you did your part. More than your part. It's time to go home. D fought back his tears. He didn't want it to end this way. There was more he had to do, more he could do to make things right. He'd only spent a single day, D-Day, in the war. He didn't want to go home yet. But who's going to liberate Europe? D said. Who's going to stop the Nazis? Are you nuts? Sid said with a laugh. D, look around you. You see all these soldiers? You hear all these different languages? All these people from different countries? That's what they're all here for. D dried his eyes and looked around. Sid was right. D had never seen so many people come together for a single cause like this. Yes, he'd seen them before on the ships at sea and on the Higgins boats on the beaches and in the towns of Normandy and on the streets of Bayeux, but he had been so wrapped up in his own reasons for being here, his own reasons for fighting the Nazis, that he hadn't thought too long about anyone else. Now D really saw them, the medics and the sailors and the pilots and all the soldiers, the paratroopers, the resistance fighters and spies. He thought of all the people back home, working in factories, making sacrifices, the entire free world united for the common good. It was just like Samira and her mother had said. No one of the soldiers had saved them. They all had. And now they were going to save the rest of the world. They were stronger together. They were allies. The name of the book. Don't worry, pal, said Sid. We got this. Do. That's the end. There's still some more to go, the author's notes, which we're going to read through because it's giving a little more context on these different operations and things like that. But that is the story, chat. That is it in its completion. The rest of it is history, as they say. So feel free to stick around for this last little bit, but yeah, that's the main story. That was a good story. Good job, Japan. Thanks for recommending this. Author's note. The Allied invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, commonly referred to as D-Day, was and still is the largest seaborne invasion in history. Planning for the complicated international mission began a year ahead of time, led principally by President Franklin D. Roosevelt of the United States, Prime Minister Winston Churchill of the United Kingdom, and their highest-ranking generals. Shortly after midnight on June 6, nearly 25,000 American, British, and Canadian paratroopers were dropped from planes over Normandy. Their efforts corresponded with countless smaller acts of sabotage and assault carried out by thousands of French resistance fighters scattered throughout northern France. The paratroopers were followed at dawn by more than 5,000 Allied ships and landing crafts, carrying almost 160,000 soldiers from at least 8 different countries. The Allies landed on a 50-mile stretch of Normandy beach divided by the invasion planners into 5 zones, each with its own codename: Gold, Juno, and Sword to the east, which were the responsibility of British and Canadian troops, and Omaha and Utah to the west, which were the responsibility of the United States. Accurate figures are hard to come by, but by the end of the day on June 6, 1944, an estimated 4,500 Allied soldiers would be dead, and more than 10,000 would be wounded, a majority of them American. In the first 24 hours of the invasion, more than 3,000 French civilians died in the fighting and bombing, and German losses for the day ranged anywhere between 4,000 to 9,000 dead. What is more certain is that, though costly, D-Day was a tremendous victory for the Allies. Once the beaches were secure, the armies of the United States and the United Kingdom poured through into France, pushing the Nazi army back towards Germany. By the end of that August, Paris had been liberated, and the Allies, led by the United States and the United Kingdom in the west and the Soviet Union in the east, stood on Germany's doorstep. By May of the following year, less than a year after the triumph at D-Day, the Allies had accepted Nazi Germany's unconditional surrender. June 6, 1944, D-Day, was the beginning of the end of the Second World War. A note on operation names. The entire plan for D-Day was codenamed Operation Overlord, but there were dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller operations and missions, each with their own separate codename that fell under the larger Overlord umbrella. Names were often nonsensical to hide what they were really about, though some rather fitting. Operation Bodyguard and Operation Fortitude were code names for the misinformation campaign designed to trick the Germans into thinking the Allies were landing at a different time in a different place. The French resistance operations to sabotage railways and roads and telephone lines included code names like Blue, Green, Purple, and Tortoise. Joint British and Canadian paratrooper landings just after midnight were codenamed Operation Tonga. The name given to the beach invasion itself was Operation Neptune. In the spirit of the code names the Allies gave to their operations, I've made up a few code names for some of my characters. Dee, Sid, Bill, Henry, and even Dorothy and Monique are all technically parts of the beach invasion, and therefore could all be considered to be carrying out facets of Operation Neptune. To make each of their stories more clearly separate, I invented the name Operations Amiens, Bill and Achilles, Operation Integration, Henry, and Operation Bathing Suit, Monique and Dorothy. Operation Neptune. Thanks in part to poor navigation, rough seas, and stronger than expected German defenses, the American landing on Omaha Beach was a disaster. Soldiers were delivered almost anywhere, but where they were supposed to land, and most of the tank support that made the other beaches easier by comparison didn't arrive until much later in the day. Allied bombers, afraid of hitting their own men or being shot by German anti-aircraft guns, dropped their bombs well before their intended targets, and the battleships at sea, also afraid of return fire, didn't come in close enough to shore initially to do any real damage to the fortified German positions on the cliffs. The invading soldiers were expected to be up and off the beach within 3 hours of landing, by 9:30 in the morning. In reality, most of the surviving American soldiers didn't make it off the beach until well after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Even then, only a few of the planned routes up and off the beach were open by the end of the day. Things went so badly that the American commanders considered giving up on Omaha entirely and withdrawing any surviving soldiers. Of the more than 4,000 Allied soldiers who died on D Day, almost half of that number were Americans who died on Omaha. By comparison, fewer than 200 American soldiers died on Utah Beach. Many immigrants and foreign nationals served the United States military during the Second World War, as D does here. More than 300,000 immigrants served in the United States in the U.S. Armed Forces during the war, a third of them non citizens. Canada was slow to send its soldiers into a war so far from home, so many Canadians who wanted to fight joined the US military to see action right away. They were joined by tens of thousands of volunteers from Mexico, Germany, Italy, and dozens more countries, all of them with common goal of defeating the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan. Many like D, who were political dissidents from German-controlled countries, changed their names to avoid being executed or sent to concentration camps should they have been captured by the Nazis. And like D, almost all of them chose to become naturalized U.S. citizens after the war. Immigrants and foreign nationals have fought for the United States in every major conflict since the American Revolution. Today, there are more than half a million foreign born veterans living in the United States and close to 10,000 non citizens enlisted in the U.S. military every year. Like Sid, many Jewish soldiers who served in the United States military during the Second World War experienced anti Semitism from their fellow soldiers and faced institutionalized prejudice when they returned home. During the war, prominent Americans like Henry Ford and Charles Lindbergh gave speeches and wrote articles blaming Jewish Americans for the U.S. involvement in the war. And afterward, many restaurants, hotels, and shops continued to refuse to serve Jewish Americans. It wasn't until the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that the United States officially outlawed discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national order. Wild. It's so wild. The backwards ass freaking people that live in the fucking world. Operation Tortoise. The French resistance major contributions to the success of D Day were intelligence and sabotage. French resistance intelligence reports provided far more accurate troop strength than the aerial reconnaissance could, and rail lines were sabotaged to create enormous train wrecks and snarl long distance travel for the Germans. The resistance was also skilled at cutting phone and telegraph lines to prevent German communications. In addition to being disruptive, their sabotage efforts had other benefits for the Allies. Destroying rail lines forced the Germans to move their tanks by roadway, burning precious gasoline, and cutting phone lines made the Germans resort to communicating by radio, which the Allies could listen in on. The French resistance was so effective at slowing transportation within their borders that one German army division took just 1 week to move all the way from Russia to the border of France, a distance of 2,000 miles, but 3 weeks to go from the border of France to the city of Caen, a distance of less than 500 miles. Like Samira and her mother, many Algerians fought on the side of France in both the resistance and the army. In return for their contributions, French Algerians were promised independence. What they got instead, once the war was over, was the offer of French citizenship, not independence, angering many Algerians. A celebration in Algeria to mark the end of the war turned into protests against French rule, and 84 European settlers were killed. The French army responded by killing thousands of Algerians. Known as the Sétif massacre, the bloodshed on both sides sowed the seeds for the Algerian War of Independence that began 9 years later. Algerians finally won their independence from France in 1962, but only after the long, bloody, bitter war. war is a freaking racket. But I mean, that one's for freedom. That's a different thing. That's not a war for resources. That's for their independence. Good for you, Algeria. Operation Tonga. Paratroopers at D Day were often dropped miles from their target. Many paratroopers drowned in the fields the Germans had flooded. Others were shot before they hit the ground. Sometimes paratroopers even came down on top of German defenses, literally. More than one paratrooper reported landing on the roof of a German barrack. Throughout the night, the paratroopers from different companies came together and managed to achieve their many different goals despite being undermanned and sometimes poorly armed. The Battle of Varaville Chateau was a real battle, although I fictionalized it here. A severely outmanned Canadian team forced the surrender of a much larger German garrison, much to the surprise and dismay of the Nazis once they saw how few there were of the enemy. The actual battle lasted until around 10:30 in the morning. I've compressed time a little here to have it end a bit sooner. If the day was a real event too, held in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada on February. If Day was a real event too, held in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada on February 19th, 1942. The exhibition raised more than $3 million for the Canadian war effort and was featured in the pages of Life magazine, Newsweek, and the New York Times. Since then, If Day has been the subject of a number of documentaries and television shows. In Canada, Indigenous people, also known as the First Nations, were long seen as second class citizens by Canadian law. The 1951 Indian Act rescinded some of the more egregious restrictions on them, but still legalized many forms of discrimination. It wasn't until a 1985 law change that many Canadian First Nations regained tribal status that had been taken away from them over decades of discrimination. Though much amended and better for First Nations than it was originally, the Indian Act remains controversial. Operation Amiens. Thanks to innovations that allowed them to float, Sherman tanks played an important role in most of the Allied beach invasions. The one place they were not as effective was on Omaha Beach. 27 of the initial 29 tanks meant to land on Omaha sank on their way into the shore. British soldiers did drive American made Sherman tanks. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt famously called the United States the arsenal of democracy, due to America's leading role in producing arms for all its allies. I have no evidence that a British tank crew ever landed on Omaha Beach, but in an effort to show the contributions of all major Allied players and connect them to my story, I've taken some historical license to have Bill and his Achilles crewmates end up on Omaha and play a small role in Dee's story. If Bill had made it as far as Bayeux, he would not have found the Bayeux tapestry there. During the Second World War, the tapestry resided in the Louvre, a famous museum in Paris, France. Eager to loot expensive works of art from museums and private collections all over Europe, Nazi leaders ordered local SS officers to steal the Bayeux tapestry and other priceless pieces from the Louvre before abandoning Paris to the Allies in August 1944. The Nazis were foiled by the French resistance, who intercepted and decoded the order and took control of the Louvre in time to defend it from Nazi soldiers when they came to take the art. Today, the tapestry has returned home to Bayeux, where it is on display in the museum dedicated to Bayeux tapestry and the invasion of Normandy. Operation Integration. The character of Henry Allen is based largely on Waverly Woody Woodson, a black army medic from Philadelphia who, like Henry, graduated from officer training school only to find that the United States Army was not interested in having black men become officers. Despite never expecting to see actual combat, Woodson and the rest of the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion were delivered into the middle of battle on Omaha Beach. Woodson worked tirelessly during D-Day, tending to wounded soldiers, black and white alike. The 320th as a whole won a commendation from General Eisenhower for their extraordinary service on Omaha Beach. Woodson was one of the 4 medics from the 320th who individually received a Bronze Star. Many years later, it was revealed that Woodson had been nominated for a Medal of Honor, but was passed over for the award. Bastards. A 1997 Army inquiry found that the institutional racism had kept many deserving black veterans of the Second World War from receiving the highest military honors. The same year, President Bill Clinton retroactively awarded medals of honors to 7 African American soldiers who deserved their award for their actions during the war, but only one of them was still alive to accept his award in person. Waverly Woodson was, again, not among the 7 men honored. Poor guy. Good work, though. We salute you, Waverly Woodson. According to Linda Hervio's Forgotten, a book about the black soldiers who fought at D-Day, approximately 1,800 African Americans took part in D-Day, most of them in support roles. After serving with distinction in the war, black American soldiers returned home to racism, prejudice, and persecution. Yep, stupid fucking Americans. German prisoners of war were treated better than black men who had served their own country during the war because they were white. Stupid fucking racist assholes. It's so fucking disgusting. The United States Army officially ended its policy of segregation in 1948, but the nation's schools were not integrated until the late 1950s. The civil rights movement, which reached its peak in the 1950s and 1960s in the United States, sought to end segregation and establish racial justice and equality in all parts of American society. Perhaps its greatest achievement was the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which outlawed any discrimination on the basis of race. Though the civil rights movement made great gains, the United States still struggles today with the same kind of racism and prejudice Henry faced 75 years ago. Isn't that the fucking truth? Isn't that the motherfucking truth? Disgusting. Disgusting motherfucking people. Operation Bathing Suit. French citizens who lived in the towns and villages of Normandy soon knew that the Allied invasion was happening, and many of them rushed to the beaches to welcome their liberators and help in any way they could. One young French woman, a student nurse, really had left her bathing suit in a changing hut on the beach the day before and rode her bicycle down to get it, just minutes before the first shots were fired. She ignored the catcalls and whistles of the soldiers on the beach and spent the next 2 days helping bandage up wounded men, including the English soldier who would later become her husband. I adapted her story here and made her much younger. Dorothy Powell is based on the real life reporter Martha Gellhorn, who disguised herself as a soldier to sneak ashore with a stretcher crew on D Day. She was the first and only American woman to set foot on the beach at Normandy on June 6, 1944. It would be another 38 days until the next American woman arrived when 49 WACs, members of the Women's Army Corps, a support branch of the United States Army, stepped off landing boats into France. It would be another 50 years before American women were allowed to serve in actual combat. A war correspondent for a number of magazines and newspapers over her long career, Gellhorn reported on every major war and conflict from the Second World War through the U.S. invasion of Panama in 1989. Today, the Martha Gellhorn Prize for Journalism recognizes men and women who chronicle the lives of ordinary people caught up in violent conflicts. We learned about her earlier. We looked it up. Beyond Omaha Beach. While a number of smaller towns and villages lay claim to the title of first village liberated on D-Day, Bayeux was certainly the first French city freed by Allied soldiers. It was officially liberated on June 7th, 1944, not June 6th. I sped Bayeux's liberation by a few hours to get all my players there before midnight, thus taking us from 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. and limiting the events in the book to a single day, D-Day. The area just beyond the bunker I used as inspiration for the one Dee and Sid take when they first come up off Omaha Beach is now a graveyard and memorial to all the American soldiers who died on D-Day. The Normandy American Cemetery and Memorial is home to 9,380 graves and receives more than 1 million visitors each year. Acknowledgements. Here we are. We are at the final end of it, chats. Like D at D-Day, I was helped by many allies in the writing of this book. Huge thanks to my ever patient and always wise editor, Amy Friedman, my publisher, David Levithan. Levithan? Yeah. Copy editor, Jessica White, and proofreaders, Jody Corbet and Jackie Hornberger, and Bethany Bryan, and everyone else behind the scenes at Scholastic. Ellie Berger, president of the Trade Publishing, Tracy Van Straten and Amy Goppert in publicity, Mindy Stockfield, Rachel Feld, and Julia Eisler in marketing, Lizette Serrano, Emily Hedelson, and Michael Strauss, Matthew Poulter, Jasmine Miranda, and Danielle Yadao in school and library marketing and conventions. Amy's assistant editor, Olivia Volkars, John Burlwitz, Elizabeth Kreisch, Erin O'Connor, Leslie Garsh, and Joanne Mojica, and everyone in production. Yafa Jaskal and Stephanie Yang for the terrific cover and interior layout. Map artist Jim McMahon, Jazan Higgins, Stephanie Peets, Jana Hausman, Anna Marie Wong, Kristen Stanley, Robin Hoffman, and everyone with the clubs and fairs. Jennifer Powell, Hillary Doyle, Brian West, and Rachel Weinhardt in rights and co-editions. Alan Smagler, Elizabeth Whiting, Jackie Rubin, Alexis Lunsford, Alexis Lassiter, Dan Moser, Nikki Much, Sue Flynn, Chris Soderland, Roz Hilden, Terry Beth Smith, Randy Kessler, Betsy Politi, Charlie Young, and everyone in sales. Laurie Benton, John Pels, and Paul Gange for their amazing work as ever on Allies, the audiobook. And all sales reps and fairs and clubs reps across the country who work so hard to tell the world about my books. Thank you to Trent Reedy and Linda Hervio, who read my manuscript and gave me notes. Your comments were invaluable, and any mistakes that remain are my own. Thanks as always to my great friend Bob, and thanks to my literary agent Holly Root at Root Literary, and to my publicist and right-hand women Lauren Haar and Caroline Christophilus at Goldleaf Literary. All the work you will do all allows me to do the work I do. And thanks again to all the teachers, librarians, and booksellers out there who put my books into the hands of young readers. You're awesome. And last but never least, much love and thanks to my wife, Wendy, and my daughter, Joe. We are stronger together. That's the truth, chat. We're stronger together worldwide. Power to the people. Last bit about the author. We've read this a couple of times, but it's fine. Alan Gratz is the New York Times best-selling author of several acclaimed books for young readers, including Refugee, a New York Times notable book, and an Amazon Kirkus Reviews and Publishers Weekly Best Book of the Year. Grenade, the 2018 Freeman Book Award winner. Project 1065, a Kirkus Reviews Best Book of the Year. Prisoner B 3087, winner of 8 state awards, and included on YALSA's 2014 Best Fiction for Young Adults list. And Code of Honor, a YALSA 2016 quick pick for reluctant young adults reader. Alan lives in North Carolina with his wife and daughter. Look for him online at alangratz.com. There you go. We did it. We did it, chat. Success. Okay, I like these reading streams. Honestly, I don't mind sitting here for hours reading you books. It's a whole lot of fun. I love books. Books. So up next, we're gonna get Taylor Swift's autobiography. We're gonna do Flatland at some point. We gotta finish Through the Looking Glass and what Alice found there. Those ones should be quicker. I think Flatland and Alice might be one day because those are like way shorter stories. This one we're here at what 8 hours now, 8.5 hours. Pretty good, not bad. I mean, I obviously if we would have just kept reading straight through, we would have finished it with like I'd say we could cut like 30 minutes off of that. We probably would have done it in 8 hours flat. But hey, not bad at all. You know, we've read 2 whole books in the last couple of weeks. You know, that's more than anyone ever has read. Well, not anyone. That's more than a lot of people have read like in their entire lifetimes. Not talking crap, just saying. You know, it's the truth. Some people just don't like to read, which is a very, very sad thing. Very, very sad thing indeed. But all right, chats, time to let you go. I was hoping to do some gaming, but it's too late for that. I mean, maybe I'll do some gaming on my own, but I don't think we're gonna start it up another stream and do some gaming. So thank you for joining me. If anything, I think tomorrow I will either I got to do Minecraft. I have to do Minecraft, guys, but I want to get through Gravity Rush story. I don't know how much of that one is left. I don't know. I haven't looked up how long Gravity Rush 2 story is, but I want to get through that. I really want to get through Gravity Rush 2 so we have something else we can cross off our list, you know. I don't finish a lot of games, guys. I play what I like and then I stop if you know like I'm done. So I mean, I want to finish Gravity Rush 2 and I want to finish it on stream so it's all there for you to watch. So yeah, maybe Minecraft tomorrow, but more likely I will be doing like a short Gravity Rush stream, I'm thinking. So thank you for joining me here today on Satyen Reads, our new channel. So go ahead and like, subscribe, leave any other recommendations for books that you want us to read down in the comments. At this point, I think we're just gonna read it, and then we're gonna see if copyrights happen or not. But yeah, we're just gonna be reading things and just leaving them where they're at, you know. And if I get copyright strike, then I'll pull it off. But if not, then I'm just happy to have it up and happy to have like a good amount of like different books to read. We did a thriller one last time, The Last Pawn, and oh my god, that book is wild. All of those terrorist attacks designed so that they could kill that little boy and make it look like it was the terrorist accident. It's because they didn't want them investigating even further into like what they were actually getting up to. Wild. That whole book is freaking wild, guys. Alice in Wonderland, nonsensical nonsense, Hunting of the Snark in the same vein, you know. So yeah, give us a lot of other books for us to read. I like reading everything, y'all. We can read some math books, we can read some science books, we can do all the damn things. But don't forget to go watch Wishbone too. I'll put that link. Oh, and then the Hardy Brothers. We're definitely doing the Hardy Boys. Recommended by Dortillo. Another Dortillo recommendation. So yeah, those ones are. I think those ones are shorter, right? Pretty sure it won't be too hard to get through Hardy Boys. We do have a list. We have a list of things that we're gonna get through. Please add more to it. I appreciate that. Like, subscribe. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Go watch some Wishbone. That's that link there. Follow our socials. I got to wait a second because Nightbot just does not respond properly when it comes to YouTube. Do 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 do. Come on, Nightbot, please. If I put Discord, it's gonna do the Discord link before it does. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, so there's our socials. There's our Discord. Don't forget to follow JapanSpitz on the YouTube and check out his Minecraft world and all his Helldivers streams. He plays Fortnite a lot and Roblox, but I don't think he streams them. It's just been so far Minecraft and oh, that didn't do it right. Minecraft and Helldivers 2. But go encourage him. We're trying to get him to 1 million subscribers, everybody. I would really love for you to help out with that. Get him to 1 million. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think that's it. I don't need to put our link for this channel. You're already here. All right, everybody. Take care. Be well. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. You're having some good food. Taking care of yourselves. Go take a bath. You smell. Get some sun if it's sunlight. It's too late right here, right now. There's no sun. Go get some air, touch some grass, play some games. Go play some Monster Hunter Wilds. It's so good. I love Monster Hunter Wilds. Go play Gravity Rush. We love Gravity Rush. Cat's so cool. She's a real hero. She would have saved the day at Normandy for sure. And we will see you all next time. All right, everybody, take care. Be well. Don't forget to sing a song too. Dum da 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 da. We'll see you later. Bye bye.